Hey guys, welcome to Green Bean Fiction. So in today's video we are gonna see what if Deku had Omnitrix and had massive harem, part 3. Before starting, make sure to hit that like button and subscribe if you are interested in MHA fanfictions. This story is Dekiru 10 by Phantomdanger. Now without wasting any more time, let's dive in. Izuku woke up quite peacefully, the soft morning light barely peeking through his curtains. He yawned, stretching out his arms with a quiet groan before getting ready for school. After a quick breakfast and a refreshing shower, he went through his usual morning routine, his mind already wandering toward the day ahead. Last night had been interesting. After exchanging numbers with Yui Kodai, he had discovered just how talkative she was online. His face had been burning the entire time, his hands fumbling as he texted her back and forth until he eventually fell asleep, phone still in hand. Now, standing before the massive UA gates once more, Izuku felt his heart pound with nervous excitement. His hand absently moved to the Omnitrix on his wrist, his fingers tracing its smooth surface. I still can't believe I'm here. A year ago, I was quirkless, barely had any friends, and was a target for the whole school. Now, I'm standing at UA with so many quirks. The old me would go ballistic. He shook his head, chuckling at the thought, and started walking through the gates. As he scanned the area, his eyes landed on a familiar figure sitting on a bench. The girl had long, vine-like hair and was dressed in her UA uniform, quietly reading a Bible in the soft morning light. Hey, that's the girl with the vines, Izuku thought, stopping in his tracks. He felt a sudden rush of nerves wash over him, his face quickly turning red. Maybe I should say hi? His eyes darted toward her, then down to the ground. The thought of introducing himself had his heart racing. Before he could decide what to do, the girl lifted her head, her bright green eyes locking onto his. She tilted her head slightly, a look of mild confusion crossing her face before she gave him a small, polite wave of acknowledgement. Izuku panicked, his feet moving forward before his brain could catch up. Okay, Izuku, don't stutter. Just be yourself. No stuttering. He clenched his fists at his sides as he approached her, his shoulders a little too stiff, but he pushed through. Hello, Izuku managed to say, his voice a little higher than usual. He was stiff, but at least he didn't stutter. The girl smiled politely, closing her Bible and resting it in her lap. Hello. You're the boy who was with Ingenium, correct? Izuku nodded, rubbing the back of his neck nervously. Why yeah, I thought you wouldn't remember me. Her gaze softened. I remember you. You were quite heroic during that incident. By the way, what are you doing with your vines? I mean, your hair? Or, is it your quirk? His words tumbled out awkwardly as he gestured toward her hair, his fingers twitching slightly from nerves. The girl didn't seem bothered by his awkwardness. She smiled serenely. My vines require sunlight and water to grow, so I'm allowing them to soak in the sunlight to prepare for our first hero class today. I wish to be at my strongest. Wait, first? Izuku blinked, surprised. You're a first-year hero course student too? She nodded gracefully. Yes, and I take it you're from our sister class, Class A? Izuku nodded, feeling a little less tense now. Yeah. I see. May I know your name? She leaned forward slightly, her expression warm but curious. You were kind enough to retrieve my undergarments months ago, and we're both in the hero course. Perhaps this will help ease any tension between our classes. Izuku Midoriya, he managed to say, his voice a bit high. Abara blinked in disbelief, eyes widening a little as she began to study the boy before her. This is Izuku Midoriya. He managed to obtain an incredible 450 villain points during the exam. He must be incredibly powerful. And on top of that, 150 rescue points, he must be remarkably selfless. Abara gazed at him in awe, far more impressed by his rescue points than his villain points. Izuku feeling bit nervous, especially how the girl seemed to fall silent after he told her of his name. Ahem. Izuku said, his cheeks a tint of red. The girl was broken from her thoughts as Izuku spoke. May I know your name? Izuku asked. Abara chuckled softly, her smile kind. I am Abara Shiozaki. She gave a respectful bow. It is a pleasure to meet you properly, Midoriya. I have heard of your impressive score during the entrance exam. 450 villain points, was it? That is quite remarkable. Izuku blinked, his cheeks flushing. Oh, I was just trying to help out. But you scored 5th place, right? That's incredible. Abara smiled humbly, lowering her gaze. I was merely doing what I could with the abilities I've been blessed with. My quirk, Vines, allows me to manipulate my hair as if it were an extension of myself. I can use it to defend or strike from a distance, ensuring that I can protect those in need with grace. Izuku's eyes lit up, his excitement bubbling over. Wow, that's an amazing quirk. It could be super effective for restraining villains, especially ones with electricity-based quirks. If you wrap them up quickly, it could prevent the electricity from traveling through the vines, keeping you safe while subduing them. He started muttering rapidly, his hands waving animatedly as he went on and on about potential applications for her quirk. Abara blinked, tilting her head as she watched him. Does he ever pause for breath? She wondered, a small smile tugging at her lips. Finally, Izuku stopped, his face turning red. Sorry. I started rambling again. Abara shook her head, her expression still gentle. It's quite all right. Your enthusiasm is admirable. She folded her hands neatly in her lap. As for your earlier question, I restrained most of the villain bots during the exam, but my quirk requires me to stay grounded, so maneuvering was a bit difficult. Izuku nodded thoughtfully. Oh, I see. That makes sense. His gaze softened as he looked at her. Even with those limits, your quirk is amazing. Thank you, Abara said, bringing her hands together in a prayer-like gesture. I consider my quirk a blessing from God, something I'm eternally grateful for. With it, I hope to guide others toward righteousness and save those in need. Izuku's eyes softened at her words. I feel blessed too, he said quietly, glancing down at the Omnitrix on his wrist. And with this, I'm going to become a hero who saves people, just like All Might. Abara studied him for a moment, noticing the sincerity and determination in his eyes. She gave a small nod. I believe your path is blessed, Midoriya. May you continue to spread light to those in need. Izuku smiled, the tension in his shoulders easing. Thanks. You too. He waved goodbye as he started walking away, feeling a surge of pride. I managed to talk to a girl without stuttering. Yes. He threw a small fist into the air in triumph. Before he got too far, he paused and turned back to Abara. Oh, by the way, for maneuverability, you could try swinging like Kamui Woods. You might need to do some upper body exercises, though. Abara blinked, watching him walk off. Like Kamui Woods? She murmured to herself, taking out her phone to look up the hero he mentioned, her curiosity piqued. Izuku glanced nervously ahead. Okay, you managed not to stutter while talking to a pretty girl, that's a win. And now, we have our first heroics training. He gulped. And All Might is going to be my teacher. As he stared at the imposing UA building, a few knots twisted in his stomach. Midoriya. A familiar, elegant voice called out, and Izuku turned to see Momo Yaoyorozu approaching with a light jog. Morning. She greeted him with a polite bow, a small smile tugging at her lips. Morning, Izuku stammered before mentally facepalming. You were doing so well. Momo tried to stifle a small giggle, causing Izuku's cheeks to flush, but their moment was interrupted by a loud voice. Oh, Midoriya. What's up, dude? Kirishima greeted with his trademark toothy grin as he caught up to them. The three began walking toward class, Kirishima still brimming with excitement. I still can't believe we're actually here, in the top school in the country. Izuku couldn't help but smile at Kirishima's enthusiasm. Yeah, UA's been my dream since it's All Might's alma mater. He's the reason I became a hero. Being here feels unreal. Momo tilted her head, intrigued. So, you came to UA because it's All Might's alma mater? Izuku flinched, rubbing the back of his neck. Yeah, kinda. Momo smiled softly. You must really admire him. I do. Don't tell me what to do, you round-faced bitch. All three flinched at the unmistakable roar of Katsuki Bakugo. They turned to see him stomping past, veins bulging from his forehead, his face red with fury. His gaze shot toward Izuku, full of contempt. You'll always be a stupid Deku. Quirk or no quirk, you're just a Deku, he spat. Izuku recoiled, while Momo scowled at Bakugo. It was clear to anyone that the name, Deku, was an insult. As Bakugo stormed off, Izuku noticed Uraraka standing nearby, her expression tense and frustrated. Uraraka, what was that about? Izuku asked cautiously. Ochako flinched, clearly feeling guilty. Well. Flashback. Huh? Bakugo's red eyes snapped toward Ochako, narrowing dangerously as veins bulged from his forehead, rage radiating off of him. I said, stop calling Dekiru, I mean, Midoriya by that name. Ochako's voice was firm, unwavering. Bakugo's scowl deepened, his anger only escalating. Why the hell would I do that? You call shit. You call a book a book. You call someone useless, worthless, a Deku. Ochako's glare hardened. He hates it when you call him that. What he likes doesn't fucking matter, Bakugo spat. He's a Deku, someone useless, someone who will never make it as a hero. Ochako's hands balled into fists, her frustration finally breaking through. Won't make it as a hero? He's beaten you twice already, what's your problem? Her voice rose, filled with anger. You keep screaming that he's useless and worthless, but can't you, I don't know, just mind your own business for once? Bakugo's expression twisted in rage, but Ochako wasn't done. What is it with you? You're always tearing him down, even when he's proven himself again and again. How can you not see it? Her voice cracked with frustration. You treat him like dirt, and for what? Just because you can't handle the fact that maybe, just maybe, he's better than you think? For a moment, it seemed like Ochako's words hung in the air. Bakugo's fists clenched tighter, his whole body shaking with fury. Don't fucking tell me what to do, you round-faced bitch, Bakugo roared, his voice filled with pure rage before he stormed off, leaving Ochako standing there, her chest heaving with pent-up frustration. Flashback over. And that's pretty much what happened. Ochako slumped, looking a bit defeated. Sorry, Dekiru, I couldn't convince him to stop calling you Deku. Ochako apologized, her voice tinged with guilt. As she spoke, Juru and Iida approached from the classroom. Izuku blushed, scratching his head awkwardly. And no problem. Plus, it's not like you would have convinced him anyway. Juru raised an eyebrow, crossing her arms as she quipped, whoa, who pissed in explosive asshole cereal today? Ochako looked down, clearly still feeling guilty. That was me. I asked him to stop calling Dekiru by that nickname. And let me guess, he told you to shove it? Juru asked with a smirk. Yeah, Ochako sighed dejectedly, slumping her shoulders even more. Momo sighed in disapproval, shaking her head. Does he have to use such vulgar language? Honestly. Her brow furrowed as she crossed her arms. Ochako, still looking frustrated, turned to Izuku. What's his problem with you anyway? I'm honestly curious too, Juru chimed in, raising an eyebrow. When you first told us about him, I didn't think he was that bad, but after yesterday, yeesh. A nope on wheels. Izuku shifted nervously, a small smile tugging at his lips. And not sure. He's always seemed to hate my guts. But in a way, I respect him. Momo blinked, her eyebrows drawing together in confusion. Juru shot him a skeptical look, waiting for an explanation but not interrupting. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck. I mean, his ambitions, his strength, even his quirk. They're awesome. I honestly think he's going to be an amazing hero. But even though he calls me Deku, I still want to beat him. Ochako furrowed her brow, clearly confused by his reasoning. So then, this must be one of those fated rivals or something, she said, almost unsure. Momo and Juru exchanged glances, both of them clearly thinking that was far from the case. So you think he's going to be an amazing hero because of his quirk and ambitions? Juru asked, her tone flat, eyes narrowing. Why yeah, kind of. Izuku responded, unsure of where this was going. No, Juru shook her head firmly, making Izuku blink in confusion. Just no. Juru sighed heavily, placing her hands on her hips. No offense, Green, but I don't care if he's as powerful as All Might or as ambitious as the first guys to land on the moon. Anyone, and I mean anyone, who screams at everyone like they're extras, calls someone worthless, and attacks people without provocation just to soothe his ego, in my eyes, isn't a hero. Iida nodded solemnly in agreement, his arms crossed as he watched Juru continue with a serious expression. Izuku looked at her, stunned, while Momo and Ochako silently nodded in agreement. Juru's words hit harder than he expected. Let alone someone who deserves any kind of respect, especially from you, Juru continued, her tone sharp. In my opinion, It doesn't matter how strong someone is or how powerful their quirk is. A true hero stands up for what's right. Iida adjusted his glasses, nodding once more. Indeed. A true hero should inspire hope and unity, not division and fear. She stared directly at Izuku, her gaze unwavering. A hero doesn't put down others or call them worthless. Because if you see someone as worthless, does that mean their life isn't worth saving? Everyone went silent. Momo's eyes widened in realization, while Ochako's expression softened as she processed Jiru's words. Izuku swallowed hard, feeling the weight of her statement. Jiru sighed, breaking the silence. And that's why I think you and All Might are so amazing. Her voice softened slightly, sending a shiver down Izuku's spine as his face turned bright red. You both have incredible power, yet you don't flaunt it like you're trying to show off your... Well, you know, she blushed slightly, recalling how Izuku had once complimented her quirk. You always see the best in people. You're always telling us how amazing our quirks are, even when they're not as flashy as others. Izuku blinked in surprise, his heart racing as he saw the sincerity in her eyes. Jiru's ears turned red as she looked away, her usual cool demeanor cracking just a bit. And you've helped people, even without a license, she added. You and All might have used your power to help others, not to boost your own ego. The group fell quiet, each of them thinking back to all the times they'd seen Izuku go out of his way to help others. Momo and Ochako exchanged glances, both of them nodding in silent agreement with Jiru. But Bakugo? Jiru shook her head. All he does is use his quirk to threaten people, to show he's better than everyone else. I have no idea how you can respect someone like that. Izuku opened his mouth to respond, but the words caught in his throat. Jiru crossed her arms again, finishing her thought. Power and ambition don't make a great hero. It's how you use those abilities that shows what kind of hero you really are. Everyone stared at her in awe. Iida, visibly moved, suddenly started clapping, his eyes glistening with emotion. Bravo, 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 Iida cried, wiping a tear from the corner of his eye. Momo beamed, giving Jiru an approving smile. That was splendid. Jiru's face turned bright red, and she quickly covered her ears in embarrassment. Stop looking at me like that, you dorks. Momo giggled softly. That was truly a beautiful speech. Jiru grumbled, clearly uncomfortable with all the attention. I swear, my friends are all nerds. I'm gonna find new friends. You don't have to be embarrassed, Momo said with a warm smile. That was truly inspiring. Jiru said with a small smile and blush creeping onto her face. Izuku looked down. He couldn't find the words to defend Bakugo as his mind drifted to Kevin. That's what he used to tell me. Homeroom, make sure to take your academic classes seriously. UA will not tolerate anyone slacking off, Aizawa warned his Class 1A students, his tone flat and uncompromising. Also, he glanced pointedly at Bakugo. Be sure to behave yourselves in all of your classes, including your hero lesson today. Bakugo, sporting his signature scowl, felt a familiar tension rise. Cross veins appeared on his forehead, and the room braced for whatever he might say next. English. Everyone sat in bored silence as Present Mike, the English teacher who had also overseen their practical exam, wrote 4 sentences on the board. Now, which one of these sentences is incorrect? He asked, his tone a mix of excitement and disinterest. So boring, was the collective thought running through the class. Mathematics. And that is how you solve for x, Momo Yaoyorozu explained, having used nearly the entire board to work through a complicated math problem. That is correct. Good job, praised Ectoplasm, the math teacher, his clones diligently taking notes alongside him. Izuku Midoriya stared at the board, his eyes wide with admiration. She's amazing, he thought, feeling a hint of envy. Too bad I can't use Brainstorm to tackle my schoolwork. Though, honestly, I doubt it would be a challenge if I could. A heavy panting broke his concentration, and he turned slightly to see the short, purple-haired boy behind him, drooling and staring at Momo with wide eyes. She's amazing, he echoed, clearly captivated for different reasons. Izuku shivered in disgust, his imagination running wild with what the boy might be thinking. Modern literature. You'll need this book for our first few assignments, announced Cementos, the cement hero, holding up a hefty time expected for the class. Reading. Both the pink-skinned girl and the invisible girl exclaimed in dismay, hands clutching their heads as if the very thought of reading was torturous. Meanwhile, Yayorozu and Iida had already begun poring over their copies of the book. How did she get it already? Izuku wondered in confusion, glancing at their eager expressions. One should always be prepared to dedicate themselves to studying, Yayorozu said, her voice calm and focused as she flipped through the pages. I hope the book is cheap. Ochako muttered under her breath, peeking into her wallet with a worried frown. Modern hero art history, and that is a brief introduction to the regulations for exposed skin in costumes bill, Midnight said with a smile, her whip gesturing animatedly to the information she had written on the board. This bill restricted the styles that female heroes could adopt for their costumes. As she spoke, a few boys in the class blushed, clearly distracted by Midnight's provocative outfit. Some of you, boys or girls, may be affected by these regulations. Clothing can be quite restrictive for those of us who need to expose skin, she continued, her tone both playful and serious. If you ask me, they should have let youth shine in the way they wanted. You gotta express yourself in any way you can. Show the world the power of your youth, Midnight exclaimed, breathing heavily as she flashed a bright smile. Stupid regulations. We want more skin, not less, Mineta shouted, disappointment evident in his voice. Now, certain people just can't handle the blooming that we youthful folks possess. Don't you agree? Midnight winked at the class, her enthusiasm infectious. Yes. Several boys shouted in unison, their excitement palpable. Are you implying that you're still in your youthful phase? Bakugo interjected, clicking his pen with a challenging glare. The classroom fell silent, and Midnight's demeanor shifted, the grip on her whip tightening as a menacing purple aura began to swirl around her. What do you mean by that? She asked, her voice laced with an ominous tone. The class shivered, the tension in the air thick enough to cut with a knife. Nothing. Bakugo replied, his voice low, a hint of fear creeping in. His past experiences with his mother had taught him that this situation could only end badly. Midnight's smile returned, though it was edged with danger. Good, moving on. Lunch. The lunch arrived, bringing with it students from various departments, general education, business, and hero courses. Midoriya sat with Uraraka, Jiru, Iida, and Yayorozu when he suddenly felt a flick to his forehead. Kendo, he exclaimed, looking up to see Itsuka Kendo standing above him. The girl shook her head with a small smile. No, I'm not mad anymore. It's fine. Uraraka chuckled, I'm surprised you didn't flip him to the floor, Kendo. Oh, I plan to, she replied playfully, a mischievous glint in her eye. Midoriya flinched in mock terror, which earned a laugh from the group. Kendo straightened her posture and addressed everyone. I'm Itsuka Kendo, by the way. Kyoka Jiru said. Momo Yayorozu, Momo introduced herself warmly, giving the girl with green hair a friendly wave. The green-haired girl returned the gesture with a bright grin. Tenya Iida, he added, adjusting his glasses earnestly. As the group settled in, 3 other girls approached their table. Midoriya's gaze landed on one of them. Oh, hey, Kodai. Kodai offered a small nod, her expression neutral but friendly. Kendo's brow furrowed slightly, concern creeping into her voice. Wait, you know her? Yeah, we met yesterday. Well, formally met, anyway. We exchanged numbers and have been texting. She's surprisingly a good conversationalist, Midoriya explained, his cheeks tinged with pink. Kendo's grip on her lunch tightened as she processed this. Oh. You already exchanged numbers, she said, her tone revealing a hint of jealousy before she quickly composed herself. The other 2 girls stepped forward. Setsuna Tokage, said the girl with a toothy grin, extending her hand toward Izuku. He blushed, startled by her enthusiasm. Aizuku Midoriya, he stammered, reaching out. As soon as he said his name, Setsuna's grip tightened, and her eyes widened. Midoriya. The top scorer in the entrance exam? Setsuna leaned in closer, excitement evident in her voice. The girls at the table shifted, some narrowing their eyes in annoyance. You really showed everyone who took the entrance exam, managing to beat a score that hasn't even been touched in nearly 40 years, she continued, causing Izuku to force a smile, flattered but feeling a bit overwhelmed. Why yup. That's me. See, can you please let go? He asked, trying not to squirm under her grip. Oh, right. Sorry. Tokage quickly loosened her grip, bringing her hand behind her head and laughing awkwardly. Guess I kinda got awestruck, you know. Didn't expect the guy that Kendo's been gushing over to be the Izuku Midoriya. And no. The realization hit the table like a thunderclap. Izuku's face turned beet red, and Kendo's cheeks matched the color of his hair. Huh? They both exclaimed, eyes wide with disbelief. It's not like that, Kendo protested, her face flaming as the girl with green hair laughed, clearly enjoying the moment. Itsuka seemed ready to knock Setsuna out, her embarrassment barely contained, while Izuku struggled to meet her gaze. Reiko Yanagi. Pleasure, the third girl said, attempting to diffuse the tension. The rest of the group introduced themselves, and the conversation soon shifted to their first day experiences. So, I heard you guys had a pretty stressful first day? Setsuna said, her expression playful. Unlike us, our day was pretty much a snooze fest. Everyone shivered at the memory. Yes, I didn't think our teacher was serious about expelling us, but when I learned he expelled his entire class, I was more than surprised, Momo said, her tone a mix of disbelief and fear. It was absolutely terrifying, Juru added, shivering again at the thought. Yes, knowing he has the power to expel any of us at will does give me quite the anxiety, Iida remarked, his brow furrowed seriously. Wow, your teacher sounds scary, Yanagi said, her eyes wide. So, who got the boot? Setsuna asked, her curiosity piqued. Oh, no one. Our teacher said he saw great potential in all of us, and that's why none of us got expelled, luckily, Momo replied. Though I really hoped Mineta would get booted, Juru said, her tone devoid of empathy. Juru, Iida exclaimed, his voice incredulous, he's our classmate. He's a pervert who openly and shamelessly looks at the girls in his class, and the things he said under his breath. Juru shivered, recalling some of the crass remarks she'd overheard. The girls from Class B looked terrified. Kinda makes me glad we don't have any perverts in our class, Setsuna said with a sigh of relief. Wait, you guys don't have any pervs? Damn it, how the hell did we get stuck with the only pervert? Juru said in frustration, throwing her hands up in exasperation. No. Every guy in our class seems to be normal, Yanagi said, shrugging, except Monoma. Monoma? Izuku inquired, her brow furrowing. Yeah, I almost forgot to tell you. Monoma really seems to have it out for your class, Kendo explained, her expression a mix of confusion and concern. Really? Why? Iida asked, leaning forward, genuinely interested. Well, he thinks we need to prove that we're the superior class. With your class having the top 2 spots in the entrance exam, he wants to prove himself, Setsuna explained, taking a bite of her sandwich. Especially you, Midoriya. He really wants a piece of you, Kendo added, her eyes narrowing playfully. Midoriya slumped in his seat, a look of defeat washing over his face. Great, another blonde guy wants to pick a fight with me. You seem to have a really bad track record with blondes. First Bakugo, and now Monoma, Yaoyorozu said, patting him comfortingly on the back. By the way, I'm not sure if it's only for Class B, but for Hero Basic Training. Why is it the only class where we don't know our teacher's name? Kendo asked, annoyance creeping into her tone as she fiddled with her sandwich. Everyone exchanged looks before nodding in agreement. Same for us. They seem to be pretty hush-hush about the situation, Iida replied. I asked Mr. Aizawa, and he just told me we'd find out in Hero Basic Training. Don't worry about it, Yaoyorozu said, her tone reassuring. Maybe there's a typo in the syllabus? Setsuna suggested, shrugging casually. Iida suddenly shot up from his seat, eyes wide with indignation as he began chopping the air with his hands. If that's the case, then it's unacceptable for a top hero school to allow such mistakes in the great halls we walk. Midoriya took another bite of his lunch, trying to stifle a laugh at Iida's over-the-top response. Maybe they wanted to surprise you, like in the entrance exam with the 0-pointers. Remember? Everyone shivered again at the thought of the giant robots. I suppose so, but if that's the case, try not to put yourself in more danger, Iida said, still fuming. Oh, and after learning what your quirk does, I was curious about something. Oh, what's up? Midoriya asked, intrigued. You can turn into multiple forms, each with their own powers and abilities, Iida noted, his tone serious. Wait, hold up. That's your quirk? Setsuna exclaimed, disbelief written all over her face. Yup. He's got 19 aliens with multiple quirks, Ochako chimed in, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Whoa, you really hit the genetic jackpot, Setsuna said, her tone impressed. Never seen a quirk like that, but from the rumors about you, it kinda begins to make a little more sense. Midoriya chuckled nervously, thinking, you have no idea how wrong that statement is. Yeah. I guess. Kinda thought he was quirkless with him wearing the quirkless reds, Setsuna mused before shrugging. Must be a similar pair. Yes, out of your forms, how come you didn't use fast track and get everyone out? You would have gotten your rescue points without engaging the zero-pointer, Iida asked, genuinely curious. Midoriya froze mid-bite, a moment of realization dawning on the group. Why didn't I think of that? He shot up from his seat, grabbing his head in frustration as laughter erupted from the group. Kendo patted him on the back, trying to stifle her own giggles. Don't worry, we all make mistakes, she said, her tone comforting as she hid her laughter behind a smile. Ah, man, he mumbled, blushing in embarrassment. Hero basic training. Class 1A buzzed with chatter as the students waited in anticipation for their teacher. Izuku sat quietly, fiddling with the Omnitrix while making notes in his notebook, titled Alien Heroes No. 1. Ever since I figured out how to use full cowl with my aliens, I haven't had much time to test how it'll affect them, he thought, scribbling theories. Heat blast's flames might burn hotter and brighter, 4 arms could get a boost in strength and speed. Maybe around 20%, turning him into a pseudo -100%. Not sure about Goop or Diamond Head though, I'm curious to see the effects. Across the room, Hagakure Toru animatedly chatted with her classmates, while Momo and Jiro engaged in their own conversation. Momo made an attempt to talk to Todoroki, but to her disappointment, he brushed her off politely. On the opposite side of the classroom, Ashido Mina and Kirishima Eiichiro kept the energy high with their lively discussion, occasionally joined by the eccentric Aoyama Yuga, who threw in a few flamboyant remarks. Suddenly, Kyoka's sensitive hearing picked up something unusual. She paused mid-conversation, her head tilting slightly. Wait, that laugh. It can't be. She trailed off, her attention fully focused on the door. The class fell into a hush as they too began to hear the unmistakable sound of heavy footsteps approaching. The door burst open with a loud thud. I am here, All Might's booming voice echoed as he made a grand entrance, posing dramatically. And I'm coming through the door like a normal person. Excitement rippled through the room. Even though Izuku saw All Might often, it still felt surreal every time the number 1 hero stood before him. I can't believe it's All Might, Kaminari exclaimed, eyes wide with excitement. So he really is a teacher here. Man, this year's gonna be awesome, Kirishima added, punching the air enthusiastically. Hey, isn't that his Silver Age costume? Tsuyu observed, tilting her head as All Might made his way to the podium with his usual larger-than-life energy. Wow, that's so retro, Ojiro, the boy with the long tail, commented, clearly impressed. All Might struck a new pose at the front of the room. Welcome to the most important class at UA High. Hero 101, he announced. Here, you'll learn the fundamentals of being a pro hero and fighting in the name of good. Let's get into it. The class leaned forward, fully invested. Today's lesson is combat training, All Might shouted, dramatically pulling out a card with the word battle written on it in bold letters. Finally, the real stuff, Bakugo growled, eyes gleaming with excitement. Real combat? Izuku muttered, feeling his nerves kick in. He gulped. I've been in real combat before, but I'm still nervous. At least this time, my life won't be in mortal danger. He cast a glance at Bakugo, remembering their history. Probably. All Might's voice snapped him back to attention. And to go with that, are these, he said, pressing a button on a small remote. From the walls, large drawers slid out, revealing rows of numbered cases. These are the costumes you designed based on your quirks, which you requested before school started. Get suited up and meet me at Ground Beta. All Might struck yet another heroic pose. Yes, sir. The class responded in unison, their excitement palpable. As the students filed out, Izuku lingered at the back, his eyes catching something on the floor near All Might's desk. Bending down, he picked up a book that had fallen and widened his eyes in disbelief. Teaching for dummies? He thought, unable to hide his shock. Midoriya, you don't want to be late, Momo called from the doorway. Izuku quickly shoved the book back into the desk and gave her a nod. Coming, he replied, rushing after the others. Izuku stood in the boys' locker room as the rest of the class changed into their hero costumes. He opened his suitcase and smiled as he pulled out a familiar green hoodie. The hoodie was the same shade of green as his hair and eyes, with a hood that featured bunny-like ears, reminiscent of All Might's hairstyle. 2 white stripes ran down the arms, and the number 10 was boldly printed on the chest. Flashback. 3 weeks ago, I need to go to City Hall to update my quirk registration for the clothing allowance, Izuku muttered, sitting on the couch, papers scattered across the table. Between his training with All Might and schoolwork, he'd forgotten to submit his costume request in time, leaving it until the last minute. Oh wait, but I'm already registered as quirkless. Oh crap, what do I do? Panic crept into his voice as he realized the potential complication. He quickly decided to call All Might for advice. Quirk registration? Oh yeah, you can update that, All Might said casually from the teacher's lounge, his tone nonchalant. Wait, really? Just like that? Izuku asked, surprised. All Might chuckled. Yep. When you enter elementary or junior high, everyone gets examined and registered, right? But sometimes people find out later that their quirk isn't quite what they thought it was. You're allowed to update it once or twice. As long as it's not an outrageous change, you'll be fine. Especially since you were registered as quirkless before. Suddenly, Izuku heard the front door open. I'm home, Inko called out. Panicking at the thought of his mom overhearing the conversation, Izuku accidentally hung up the phone in a hurry. Damn it, I hung up by mistake. I'll apologize to All Might later. Welcome back, Izuku greeted, walking over to see her. Hey, Izuku. Inko smiled as she pulled something out of her bag. Congrats on getting into UA. She placed an old, dusty box on the table. Your father made this before he passed. He said, when Izuku gets into UA, give this to him. Izuku looked puzzled as he opened the box, revealing a green hoodie inside. A hoodie? Izuku repeated, inspecting it closely. It's not much, but your father worked hard to make it, Inko explained. It still has his scent. Dad made this? Izuku murmured, holding the hoodie. To him, it seemed like an ordinary piece of clothing, but the sentiment behind it made it special. Suddenly, Inko's expression shifted. She looked sad, her voice dropping as she spoke. I've been thinking about something for a while now. The terrible thing I said when you were younger. When I told you that you couldn't be a hero. I gave up back then, but you didn't. You kept chasing your dream, even after your father passed. And I just let go of mine. Tears welled up in her eyes. But now look at you. You're at the top of your class, pushing forward like a real champ. Her smile returned, though her eyes remained teary. Mom. Izuku smiled softly. I'll make this my hero costume. I'll carry Dad and you with me, wherever I go. Inko broke down in tears, rushing to hug her son. Oh, my baby. Mom. Izuku protested as she squeezed him tightly. The neighbors will complain again, and I don't want to get the new hoodie wet. If you start crying, I'm gonna start crying too. The two stood in the embrace for a moment longer, both crying and laughing. Flashback over Izuku jogged through the tunnel leading to ground beta, a little behind the others. It had taken him longer to get ready, having been caught up in his memories of the hoodie. He finally emerged at ground beta, looking around at the training site. His costume consisted of fingerless gloves, the green hoodie with bunny-like ears, knee and elbow pads, and his signature red shoes. This is it. My hero costume, Izuku thought, a surge of pride swelling in his chest as he prepared for his first official combat training. Uraraka, Ashido, Jiru, and a few others turned as they noticed Izuku approaching. Hey, Dekiru, Ochako greeted with a bright smile, walking up to him. Cool costume. Makes sense your clothes disappear when you transform. You Uraraka. Izuku stammered, his face heating up at the sight of her hero outfit. Her skin-tight costume hugged her body, accentuating her figure in a way that made his heart race. Her helmet sat perched on her head, completing the look. Is that your costume? He asked, nervously glancing away. Yeah, Ochako replied with a shy smile, her cheeks reddening slightly. I guess I should have been more specific about what I wanted when I filled out the form. Izuku's face went even redder as he tried to stay composed. Yeah, it looks great, he said, his voice cracking a little. Thanks, Dekiru, she replied, her pink blush deepening. Before Izuku could fully recover, Mina appeared in her hero costume. Her pink skin stood out in the camo-patterned bodysuit that clung tightly to her, the confidence in her stride only enhancing her curves. With a playful, Cheshire grin, Mina caught him staring and quickly closed the distance between them. Izuku's breath hitched as she stood in front of him. Like what you see? She teased, her eyes twinkling mischievously. So, what do you think of my costume? She asked, batting her eyelashes. Izuku's face turned beet red. Mina giggled at his flustered response. Tee, I love teasing you, Midori, she said with a grin, though her tone softened as she added, but you look really nice too. I like your bunny ears. Izuku blinked, trying to regain his composure. Why yours is? Loud, he managed to say, causing Mina to raise an eyebrow. He quickly followed up, but it suits you, I like it. Mina's face turned a light shade of lilac as she struggled not to get flustered. Smirking, she leaned closer. Wow, Midori, you're a bit of a flirt, huh? Izuku's blush intensified, and he waved his arms defensively. I wasn't trying to flirt. I just think your costume looks really good. It suits you. His stammered defense only made Mina giggle more. Realizing she was teasing him, Izuku's blush slowly faded, but then something hit him. Wait. And Midori? He asked, confused. Oh, well, since Jiru and Uraraka call you by a nickname, I thought it'd be cool if I gave you one too, Mina explained, her teasing grin faltering slightly. You don't like it? Internally, Mina began to worry. Oh no, was I being too forward? Does he think I'm creepy? Izuku quickly shook his head. And no, I'm just not used to getting nicknames. He paused before adding quietly, well, nicknames that aren't degrading. Before Mina could respond, they both heard the voice of Momo approaching. Hello, Midoriya, Momo greeted, her voice calm and polite. Izuku turned around, but the moment his eyes landed on her, his breath caught in his throat. His mind went completely blank as his gaze fell on Momo in her hero costume. She wore a tight red leotard that clung to her curves in all the right places, accentuating her figure. But what really caught his attention was the vertical split in the front, revealing a generous amount of skin, all the way down to her navel. His eyes lingered on the exposed area a little longer than he intended, and Momo, noticing his stare, felt a strange flutter in her chest as a blush crept onto her face. Izuku quickly looked away, his cheeks burning with embarrassment. Hey, why Yayorozu? Why you look great in your costume? He stuttered, trying to push the image of her revealing outfit out of his mind. He was grateful for the gloves on his hands. He was sure his palms were sweaty. She did mention needing exposed skin for her quirk, Izuku thought, trying to rationalize his reaction. But the sight of her kept replaying in his head. Momo, meanwhile, glanced at him thoughtfully. His costume is pretty simplistic. But he probably doesn't need much protection with those transformations. From what I saw yesterday, his clothes don't seem to stay on during the shift anyway. Her eyes drifted to his shoes, and she blinked in surprise. Wait, are those quirkless reds? But why would he have those? He's clearly not quirkless. Maybe I'm mistaken. She frowned slightly, recalling how she'd misjudged their teacher earlier. Perhaps I've misunderstood him as well. As Izuku noticed Momo staring at him, his blush deepened, his awkwardness evident. Her intense gaze hadn't gone unnoticed by some of the others either. Kaminari and Mineta, standing nearby, exchanged furious looks, clearly jealous. Before the tension could build further, Jiru stepped into his line of sight. Her costume featured a sleek black leather jacket, a ripped salmon-colored shirt, and boots with built-in stereo speakers. Izuku's eyes lit up at the sight of her practical yet stylish hero costume. Cool. He muttered under his breath, though Jiru, with her enhanced hearing, picked up on it and immediately blushed. She hadn't expected him to comment on her costume. It was pretty plain compared to the more form-fitting ones the other girls wore, which highlighted their figures. Thanks, Jiru replied, fidgeting slightly. Yours is pretty cool too, though. That 10 on your suit's a bit misleading, though. You've got more than 10 forms now, right? Izuku scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Yeah, I guess it is a bit outdated, he admitted, feeling a bit embarrassed by the oversight. Meanwhile, Mineta, who had been ogling the girls' outfits the entire time, grinned and gave a thumbs up. I love this school. Here's a revised version with a bit more depth and detail to emphasize the challenges and add some character interactions. Hagakure walked up to Ishido, catching Midoriya's attention. His face flushed as he noticed her costume consisted solely of a pair of gloves and boots, the rest of her body completely invisible. The boys nearby were equally flustered, trying not to stare. Hagakure, your costume is... Kaminari trailed off, clearly unsure how to phrase his thoughts without sounding rude. The invisible girl scratched behind her head, a faint blush on her cheeks. Yeah, it's super embarrassing, but I can't really wear much else. My quirk doesn't turn off, so regular clothes wouldn't make any sense. Midoriya, still processing the situation, chimed in. But what about DNA-coded costumes? You know, the ones made with your hair, so they work with your quirk? Hagakure sighed and shook her head, the sound of her exasperation palpable. Those only work for people whose quirks can turn off or change. My quirk's always on, so the fabric wouldn't sync up right. Yaoyorozu nodded in agreement, stepping in to clarify. That's right. I looked into it too. DNA-coded costumes work for some emitter-type quirks or those that can be deactivated, but in Hagakure's case, it wouldn't make a difference. Even if we could make the fabric invisible, there's no technology to make it work properly. Midoriya's eyes widened in realization. Oh, so it's not just about the quirk. The technology doesn't even exist yet. Exactly, Yaoyorozu confirmed, her voice steady and informative. It's not merely a matter of making the clothes invisible. That kind of tech doesn't exist for clothing, and even if it did, it would raise bigger concerns. If you could create invisible clothing, what's next? Invisible armor? Weapons? Machinery? It's a complex issue that we aren't ready to tackle? Midoriya nodded thoughtfully, his mind racing with possibilities. That makes sense. Even with Midnight, she still needs specific materials because her costume has to allow her quirk to function. Right, Yaoyorozu added, her gaze shifting to Hagakure. Even DNA-coded costumes have their limits. For some quirks, like Hagakure's or Midnight's, the fabric has to adhere to certain rules. We can't just create fully invisible, indestructible clothes on demand. Yeah, Hagakure interjected, her voice filled with determination. Until the tech exists to make something better, I'll just stick with what I have. I might not have the best protection, but I'm still going to be a hero. She straightened her back, exuding confidence. The group smiled at her unwavering spirit, Kirishima in particular tearing up. So manly, he shouted, clearly moved by her resolve. Yeah, it's impressive, Ojiro added, nodding appreciatively. I knew a guy with indestructible skin. No matter what materials they used, his clothes would still tear in battle. Sometimes, the tech just isn't there yet. All Might, noticing the costume of his protege, felt a twinge of nervousness. Hisashi, please tell me you didn't make that hoodie out of alien technology. For the love of all that's good, right? Yeah, it's probably fine. Yep. Totally a-okay, but I know Hisashi put a lot of effort into making that for you. As he looked around and noticed everyone was present, he shifted his focus to the group. Now, it's time for combat training. Sir, this is the battle center from the entrance exam, so will we be conducting urban battles again? Tenya asked, his voice and animated hand movements immediately recognizable to Izuku. Tenya looked impressive in his knight-like hero costume, and Izuku had to admit it suited his personality perfectly. No, we're moving ahead 2 steps. Most of the time, fighting villains takes place outside, but if you look at the total numbers, heinous villains tend to appear indoors more frequently. Imprisonment, house arrest, backroom deals. This society filled with heroes also has truly cunning villains lurking in the shadows. For this class, you'll be split into teams of heroes and villains to fight 2-on-2 indoor battles. Without basic training? Suyu asked, her tone skeptical as she assessed their readiness for such a challenge. This is a real battle to help you grasp those basics, however, this time, there won't be any robots to beat up. How will wins and losses be determined? Momo inquired, her brow furrowing in thought. Can we beat them up anyway? Bakugo chimed in, clearly hoping to take down whoever his opponent was, preferably Izuku. Will the punishment be expulsion like with Mr. Aizawa? Ochako asked, recalling the pressure of their last experience. How shall we be split up? Tenya pressed, his organizational mindset kicking in. Isn't this Cape crazy? Aoyama said randomly, drawing puzzled glances from his classmates. All Might felt overwhelmed, not used to handling so many questions at once. Teaching was still a new experience for him. I'll answer all of your questions. Now, listen up. He pulled out his teaching notes. A script? Izuku thought, suppressing a sweat drop as he found amusement in his mentor's antics. The situation is as follows. The villains have hidden a nuclear weapon in their hideout. The heroes are tasked with disposing of it. The heroes need to either catch the villains or retrieve the nuclear weapon within the allotted time. The villains, on the other hand, must protect the weapon or capture the heroes, All Might explained. This situation feels very American, Izuku commented, his analytical mind already assessing the scenario. All Might then produced a yellow box. Teams and opponents will be determined by drawing lots. They're being decided so haphazardly? Tenya questioned, surprised by the lack of organization. Pros often have to create makeshift teams with heroes from other agencies, so this is part of the learning experience. We always need to be prepared to team up with another hero if the situation calls for it. Izuku pointed out, and All Might smiled at his successor's keen insights. Tenya nodded, understanding Izuku's reasoning. I see. The discernment to look ahead. Please excuse my rudeness, he said, bowing respectfully. It's fine. Let's hurry up and get this done. All Might bellowed as the students moved forward to draw their lots and discover their partners. Team A Izuku Midoriya and Minoru Mineta. Team B Tenya Iida and Ochako Uraraka. Team C Momo Yaoyorozu and Mezzo Shoji. Team D Katsuki Bakugo and Shoto Todoroki. Team E Mina Ishido and Yuga Aoyama. Team F Rikido Sato and Koji Koda. Team G Denki Kaminari and Kyoka Jiro. Team H Fumikage Tokiyami and Tsuyu Asui. Team I Honda Siro and Toru Hagakuri. Team J Eiichiro Kirishima and Mashirao Ojiro. Damn it, why didn't I get any girls? Screamed the perverted midget, causing Midoriya to sweat drop, his face turning a shade of crimson. Kaminari, grinning like he'd just won the lottery, sauntered over to Jiro. Hey, Jiro, guess we're teammates, he said, his enthusiasm palpable. Jiro raised an eyebrow, her unimpressed expression making it clear she wasn't impressed. Maybe after class, if you're not busy, we could grab some lunch? Kaminari asked, but Jiro's deadpan response cut him off. Didn't this guy ask out Ishido and Toru yesterday? Jiro thought, barely hiding her disdain. Yeah, no thanks, she replied flatly, watching Kaminari's expression fall as if he'd just taken a direct hit. She turned to Midoriya. Sorry, you got stuck with the perv, Green. We would have made an awesome team. Uraraka, I hope we'll work efficiently and effectively, Tenya declared, adjusting his glasses with determination gleaming in his eyes. Uraraka nodded rapidly, her energy contagious. I was hoping to be with Dekiru, but Iida is just as good, with your speed, I know we'll crush it. Bakugo, Todoroki stated in his usual monotone, his eyes glancing over to the blonde. Bakugo's surprise quickly morphed into a smug grin when he saw who his teammate was. Wait, the son of Endeavor and the second place are both on a team? Ishido exclaimed, her voice laced with awe and a hint of fear. The most capable boy in class, Momo remarked, her gaze lingering on Todoroki with a mix of admiration and concern. The most handsome boy in class, Toru chimed in, a light blush spreading across her cheeks as she gazed at him dreamily. With the most violent person in class, Sato added, glancing nervously at Bakugo, who was cracking his knuckles in anticipation. And you saw him yesterday. That guy has a garbage personality, but his quirk is powerful as heck, Kaminari commented, crossing his arms with a cocky smile. Feel bad for whoever's going against them, Mineta said. Yaoyorozu looked at the assembled teams, a worried frown crossing her face. I hope Midoriya doesn't go against them. Bakugo seems to have a serious grudge, and Todoroki is a prodigy. I couldn't take them on myself. Her eyes flicked to the dual-haired boy. He's far more powerful and capable than people realize. Trained by the number 2 hero, Going up against him will likely lead to failure for most of the class. All Might, standing between two boxes, one white labeled, Hero, and one black labeled, Villain, prepared to announce the matchups with theatrical flair. The first teams to fight will be. He dramatically pulled out two balls, one black labeled, D, and the other white labeled, A. These guys, Team A will be the heroes, and Team D will be the. He paused, realizing who the teams are. Villains. Midoriya and Mineta's eyes widened in horror, their bodies tensing up like a coiled spring. Mineta began to tremble like a leaf caught in a storm, while Izuku's heart raced as he processed the names. All Might quickly noticed their distress. I'm sorry, young Midoriya, but it seems that fate has other plans for you today, All Might thought, recalling how tumultuous the relationship between these two was. With Todoroki trained by his father, this would surely be a daunting challenge for Izuku. Both Izuku and Bakugo gasped in shock. They hadn't expected to be thrust into battle so soon. Slowly, Izuku turned to Bakugo, who wore a twisted grin that sent chills down his spine, explosions crackling in his palms. Perfect. I finally get to crush Deku with my own hands and show him he's just a pebble in my way, Bakugo thought, relishing the prospect of their impending showdown. Midoriya. Rumor has it he has flames with a heat similar to Endeavor's. Todoroki mused, stealing a glance at Izuku. Yesterday's test showcased his raw power. The wind pressure he generated was incredible, but he has no control. If his forms are as powerful as this, at best he'll take down the whole building. My victory is assured. I have power and was trained by that bastard. We're on different levels. He may have raw strength, but I have the training and control. The others exchanged pitying glances, concern evident as they regarded Midoriya and Mineta, with one trembling and the other clearly outmatched. Faith in the hero team was waning fast. Izuku summed up the entire situation in 2 words, his voice barely above a whisper. Ah, man. This is going to be a massacre, Kaminari said, wincing as he was jabbed in the side by Jiru's earjack. Hey, we're all thinking it, Kaminari retorted. Todoroki is the son of Endeavor, and the guy is no joke, he added, glancing at Todoroki, who seemed oblivious to the commotion around him. And Bakugo? I saw him during the entrance exam. He's a beast. No offense to Midoriya, but I don't think he'll win. These are 2 of the strongest students, Kaminari continued, earning sympathetic looks from their classmates. Everyone else, head toward the monitor room, All Might instructed. Yes, sir, the students responded, though concern hung heavy in the air. Neither Midoriya nor Mineta came off as warriors. If anything, Midoriya seemed gentle and averse to conflict, even with his powers. As they made their way through the hall, the boys headed toward the monitor room. Hopefully, All Might will stop the match before it gets out of hand, Yaoyorozu thought anxiously. You know, there's no shame in giving up, heroes, Kaminari said, trying to lighten the mood. Yeah, totally backing down from a fight won't make us think less of you, Ashido added, her worry palpable, especially considering how the two interacted. She didn't want her new friend to back down. Midoriya slumped, feeling the weight of expectations. Even though he had demonstrated his abilities, people already believed Todoroki would come out on top. Dekiru, Ochako called out, breaking his thoughts. Huh? Kick their butts, she said with a wide smile and a thumbs up. Why, you actually think I can win this? Izuku asked, surprise etched on his face. That's why I call you Dekiru, because you can do it, Ochako beamed at him, her encouragement flooding him with warmth. Izuku looked at her, determination igniting within him. He cracked his knuckles, feeling a surge of confidence. Seeing this side of him made her heart race, her cheeks reddening. It is so hero time, Izuku declared, his spirit lifting. Ochako blushed before shaking it off, quickly running back to catch up with the rest of the girls. Momo turned to her, curiosity in her eyes. You seem confident Midoriya's going to succeed, she remarked. Ochako and Jiru exchanged smiles. I don't know. I've known for a while, and he always seems to surprise us. Ochako confessed, her voice soft but earnest. I know he can be scared and timid, and that doesn't exactly scream warrior, but from what I've seen, doubting him only ends up backfiring. Jiru chimed in, her smirk growing. You're all going to be eating your words pretty soon. Just don't get all mad at Greenie when he beats up Todoroki. Momo and Toru blushed heavily. It's not like that, Momo stammered, flustered. Juru rolled her eyes playfully. I know you two are crushing on him, but don't let that love-struck heart blind you. Greenie is going to win, she declared confidently, her voice unwavering. Ochako nodded, her expression brightening. Yeah, Dekiru can do anything when he puts his mind to it. He always manages to pull through. All Might leaned in close to Midoriya, his voice low and conspiratorial. Young Midoriya, remember when I said you have terrible luck? Yes, Izuku replied, a hint of dread creeping into his voice. I think my point has just been proven, All Might said, a teasing grin spreading across his face. Midoriya's sweat dropped, feeling a mix of anxiety and determination. Why yeah, but I'm not going to lose. All Might handed out communicators to the group and explained the prep phase before ushering them toward the building, leading the rest of the students to the observation room. Meanwhile, Bakugo leaned against a wall, his eyes slightly opening as he addressed Todoroki. Hey, do you think Deku actually has a quirk? Todoroki regarded him for a moment, his expression blank. I'm not going to answer such a stupid question, he replied in a monotone voice. But from what I overheard, you two have known each other for a while, Todoroki said in his usual monotone. But judging from your question, you don't even know his range of abilities. Bakugo gritted his teeth, fury boiling within him. Did he dare to trick me for so long? That damn nerd lied to me. He's just a damn pebble. He shouldn't be here. So, why is he here? He doesn't deserve it. Blood-red veins pulsed in his eyes as he clenched his fists. I'll show him. I'll show him not to make a fool out of me. Whatever that nerd's stupid, worthless powers are, I'll beat him regardless. You guard the bomb. No, Todoroki said flatly, turning away. What? Bakugo snapped, annoyance evident as he stepped closer to Todoroki, glaring fiercely. You stay back. You'll only be in my way, Todoroki replied, unfazed by Bakugo's anger. The nerd's mine. You stay here and guard the bomb, you icy nobody. Just because your dad is number 2 doesn't mean shit to me. You're nothing. Bakugo shot back, the tension in the room rising sharply. Their glares intensified, each boy refusing to back down. The mention of Todoroki's father struck a nerve, causing his anger to simmer just below the surface. As the prep phase came to a close, Todoroki shoved Bakugo aside before leaning against the bomb. Don't blame me for what happens next. I'm going to win this. TCH. Bakugo scoffed, turning away with a sinister grin creeping across his face. I'm gonna roast that little fuck today. Outside the building. Izuku stood outside the building, his body shaking with a mix of nerves and determination. Okay, Mineta, I think I have a plan. Mineta trembled beside him, fear evident in his voice. Why yeah, I'm not fighting those two, he shivered, eyes wide. I could feel the intensity, and Bakugo seems violent. And besides, I don't want to be humiliated in front of the girls getting destroyed. That would be so embarrassing. Midoriya's sweat dropped. You're not wrong about that. Kacchan can be really violent. Mineta nodded vigorously, anxiety spilling over. A hero should know when they can't win and make a tactical retreat. Let someone else handle it. Memories of the sludge villain flashed through Izuku's mind, recalling how he had hesitated and waited for someone with the right quirk to deal with the situation. He closed his eyes, releasing a heavy sigh. I'm not going to force you to come with me, he said, his voice steady, but if you're not going to help, then just stay out of the building. As he began dialing the Omnitrix, Mineta jolted in shock. Wait, you're actually going to fight those two by yourself? He exclaimed, disbelief written all over his face. We're heroes, Mineta. It's part of the job to face danger, Izuku replied, meeting his friend's wide-eyed stare. Huh? Izuku pressed on, determination rising within him. Someone once told me, it was a long time ago, that it's a hero's occupational hazard to run into danger. That's one of the qualities of being a hero. So, if you want to stay here, I'm not going to stop you. But I'm also not going to give up. His voice took on a firmer tone. And I'm not going to lose. He tightened his gloves, his eyes glowing with a toxic green light as his demeanor shifted. Standing tall, he clenched his fists, heart pounding in his chest. Izuku's gaze locked onto the building ahead, where his opponents awaited. "Kachan. I'll show you that I've surpassed you," he declared, lifting his arm with newfound resolve. Mineta looked on, curiosity piqued. With a sharp press of the button, the Omnitrix dial popped up, green light spilling forth as the aliens appeared before him in rapid succession. Izuku quickly spun the dial, his mind racing. "I'm fighting both Bakugo and Todoroki. So maybe I shouldn't take them on at once. How about Ghost Freak?" He hesitated, remembering the murderous urge that surfaced when Ghost Freak confronted Bakugo. Definitely not Ghost Freak, he thought, scrolling past the spectral alien and continuing his search. Finally, he landed on the form he needed. "Diamond Head," he said, a smirk breaking across his face. He slammed the Omnitrix down, the world around him bursting into a brilliant green flash. "I can't wait to see what Midoriya will turn into this time," Sato exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. "Do you think he'll bring out the guy who took down the zero-pointer? I really want to see how his flames compare to Endeavor's sun." "Oh, maybe it will be that small white alien from the exams?" Toru chimed in, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. "I hope he brings out something different, maybe a cute, small one. That would be nice," Ashido added, her enthusiasm infectious. Juru crossed her arms, her tone flat. "Weren't you guys just saying how screwed they were?" The group flinched at her words. "Why yeah, I mean, you can't help but wonder what he'll turn into," Ashido said, her confidence wavering. "Perhaps he will reveal something new. This is the perfect time to do so. His opponents won't know what to expect," Tokiyami said, rustling his limbs under his cloak while focusing on the screen. "Regardless of what Midoriya turns into, it seems he's going at this alone," Shoji observed. "Yes." Tenya nodded in agreement. "It appears Mineta isn't inclined to fight what he believes to be a losing battle. I can't blame the little guy. I wouldn't want to get spanked by Bakugo and Todoroki either," Kaminari added, chuckling nervously. Juru's eye twitched. "Shush. Instead of praising the wuss for being a coward, you should keep your mouth shut and talk your smack after it's over. Midoriya does have 4 arms, and I doubt Todoroki and Bakugo could take a punch from that red Hulk," Kirishima said with a grin, trying to stay optimistic. "True, but look at the building," Momo pointed out, her brow furrowed. 4 arms is a 12-foot giant with strength comparable to All Might. She paused, concern evident in her voice. "Unless Midoriya wants to bring the whole building down, 4 arms is a terrible option. The halls are too narrow, and he'd probably bring the foundation down every time he moved to attack." "This is going to be difficult, to say the least," Juru admitted to herself, watching as her friend scrolled through the Omnitrix. "Why don't you think he can win this?" Uraraka asked, a hint of determination in her tone. "Dekiru has the power. I'm sure he's got this." "Oh, no, I don't doubt that Midoriya could take them on," Juru replied, her expression serious. "The problem is, I've read what some of his forms can do. In terms of raw power, the green patch has this without breaking a sweat, but this is a building. He can't go all out without literally bringing the house down." "Maybe amphibian would work," Juru mused, considering the options. "Good point. The form heat blast could be quite damaging to the building," Iida added, recalling firsthand the destruction the flaming alien could cause. "What about fast track? He could get in pretty quickly and touch the bomb," Ojiro suggested. "Yes, but Todoroki is the main problem. He doesn't know Midoriya's range, and fast track could become a liability. Speedsters aren't always the best when fighting people with ice abilities," Tenya replied, his analytical mind at work. "Probably the best option is Diamond Head. According to Midoriya, he's basically indestructible, with skin harder than diamond," Juru added. "Plus, he can turn the battlefield to his advantage anytime. He could probably tank Bakugo's explosions, and Todoroki wouldn't be able to do anything against him." "Isn't that a bit of an exaggeration?" Yaoyorozu questioned, raising an eyebrow. Juru just shrugged, a confident smile on her face. Momo clutched her chest, a determined glint in her eyes. "Regardless, I have faith in Todoroki. I know he has a well-planned strategy to win this battle. Despite Midoriya's abilities, Todoroki has far more battle experience than any of us." Toru nodded in agreement. He was trained by Endeavor. All Might nodded solemnly, unable to deny that Endeavor was an excellent teacher from what he had seen of Todoroki. Everyone watched intently as Midoriya slammed down on the Omnitrix, the monitor engulfed in a brilliant green flash. Ditto. Izuku blinked as he swore he heard a chorus of high-pitched squeals echoing through the hall. He shook his head vigorously, glancing around in confusion. "Did you hear that?" he asked. Mineta, beside him, gave a nervous nod. "Why, yeah." In the monitor room, the girls were gathered, eyes glued to the screen, practically vibrating with excitement. Mina Ishido, Hagakure, and Uraraka were jumping up and down, squealing in delight. "That adorable fuzzball is going against those monsters? I want to keep him. He's so cute," Hagakure shouted, clapping her invisible hands. "That's adorable," Suyu added, pressing a finger thoughtfully to her chin, though a small smile played at her lips. "Back to the training exercise, Ditto." Ditto blinked, staring at his reflection in a nearby window. "I was aiming for Diamond Head." "What am I?" His expression shifted into a mischievous grin. "Okay, Ditto it is." He examined his alien form, compact yet flexible, his rubbery skin gleaming slightly under the fluorescent lights. "All right, first off, Ditto has some rubbery properties. With one for all, I should." He moved to the entrance of the building, getting down on one knee. Planting his fist against the ground, he inhaled deeply, letting out a slow, controlled breath. One for all, alien full cowling. Green electricity surged across his small, black and white frame, crackling with power. "As I suspected, I can use about 8% of one for all with Ditto. Some forms can handle more, but Recovery Girl and All Might told me not to push it too far. A few of my forms can't handle one for all at all. Like with Crash Hopper. I can only channel it through my legs, otherwise my limbs feel like they're going to explode." He stood up straight, inhaling once more. "All right. Let's see what Ditto and One for All combined can do." Without hesitation, he launched himself forward at high speed. He hit the side of the building with a loud smack, bouncing off it like a rubber ball before landing face first into the ground. "Ow!" Izuku groaned, rubbing his head as he staggered to his feet. Meanwhile, inside, Bakugo and Todoroki paused, alerted by the noise. Bakugo narrowed his eyes, his fists already crackling with tiny explosions. "That came from the entrance. I bet it's that damn nerd." Izuku, now Ditto, shook off the impact, assessing the cracked wall behind him. "Okay, so my body is pretty bouncy. I've got increased speed, strength, and durability in this form too." He nodded to himself before breaking into a grin. "All right, time to make a plan." Ditto paused for a moment, thinking. His grin grew wider. It's hero time. In a flash, he split into multiple clones, each one identical to the original. The sudden duplication caused a wave of excitement back in the monitor room, the girls practically squealing in unison. "All right, Dittos, let's get down to business," Izuku called out, his clones gathering around him. "Kachan's coming for us," one of the Ditto clones muttered, nervously scratching his head, "and judging by our history, he's probably looking to beat us into a bloody pulp." All the clones shivered at the thought, but they quickly clenched their fists in determination. "We all know the plan, right?" one Ditto said, standing tall like a commander rallying his troops. Another Ditto nodded. "We let him find one of us and keep him away from the bomb." "Lure him away and keep him busy," another echoed. "And the rest of us will find Todoroki and the bomb. Engage the enemy, take the bomb," a third one chimed in. A Ditto clone rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Yeah, but how will we let the others know we found Kachan? Unless..." They all collectively winced, as if sharing the same dreaded idea. "We'll figure that out later." One Ditto raised a hand. "What about Todoroki?" Another clone answered, "With this form, we can bounce around like Gran Torino. We'll make as much noise as possible, and the others will come help. Just, avoid getting hit by Kachan's explosions." He smiled sheepishly. A third Ditto clapped his hands together. "All right, boys, let's go win this." "Yeah, like Uraraka said, we can do this," another chimed in enthusiastically. One of the Ditto clones raised his fist nervously. "I'm still worried about Kachan, but yeah, let's do this." They all gathered their hands together in a circle, smirking as they shared a glance of nervous excitement. "All right, boys. What time is it?" Their grins widened. "Hero time." In unison, they activated One for All, green electricity crackling across their small, agile forms. The clones exploded into motion, moving in all directions, bouncing off walls with impossible speed. Black, white, and neon green streaks zigzagged through the air, the building filling with the sounds of their rapid movements as they prepared for the battle ahead. Monitor room. Whoa. So fast. The room buzzed with excitement as the monitors displayed the dizzying speeds at which the Dittos moved. Each one, crackling with green electricity, dashed through the building in a blur of rapid motion. I didn't know Ditto could move like that, Uraraka said, eyes wide with amazement. It must be his second quirk powering up his alien forms, Iida reasoned, his hand chopping through the air as he tried to explain the sight. All Might, standing off to the side, had a proud but concerned expression, like an army of Gran Torinos. Midoriya, are you sure this form was the best choice? If one goes down, they all feel it. He thought, but even with his concern, he couldn't help but smile at Izuku's tenacity. Back to the exercise. One of the Dittos sprinted down a narrow corridor, his small, rubbery body bouncing with every step. His large, round eyes scanned the area ahead, and his alien mouth stretched into a grin. Ditto's orange, gooey body shimmered with the one-for-all electricity, crackling like tiny lightning bolts across his stretchy skin. Suddenly, Bakugo appeared from a side corridor, his hand outstretched, sparks erupting from his palm. Die! The explosion roared toward him, but Ditto's reflexes kicked in. With a quick, agile backflip, he narrowly avoided the blast, flipping through the air with unnatural ease and landing in a skid a few feet away. His tiny body was jittering with the residual energy of the dodge as he locked eyes with Bakugo, a mischievous smirk on his face. Found you, Ditto taunted, the playful gleam in his alien eyes unmistakable. Monitor room. He almost got the jump on him, Ojiro exclaimed in awe. Sneak attack Bakugo. Seriously? What kind of man pulls cheap moves like that? Hiroshima chimed in, half annoyed but also impressed by the strategy. It's a good tactic. He's acting the part of a villain well, All Might said, a note of approval in his tone. But it didn't work. Midoriya dodged it. Ashido cheered, pumping her fists in excitement. Back to the fight. Bakugo, crouched low from his failed strike, glared at the small alien before him, his crimson eyes burning with anger. His hand still crackled from the explosion that missed. Ditto's small orange form didn't look intimidating at first glance, but the way the green sparks of One for All danced over his stretchy skin made him seem a little more formidable. His body, almost jelly-like in appearance, seemed to wobble with each breath, but his wide grin never faltered. He had the look of someone who knew something his opponent didn't. Okay. I found him. Just need to let everyone else know. This is going to hurt. Ditto braced himself, his little alien heart pounding in his chest. Hey Bakugo, he called out, his voice cocky despite his size, how does it feel being number 2? Bakugo's face twisted in anger, his teeth grinding audibly as his fists sparked with violent intent. You talk big for a useless extra, Bakugo snarled, before launching himself forward, his fist charged with explosive energy. I'll hit you just hard enough to stop the fight, but not enough to put you in the hospital. Ditto closed his eyes just as the explosion hit his shoulder, sending him flying back like a ragdoll. He crashed against the floor with a thud, his rubbery form bouncing slightly from the impact. Monitor room. Midoriya, Ashido shouted, slapping her hands to her mouth. Back to the fight. All of the Dittos froze momentarily, each of them wincing in pain and clutching their shoulders. Did you feel that? One Ditto muttered, rubbing at the spot Bakugo had struck. Yeah, definitely Kachan's explosion. Another replied with a grimace, still holding his aching shoulder. I'll go help the other me. It sounded like he's on the second floor, one Ditto said as he shook off the pain. You guys go find the bomb. The others nodded in unison before they all blasted off in different directions, their tiny bodies flickering with One for All as they zipped through the building like electrified marbles. Their green streaks illuminated the dim hallways, each Ditto determined to execute the plan, no matter how painful it got. Bakugo stood over the small orange alien, his laugh cruel and mocking. He sneered down at the battered Ditto, explosions popping in his hands like a villain savoring his victory. That's what you get, Deku, he spat, his voice dripping with venom. You worthless, quirkless piece of shit. You think 'cause you scored some lucky points you're better than me. His red eyes were wild with fury as he stepped closer. "I'm gonna beat your ass so bad that everyone will see how weak and worthless you are. And that freak Levin won't be around to protect you." The Ditto on the ground winced but slowly pushed himself up, his body wobbling slightly from the impact. His small, squishy hands dusted himself off as he got back to his feet, his large eyes narrowing as he took a stance, ready for more. Then, something clicked. His wide, alien eyes widened in surprise as he realized something important. I'm not shaking," he murmured to himself, the disbelief evident in his voice. "I'm not scared." He stood up straighter, his little rubbery body crackling with the residual green electricity of One for All, and stared straight into Bakugo's angry, bloodshot eyes. For the first time, he wasn't trembling beneath the weight of Bakugo's presence. "You should have picked something else," Bakugo snarled, stomping toward him, the explosions in his palms sparking louder. "All your forms are as worthless as you. Come on. Transform into something else already." His voice was like a growl, his body hunched over like a predator ready to pounce. Ditto remained still, his form unwavering, his confidence steady as Bakugo barked insults at him. "Transform into that four-armed guy. That's your strongest, right?" Bakugo snapped, his tone mocking. "Come on, you bastard." But Ditto's gaze shifted slightly, his grin returning as he spotted movement from the corner of his eye. "Took you long enough," he said casually, a smirk playing on his small mouth. Bakugo's eyebrows knitted in confusion, his mouth opening to retort, but he didn't get the chance. Before he could say anything, a fist slammed into his face, sending him flying backward, blood spraying from his nose. He twisted midair, using his explosions to avoid hitting the ground, but his mind was racing. What the hell just hit me? When he landed, Bakugo's crimson eyes widened in shock. Standing before him were not one, but two Dittos, both with their tiny fists raised, green sparks of One for All crackling across their elastic orange bodies. "Cloning?" Bakugo growled, wiping the blood from his face with the back of his hand. He looked down at his blood-stained fingers and clenched his teeth in anger. "That's all this one can do?" His fury bubbled over. "Oh, now I'm definitely gonna hurt ya," Bakugo roared, preparing another explosive charge. The Dittos, their expressions in sync, narrowed their eyes. Kachan always starts with a right hook swing. To counter that, I need... Ditto's mind raced through the combat notes he'd written in his various notebooks, analyzing Bakugo's movements. As predicted, Bakugo launched a right hook, his palm crackling with explosive energy, but before it could connect, one of the Dittos stepped in. With expert timing, the Ditto ducked beneath the punch, and in a flash, grabbed Bakugo's arm. Bakugo's eyes widened in shock as the small alien lifted him off the ground with surprising strength. His feet dangled for a split second before Ditto slammed him into the floor with a thundering crash. Bakugo groaned in pain, the air knocked out of him, his back arching from the impact. The second Ditto leapt from the ground, bouncing off the ceiling like a spring, and then shot downward in a blur of speed, his fist glowing with green electricity. The punch connected with Bakugo's gut, hitting him with the force of a bullet. Bakugo's body jerked violently, his mouth hanging open as he gasped and spit flew from his lips. The two Dittos stood over him, their tiny bodies still crackling with energy as they settled into identical fighting stances, ready for whatever Bakugo tried next. Bakugo, hunched over on the ground, glared up at them through a haze of pain, his breaths ragged and labored. But even in the face of defeat, his anger didn't wane. "You bastards!" Bakugo growled, wiping his mouth, still not willing to back down. "Monitor room. Whoa, Midoriya's got some moves," Mina exclaimed, leaning forward in her seat with excitement. "When he got hit the first time, I was kinda worried, but look at him now," Toru added, her voice filled with admiration as she watched the screen. "Cornering a guy like that feels a little unmanly," Kirishima admitted, scratching his head with a grin, "but it seems Mineta isn't helping much, so go Midoriya." "Impressive power. And speed," Tokiyami noted, his eyes narrowing as he analyzed the situation. "This form is ideal for close-quarters combat. The walls and ceilings give him excellent propulsion." Tenya nodded in agreement. "Indeed, he can dodge and attack without causing structural damage. It's remarkable how he adapts his form for every situation. And with his clones, he can take on both enemies at once," Tsuyu added, her calm voice filled with quiet approval. All Might's eyes shone with pride as he watched. He let himself get injured to communicate with his clones, ensuring the others can focus on finding the bomb without worrying about Bakugo. Clever strategy, young Midoriya. Back to the fight. I analyzed every hero, every move they made, even you. The green-haired boy turned alien shouted, his fists clenched, eyes fierce with determination. I wanted to learn everything I could about them. All of it was in the notebook you burned and threw away. You can call me Deku, but I'm not the same helpless, defenseless kid anymore. Do you hear me? I've changed. From now on, Deku means nothing to me. Bakugo gritted his teeth, struggling to get back to his feet as pain rippled through his stomach. Did he read my moves? No way. He's not that good. He's just a worthless pebble. His face twisted with rage. Deku, you bastard, I'll kill you. Monitor room. What's Bakugo saying? I can't really tell with the camera stuck at this angle and no sound, Kirishima said, his eyes glued to the screen. It looks like they're exchanging words, Toru observed. Juru narrowed her eyes, trying to pick up on their body language. It's hard to tell, but there's definitely something going on between them. This is a battle between men, Ochako added, clenching her fists in determination, her voice full of passion. Juru raised an eyebrow at her. Yeah, sure, if that's what you want to call it. She couldn't shake the feeling that there was something deeper between Izuku and Bakugo. They weren't typical rivals, and they certainly didn't act like friends. It gnawed at her, the way Izuku stood up to Bakugo. It felt off. It reminded her of that quirkless kid back at her school, always scared of everything. But that couldn't be right. Izuku wasn't quirkless. He was powerful now. There was no way he had ever been without a quirk, right? Shaking her head, she pushed the thought away, unwilling to make assumptions about her friend. So this is how much young Midoriya has grown, All Might said with pride, watching closely as his former student stood his ground against Bakugo. Back to the fight. Bakugo stood up, blood trickling from his nose, wiping it with the back of his hand. He snarled and thrust his palms behind him, blasting forward with an explosion. One of the Dittos leapt to the ceiling, his fingers digging into the wall for support, while the other remained on the ground, watching Bakugo's advance. Bakugo charged the Ditto on the ground, unleashing an explosion, but the small alien ducked, narrowly avoiding the blast. He countered with a swift roundhouse kick, catching Bakugo off guard. Before Bakugo could react, the Ditto on the ceiling launched himself down, aiming at the explosive teen. Instinctively, Bakugo propelled himself out of the way with another explosion, but it wasn't enough. The other Ditto seized the opening and delivered a solid punch, sending Bakugo crashing back to the floor. Reeling from the blow, Bakugo barely had time to process as the Ditto rushed in again, landing a punch square in his face. He stumbled back, trying to recover, but the second Ditto swept his legs out from under him, slamming him to the ground. With a growl, Bakugo retaliated, blasting an explosion, but the smoke cleared only to reveal the two Dittos still standing, coughing slightly. You good? One Ditto asked, looking at the other. I'm you idiot, if I wasn't, neither would you be, the second Ditto responded through the haze. Don't be so rude, but yeah, our moves are working. We're getting some hits in. The Ditto's voice dropped to a whisper. We can't let him take either of us down. Bakugo staggered to his feet, his body aching from the barrage of hits. His thoughts raced in anger. Since when did he get this good? How the hell does he know martial arts? How am I losing to him? Across from him, the Dittos panted, eyeing Bakugo closely. He's too focused on fighting me, the original Ditto thought. Good. That'll give the others time to find the bomb and Todoroki. Bakugo's hands balled into fists, pure rage burning in his eyes. Why the hell would you lie to me? The Dittos froze, their expressions confused as they glanced at each other. You had a flashy quirk this whole time? Why did you lie about it? The Dittos were silent, memories crashing over them like a tidal wave. Images of Bakugo's taunts, the constant bullying, the shame of being quirkless, and Kevin, his only friend, who had always defended him. Kevin, who had gotten into trouble, who had suffered because of Izuku's lack of a quirk. The investigation that exposed the truth about Aldria had taken months, and it wasn't until recently that many teachers had been fired for allowing such cruelty. Izuku hadn't known any of this until a few weeks after he received his acceptance letter to UA Now. Bakugo stood before him, accusing him of hiding everything just to make him look like a fool. Fight me with your strongest form. That 4 arms guy. You owe me that much at least. Come on, Midoriya. Use him. Or are you afraid you'll lose? Bakugo's voice shook with frustration, his rage building as he pieced together his own twisted conclusion. Or is that it? Huh? You've been looking down on me this whole time, haven't you? The Ditto clones stood frozen, the accusations hitting harder than the explosions. That's why you never used that form. So you could look down on me. Bakugo shouted, his anger bubbling over. Have you been laughing behind my back? Enjoying making me look like a fool in front of everyone? He clenched his fists, explosions crackling in his palms. Did you enjoy it when our teachers made me humiliate myself? Ditto's eyes darkened as memories of Kevin flashed before him. His friend had defended him at every turn, standing up for him when no one else would. Midoriya felt his anger surge as he remembered how long Kevin had been gone, missing, lost after everything he had sacrificed to protect him. How dare you, Ditto growled, his voice laced with fury. In a flash, one Ditto leapt toward Bakugo, green electricity sparking to life as his body activated full cowl at 11%. Bakugo's eyes widened as Ditto's speed increased drastically, too fast to counter. Ditto's punch landed hard, sending Bakugo flying across the corridor. From the observation room, All Might's eyes widened. What, such a sudden shift in power? Ditto stood over Bakugo, panting with barely contained anger. You think I would have hidden my quirk and let my only friend get punished for defending me? You think I'd do that just to show you up? Bakugo groaned, glaring at the alien clone as he slowly pushed himself off the floor. I was quirkless, Ditto shouted, his voice echoing in the hallway. And I don't owe you an explanation. Not to you. The world doesn't revolve around you, Bakugo. Despite what our teachers made you think. As Bakugo stared, disbelief mixing with fury, Ditto split himself into more clones. 6 Dittos stood now, all with electricity crackling around them, ready for a fight. Bakugo popped explosions in his palms, his body tense with a mix of anger and something else, something like uncertainty. With a battle cry, the room erupted into chaos as the Dittos and Bakugo launched at each other, the hallway filled with the sounds of fists, explosions, and the clash of raw power. With other Dittos, the Dittos moved swiftly through the building, scouting each room with meticulous precision. One particular Ditto paused at a door that seemed no different from the rest. Having finished his search of the other rooms, he decided to add a touch of humor. Straightening an imaginary tie, he raised his fist and knocked, as if paying a formal visit. Inside, Todoroki leaned against the wall, his eyes closed, though his senses remained sharp. The faint sound of knocking reached him, causing him to tense. Knock knock. Todoroki's eyes shot open, and his muscles stiffened. He turned his head toward the door, remaining wary. With a slight shrug, he took a step forward, figuring it was probably Bakugo messing around. Who is it? He asked, uncertainty lacing his voice. Before he could take another breath, the door blasted off its hinges, splinters of wood flying everywhere as a small figure appeared through the dust cloud. It was a black and white creature, no taller than his waist, surrounded by crackling green electricity. Justice, Ditto said in a low, resolute voice, though his diminutive size made him look more like a determined puppy than an intimidating force. Without hesitation, Todoroki's hand slammed to the ground. In an instant, a wave of ice shot out from beneath him, freezing the entire floor and climbing up the walls like a rushing tide. Frost spread through the hallway in the blink of an eye, leaving the room cloaked in white. His breath came out in a cold mist, mingling with the freezing air as the temperature dropped sharply. In the lower levels, Bakugo had been trading blows with the other Dittos when the sudden frostbite crept in, coating the entire floor in thick ice. What the hell? Bakugo's eyes darted down to see his feet encased in ice. Growling in frustration, he yanked his leg free, looking at the trapped Dittos with a scowl. That icy bastard did this? The Dittos shivered, trying to shake off the frost clinging to them. Todoroki, back upstairs, stood tall amidst the icy mist, a smirk playing on his lips as he surveyed the results of his handiwork. Monitor room. Holy crap. Sato blurted out, wide-eyed as he watched the building freeze over on the screen. Yeah, that's insane, Kaminari muttered, staring at the scene in disbelief. He froze the whole building in, like, a second. Yayorozu's expression reflected awe. I knew Todoroki was strong, but this, she thought, her heart sinking a little as she considered Midoriya's odds. There's no way Midoriya stood a chance from the start. Toru, blushing slightly, added, he's incredible. Froze the whole place in a blink. Kirishima exclaimed, unable to contain his admiration. That's the kind of stuff you get from a recommended student. Momo nodded, still flustered. It takes a lot of control to use his quirk on such a massive scale. He must have trained so hard. Impressive, All Might agreed with a grin, but his eyes gleamed with something more. But Todoroki made a critical mistake. The students turned to him in confusion, then quickly looked back at the screen. Back to the fight, sorry, this isn't personal. Todoroki began, his voice calm. But before he could finish, a fist smashed into his face, the impact sending him careening across the room. He gasped as pain shot through his cheek, planting his feet against the floor just in time to stop himself from crashing into the opposite wall. His hand flew to his face, clutching his cheek where the blow had landed, his skin already bruising. He looked up through narrowed eyes, cold fury building within him. Meanwhile, the Dittos began breaking free from the ice, cracking it off their feet with visible shivers from the cold. Their bodies trembled, but they showed no signs of stopping. With a surge of energy, they launched themselves at Todoroki, bouncing off the walls, ceiling, and floor like a flurry of rubber balls. The room filled with the sound of their rapid movements as they zigzagged toward him. Todoroki gritted his teeth, summoning sharp, jagged ice formations from the ground, trying to trap them. The air around him chilled even further as ice spikes shot upward, but the Dittos weaved through them with uncanny precision. Some leapt over the frozen barriers, while others punched straight through the spikes, shattering the ice into splinters. Two of the Dittos got in close, but Todoroki was quick to respond. With a swift motion, he summoned twin columns of ice, freezing the pair in place. Their bodies were encased in the cold, frozen midair. But it was far from over. Another group of Dittos dropped from above, their fists aimed directly at Todoroki. He rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the crushing impact as they cracked the floor beneath them. Todoroki didn't stop, rolling back to his feet and sending more ice shards across the room like a barrage of arrows. The Dittos countered, splitting into pairs and dodging the attacks. One of the Dittos rushed him again, fist poised to strike. He's aiming for my face again, Todoroki thought, preparing to counter. Predictable. But just as Todoroki moved to block the attack, the Ditto changed his trajectory midair, sending a knee crashing into Todoroki's nose with brutal force. Blood sprayed across the room as Todoroki staggered backward, pain shooting through his face. Before he could recover, another Ditto leapt toward him, fist raised. Todoroki barely had time to react as the punch slammed into the side of his head, sending him reeling. Another Ditto followed, launching upward, his fist colliding with Todoroki's jaw in a brutal uppercut. Todoroki stumbled, ice spikes erupting from every surface as he tried to regain control. He panted heavily, his breath visible in the freezing air, blood dripping from his nose onto the ice-covered floor. Ditto stood amidst the chaos, his arms crossed as his clones spread out, surrounding the dual-haired boy. So, what was that you said about me not being on your level? Ditto taunted, his voice dripping with smug satisfaction as Todoroki wiped the blood from his nose, glaring at the small creature in disbelief. Monitor room. The class sat in stunned silence, their jaws practically on the floor, unable to tear their eyes away from the screen. Did you see those moves? Kaminari exclaimed, eyes wide in disbelief. Green. Juru murmured, equally taken aback. She had known Midoriya was strong, but seeing his close-quarters combat skill up close was something else. It was almost mesmerizing. In close quarters, he's incredible. His movements are almost impossible to read, and that flying knee kick. Flawless execution, Ojiro added, a smirk tugging at his lips. The martial artist in him couldn't help but appreciate the raw skill on display. He landed a hit on Todoroki. Sato nearly shouted, still in awe of what they were witnessing. Wait, he's going to fight both of them? Someone asked in disbelief. How do all the clones know where the bomb is? Zero chimed in, scratching his head in confusion. The sheer coordination between the Dittos made it seem like they shared a single mind. Whoa, Midori's is fighting both of them? Mina said, excitement bubbling in her voice as she leaned forward, completely invested in the outcome. Yaoyorozu, usually calm and composed, found herself utterly speechless. She had always admired Todoroki's raw power, and her logical side still backed him to win. But seeing Midoriya confidently take on both top students at once was impressive beyond her expectations. She watched his movements, how he managed to locate the bomb and keep the villain teams separated with such precise strategy. "He's incredible," she muttered without thinking. But then, catching herself, she shook her head. Todoroki still has this, she thought, mentally reaffirming her support. Yet, deep down, she couldn't shake the quiet admiration growing for the green-haired boy's tenacity. A small part of her heart yearned to see him win, even if she didn't want to admit it. "I knew he could do it," Uraraka said, hope sparkling in her eyes. Her faith in Midoriya had never wavered, but seeing him in action like this was validating. "The match isn't over yet," Iida reminded them, though even he couldn't hide the hint of admiration in his voice. Midoriya's tactics and adaptability were nothing short of impressive. "He's not just fighting," Jiro added quietly. "He's planning every step. He's been outmaneuvering them from the start." Back to the fight, the ice-binding Bakugo shattered with a thunderous boom as he blasted himself into the air, propelling free from the frozen trap. Chunks of jagged ice ricocheted off the walls, scattering like broken glass. Heat from the explosion steamed off his arms, and his breath came out in harsh clouds. "These damn freaks," Bakugo growled, twisting midair to dodge another flash of green lightning trailing behind one of the Ditto clones. They zipped past him with rubbery bodies, their unpredictable bounces making them impossible to track. Several Dittos, each glowing with the fierce power of One for All, ricocheted off the walls and ceiling. Every impact sent a sharp crack through the air, as if the building itself was groaning under their relentless assault. Sparks danced in their wake, and the green electricity snapped and hissed like a live wire. Bakugo snarled, wiping frost from his brow. "You think you can outmaneuver me?" He thrust both hands forward, detonating a massive blast that lit the hallway with a fiery explosion. The force launched him toward one of the Dittos, who twisted away at the last second. Bakugo's fist smashed through drywall, but before he could recover, another Ditto shot down from above, slamming into his ribs like a cannonball. The impact forced a sharp grunt from Bakugo as he hit the ground hard, skidding across the cold floor. But he recovered instantly, twisting with a wild grin as explosions crackled from his palms. "TCH, that's all you got." With a deafening blast, he rocketed toward another clone. This time, he landed a clean hit, the explosion sending the Ditto careening down the hallway like a ragdoll. But more replaced it just as fast, bouncing off the walls like living pinballs. One swept past his blind spot and smashed a kick into his back, forcing him to stumble forward. Another streaked past his legs, tripping him up as he barely caught himself. Bakugo's muscles burned from the cold, and he could feel the frost creeping under his skin, slowing him down. But instead of faltering, he pushed harder, his explosions doubling in intensity. Every blast cracked the air like thunder, tearing through walls and sending smoke curling through the corridors. His crimson eyes blazed with fury, sweat freezing on his skin as he grinned through clenched teeth. "You're all dead. I'll tear this whole place down if I have to." He exploded forward again, blasting straight through walls, causing the hallway to buckle under the destruction. The floor beneath him groaned as dust rained from the ceiling, cracks spreading like a spider web from the force of his assault. With Todoroki stood still, his breath forming white clouds in the freezing air. His hands flexed at his sides as 8 Ditto clones surrounded him, the glow of One for All flickering across their bodies like crackling green fire. They bounced off the walls, floor, and ceiling with alarming speed, their momentum building with each ricochet. He tracked their movements carefully, his sharp gaze following the erratic arcs they took. His muscles burned, and bruises throbbed beneath his uniform, proof that the relentless attacks were taking a toll. His jaw clenched as he inhaled slowly, the frost in the air prickling his skin. One Ditto clone strolled forward, lazily pretending to light a cigarette. He exhaled an imaginary puff with exaggerated flair, flashing a smug grin. "Sorry, kid," he said, his voice dripping with mock sympathy. "It's just business." Todoroki's eyes narrowed, his expression cold and unreadable. His left side began to glow faintly with warmth, steam rising from his skin. "Business," he murmured quietly. "Let's finish it, then." The Ditto clone flicked his imaginary cigarette to the floor. "Get 'em, boys." In an instant, the room erupted into chaos. The clones launched themselves at Todoroki from every direction, their bodies snapping and bending midair like elastic bullets. Green lightning flashed as they ricocheted wildly, filling the small space with deafening impacts. Todoroki extended his right hand, a jagged wall of ice exploding from the floor and surging outward. One of the clones was caught mid-leap, encased in a prison of frozen crystals. But before he could take a breath, another Ditto clone shattered the ice with a brutal punch, sending shards flying in all directions. A third Ditto shot past Todoroki's head, his electrified kick grazing his shoulder. Todoroki hissed in pain, the green lightning stinging like fire. He retaliated with a blast of fire from his left side, scorching the air and forcing the clone to twist away. But no sooner had the flames died down than another clone crashed into his side, slamming him into the wall. Gritting his teeth, Todoroki pushed himself up. His breath came in ragged bursts, each one visible in the freezing air. The room was too small, the clones too fast. Every attempt to trap them in ice failed, and their relentless attacks were wearing him down. His muscles screamed in protest, but he forced himself to stay focused. The air around him grew colder as frost began to spread along the walls and ceiling. Ice crept over his boots, climbing up his legs as he summoned more power. His left side burned hotter, steam rising from his skin as he balanced the two opposing forces within him. One of the clones leapt toward him, fists crackling with power. But this time, Todoroki was ready. "Enough," he whispered. With a sudden roar, Todoroki unleashed his full power. A colossal wave of ice erupted from the ground, consuming the entire room in a frozen tidal wave. The glacier tore through the walls, ripping apart concrete and metal with ease. Outside, the side of the building exploded outward as jagged sheets of ice burst free, forming a massive iceberg visible from the street below. The room fell silent, the air filled with nothing but the faint sound of ice settling into place. Todoroki stood at the center of the frozen wreckage, his chest rising and falling with each labored breath. His body trembled from the cold, his breath forming thick clouds in the air. He wrapped his arms around himself, shivering as the weight of exhaustion settled over him. Same time, Bakugo shot forward, explosions detonating from his palms, the shockwaves reverberating through the room. Smoke filled the air, curling around them like a veil of war. His crimson eyes burned with murderous intent as he locked onto one of the Dittos, soaring upward through the swirling mist. His grin was feral. "I've got you now." The Ditto leapt high, his body twisting midair to avoid the oncoming blast. Exactly as Bakugo predicted. "There!" Bakugo snarled, blasting himself through the smoke, rocketing toward Ditto with deadly precision. The air sizzled with heat as the blast propelled him closer, his gauntlet primed to release an explosion point blank. Just as Bakugo stretched his arm forward, palm open, ready to detonate, Ditto swung his leg. With an inhuman twist, Ditto executed a flawless midair overhead kick, his momentum carrying him in a fluid arc. The kick connected under Bakugo's arm with startling precision, slamming into his gauntlet and knocking his hand upward. Boom! The explosion detonated above them, a fiery blast tearing through the ceiling. Smoke and debris rained down, the force of the misfire sending Bakugo careening sideways. His eyes widened as the realization hit him. He did a backflip, while still in midair. Snarling, Bakugo twisted his body, aiming his other hand toward Ditto to counter. But before he could fire, a second Ditto shot out of the smoke like a bullet. With his hands clasped together, he brought them down in a hammer strike. Crack! Bakugo's skull slammed into the ground with a bone-rattling force. Pain exploded in his head as he grunted, dazed but still forcing himself to rise. Gawk! Bakugo spat blood, rage fueling him as he pushed himself up. But before he could regain his footing, another Ditto lunged from the smoke, grabbing him by the neck. "Gh!" Bakugo gasped, struggling to pry the iron grip from his throat. The Ditto grinned wickedly and slammed his knee upward. Crunch! The sharp crack of bone echoed as Bakugo's nose shattered under the impact. Blood poured freely from his nostrils, staining his uniform and lips with crimson. Enraged, Bakugo roared and grabbed the Ditto by the arm, swinging him violently into the nearest wall. Bam! The wall shuddered under the impact, cracks spider webbing outward. All the Dittos recoiled for a split second, feeling the blow ripple through their shared consciousness. But before Bakugo could press his advantage, another clone appeared from his blind spot. With a vicious uppercut, the Ditto sent Bakugo flying back. Pain shot through his jaw as his head snapped back, stars bursting in his vision. Ah! Damn it! Bakugo cursed as he was flung into the wall. Dust and rubble rained down, but he didn't stay down for long. He dragged himself back to his feet, glaring murderously at the Dittos. His chest heaved, each breath a ragged growl. Hey! Bakugo wheezed, wiping the blood from his mouth with the back of his hand. Where the hell did you learn those moves? The Dittos paused, they exchanged confused glances before turning to him with a bit of an not impressed look. Huh, one of them asked. Don't play dumb. Bakugo snarled. I know damn well your sorry ass couldn't teach yourself that. Someone's gotta be showing you how to fight like this. The Dittos shared a look, their grins widening, which only stoked Bakugo's fury. Her name is Itsuka Kendo, one Ditto said, a proud gleam in his eye as one for all crackled brighter around him. And she's the greatest teacher. Another chimed in with a cocky grin. The lead Ditto smirked. So when I'm done kicking your ass, make sure you thank her. He said, launching himself at Bakugo with a flying knee. Bakugo's eyes narrowed. He saw the move coming. Predictable as ever, you damn. Before he could finish, Ditto switched legs mid-air, his other knee rocketing upward into Bakugo's chin. The unexpected strike snapped his head back, causing him to bite his tongue. Blood flooded his mouth as he stumbled, coughing violently. Oh look, we got Bakugo to shut up. A Ditto jeered, grabbing one of his clones by the arm and hurling him toward Bakugo. The clone twisted mid-flight, fists clenched. He drove his punch deep into Bakugo's gut. Wham! The breath whooshed out of Bakugo's lungs, and he doubled over, coughing up blood. But before the Dittos could press their advantage, Bakugo exploded backward in a fiery blast, his eyes blazing with pure hatred. He gritted his teeth, fury bubbling to the surface. Monitor room. All Might had comical tears of depression as he clenched at the screen. Young Midoriya, what about me? I taught you as well. Back to the fight. Enough playing around. I'll kill every last one of you, he growled. His gauntlets began to glow an ominous red. Bakugo's lips curled into a wicked grin. They're loaded. All the Dittos stiffened, their smug expressions vanishing as they saw the change in his demeanor. The lead Ditto gulped as he stood at the front of the group. Kachan. The Ditto muttered, his voice wary. The rest fell into defensive stances, tension filling the air like a taut wire. Bakugo slowly raised his arm, palm open. You know something, you damn nerds. I overheard you. Bakugo bellowed. If I take down just one of you, the rest go too. The Dittos exchanged panicked glances, quickly merging into a single form. The remaining Ditto now stood alone, visibly sweating. And with all your creepy stalking, you probably already know. Bakugo said, pulling the pin on his grenade-like gauntlet. My quirk lets me secrete nitroglycerin like sweat. And these gauntlets store it. The Ditto's eyes widened in horror. Don't tell me that's. All Might's voice crackled frantically through Bakugo's earpiece. Young Bakugo, stop, are you trying to kill him? Oh, he'll be fine, as long as he dodges. Bakugo roared. Kachan. No, Izuku's voice shouted from the other end, panic clear. You can't. But Bakugo didn't hesitate. With a manic grin, he yanked the pin, unleashing an explosion bigger than anything they had ever seen. Ka-boom. The room was swallowed in a blinding inferno. The force of the blast tore through the walls, sending debris flying in all directions. Smoke and fire surged outward like a tidal wave, the sheer pressure rattling the foundations of the building. Monitor room. The explosion roared through the monitor screens, the force of it shaking even the observation room. Flames and debris engulfed the battlefield, and thick smoke swallowed everything in sight. The students watching froze in disbelief, their hearts hammering against their ribs. No way, Kaminari whispered, his voice barely audible. Green. Jiro's voice cracked with fear, her fists clenching as she stared wide-eyed at the screen. Come on, you idiot, don't you dare be dead. Dekiru. Ochako screamed, her hands flying to her mouth as tears welled in her eyes. Please, no, get up, get up, get up. Tsuyu's lips trembled, her wide eyes brimming with tears. Midoriya-chan. No. She whispered, clutching her chest as if the pain was physically pulling her down. Momo gasped, her face pale, hands pressed to her mouth. Midoriya, he couldn't. He can't be. She stopped herself, fear choking her words. Toru clenched her invisible fists, her voice rising in panic. Midoriya, somebody stop this. He's not okay. Mina was the first to look away, unable to handle what she was seeing. Her heart thudded painfully as she whispered, Midori, please, don't. Iida turned sharply toward All Might, his voice laced with frustration and fear. Sir, this has gone too far. If you don't cancel the match now, Midoriya will need immediate medical attention. But All Might remained still, his gaze fixed on the screen. Everyone's emotions spiraled into chaos, yet he stood unmoving. Slowly, a small, knowing smile began to tug at the corners of his mouth. Back to the fight. Todoroki stood still, his breath fogging the cold air, every inhale shallow and labored. His limbs felt heavy, the frost biting into his skin. I overdid it, he thought as he glanced at the wreckage. His glacier attack had worked, freezing over everything in sight. His lips curled into a faint smirk. But at least we won. Then came the first crack, deep, resonating through the floor. Todoroki's eyes widened in alarm. The massive glacier, which had spread through the walls and ceiling of the building, was now crumbling. Sharp fractures ran through the ice, splintering outward, and before he could react, the glacier exploded, shards flying like deadly knives. The Ditto clones burst from their icy prison with bursts of green lightning crackling around them. Todoroki gasped, struggling to steady himself. His body was cold, his muscles sluggish, and his energy all but drained. But that wasn't the worst part. As the ice gave way, so did the building's structure. A massive support pillar, frozen solid by Todoroki's attack, cracked under its weight. The ceiling groaned above him, large chunks of concrete beginning to fall. Todoroki looked up, horror dawning on his face. No, he tried to move, but his legs refused to respond fast enough. The ceiling groaned again as the beam plummeted, moments from crushing Todoroki beneath its immense weight. His mind raced, but his frozen body betrayed him, unable to act in time. I can't dodge. This is it. But just as the beam was about to hit, a blur streaked through the air, green lightning arcing wildly in its wake. The impact came not with crushing metal but with a loud, thunderous shockwave. A Ditto clone had appeared at the last second, launching himself at the beam with a surge of determination. With a primal roar, he thrust his body against the heavy metal, redirecting its descent with sheer force of will. The clone's muscles strained, veins bulging as he pushed against the weight of the collapsing pillar. Sparks erupted around him as One for All surged through his limbs, illuminating the chaos of the room. Todoroki stared in disbelief, his mind struggling to register what had just happened. Why? He whispered, his voice barely audible over the groaning structure. The Ditto clone, his face contorted with effort, glanced down at him. With Bakugo. The room was filled with thick black smoke, swirling like a chaotic storm. Bakugo stood at its center, explosions flickering in his palms, his grin stretching wide across his face. His eyes gleamed with murderous intent as he scanned for his target. You should have picked a different, you damn nerd. Bakugo roared into the smoke, veins bulging along his arms as his heart pounded with adrenaline. Someone like you never deserved to be here. His voice echoed, full of venom and raw hatred, believing Midoriya was still somewhere in the smoke, hiding like, useless Deku, he'd always been. You haven't always been a useless Deku. Just dirt, now you know your place. Beneath. Crack. The ground beneath his feet split open with a deafening noise. Bakugo's eyes barely registered the fissure before a white fist erupted from the rubble like a bullet, striking him square under the chin with a bone-shattering uppercut. His head snapped back, the world spinning as he was launched into the air, limbs flailing. Blood splattered from his mouth, painting the air with crimson droplets. His thoughts blurred for a split second, but he had no time to recover. The Ditto sprang from the shattered floor, splitting into another midair. The second clone shot forward, green electricity crackling around him, with a wicked smile, he twisted his body into a tight spin. Bam! The clone's fist drove into Bakugo's face, the impact violently whipping his head to the side. Bakugo's body hit the ground with a sickening crack, the impact rattling through the floor as his skull bounced violently off the concrete. His eyes rolled back for a moment pure white as the blow sent his mind spiraling toward unconsciousness. But then with a low guttural growl, the whites of his eyes flickered away, the red returned. Bakugo coughed out blood as he flew across the room, his body barely responding. His muscles screamed, his mind swirling with rage and disbelief. Every damn insult at Midoriya echoed in his skull louder and louder as the room spun around him. He hit the ground hard, his limbs heavy, his breathing ragged. "Why, you'll never beat me!" Bakugo snarled, his voice hoarse but still burning with hatred. He forced himself up on shaky arms. "You will always be a useless Deku." The Ditto loomed over him, his fist shaky as he clenched it, green electricity exploding out. "And I told you, you can call me Deku. The hero." Bakugo's pupils shrank to pinpricks as dread washed over him. He tried desperately to put Deku back into his damn place, but... "No," Bakugo whispered to himself. "Deku means nothing to me." Ditto exclaimed as his team victory rang out. Team wins. As the echoes of victory hung in the air, a Ditto clone surged forward, propelled by sheer determination. With a primal roar, he hurled himself at the massive, collapsing support pillar. The sheer weight of the metal beam was overwhelming, and as the structure creaked ominously, the clone's muscles strained to the breaking point, veins bulging as one for all coursed through him, electrifying his movements. The ground trembled beneath the clash, the air charged with raw energy as the Ditto pushed against the pillar. His form shimmered under the strain, a whirlwind of color and power. He poured every ounce of strength into his effort, the weight of the collapsing beam threatening to crush Todoroki beneath it. With a final, thunderous effort, the Ditto redirected the falling pillar, the metal screeching in protest as it was thrust aside with a powerful shove. The ground shook violently as the pillar crashed to the floor, sending dust and debris spiraling through the air. The immediate danger had passed, but the aftermath lingered, a heavy silence settling over the battlefield. Todoroki stared, disbelief etched on his face, as he tried to comprehend what had just unfolded. "Why?" he whispered, the sound almost lost in the swirling dust. The Ditto clone staggered, panting heavily as it began to merge back into one solid form. Its vibrant green lightning dimmed, fading into nothing. His muscles screamed in protest, burning with exhaustion, while sweat dripped from his face. He bent over, hands clutching his knees, struggling to catch his breath. Todoroki straightened slowly, the frost that clung to his limbs already beginning to melt. Without a word, he extended his hand toward the frozen parts of the building, using his flames to thaw the ice and prevent further collapse. Good match, Todoroki," Ditto muttered between heavy breaths, unsure what else to say. His words hung awkwardly in the air, and he gave the dual-haired boy a tired, lopsided grin. Todoroki glanced at the alien, a flicker of something rare, gratitude, softening the usual coldness in his gaze. It was subtle, but there, a quiet acknowledgement of the effort the clone had just made to protect him. "Yeah, whatever," Todoroki muttered, fatigue weighing on his voice. The final Ditto clone leaned heavily against the bomb in the corner of the monitor feed. His chest rose and fell with deep, ragged breaths, body slumped in pure exhaustion. Having crawled through the window moments earlier, he had simply touched the bomb and let himself collapse against it, too tired to celebrate the victory. Monitor room. He won, Zero breathed, disbelief in his voice. The little guy actually did it. Sato cheered, eyes sparkling with excitement. "I always thought Midoriya was kinda wimpy, you know. Not the type to throw down like that. But wow, he really proved me wrong. That was insane," Kirishima exclaimed, pumping his fist. "Talk about guts. He didn't just hold his own, he went all out. I'm more shocked that he pulled it off so smoothly," Jiro added. She crossed her arms, trying to seem nonchalant, though the flutter in her chest betrayed her. Watching him throw everything into saving Todoroki, an opponent, no less, hit her harder than she expected. Her gaze flickered to the screen again, replaying that moment where Midoriya, muscles trembling and sweat pouring down his face, stood beneath the collapsing beam, refusing to let it crush Todoroki. That raw determination stirred something she wasn't quite ready to acknowledge. Her face grew warm as she thought about him. Yes, his quick thinking played a vital role in today's victory, Iida said, adjusting his glasses with a firm nod. It's the kind of strategic prowess we all should aim to develop. This is a valuable lesson, Tokiyami said, his voice calm and contemplative. One must never judge someone's strength by appearances alone. Agreed, Shoji nodded, his arms crossed thoughtfully. He has more than just power. His ability to think under pressure, it's impressive. Uraraka's grin stretched wide. He really came through for Todoroki in the end. I didn't expect him to take such a huge risk like that, but it totally paid off. Momo remained silent, her gaze fixed on the screen, replaying the moment in her mind. The moment Midoriya threw himself beneath that collapsing beam, struggling with every ounce of strength to save Todoroki, his opponent. Everyone had gone silent, awestruck as the green-haired boy, trembling and exhausted, refused to let go. Her heart skipped a beat, the memory making her stomach twist into unfamiliar knots. The warmth that spread across her cheeks caught her off guard, and she couldn't quite place why concern for him had struck her so deeply. When his plan had finally succeeded, when Bakugo fell, and victory was declared, only one word slipped from her lips. Incredible. Mina's grin grew wide as she leaned back, a faint blush creeping over her face. Man, the way he moved, how he just kept pushing through everything. It's like nothing could stop him. Her heart fluttered at the thought. That was kinda amazing. Tsuyu was curled up under a blanket with Toru, the two of them huddling close to the heater Momo had conjured earlier. She blinked slowly, still processing what she had witnessed. Midoriya-chan, Tsuyu whispered softly, her voice tinged with quiet admiration. A subtle, fond smile tugged at her lips. Even Toru, usually playful and carefree, found herself unusually quiet. She stared at the screen, watching the replay of the fight, her invisible frame almost motionless. Somehow, Midoriya had done it, again. Despite being cornered time and time again, despite overwhelming odds, he kept going, refusing to back down. He didn't just survive, he thrived. As the replay looped again, she hugged the blanket tighter, whispering in awe, he just doesn't know how to quit. All Might burst out of the room, his eyes immediately locking onto the monitor displaying Bakugo's distraught expression. Bakugo stared at the screen, disbelief flooding his features. I lost. Deku beat him. He won. He beat me again. His voice wavered, the weight of the words crashing down on him like a tidal wave. Panic surged through him, and his breaths came in quick, shallow gasps. Sweat beaded on his forehead as his heart raced, pounding loudly in his ears. Damn it! Bakugo shouted, fists clenching at his sides. His mind raced, spinning in circles as he tried to comprehend the loss. Each thought was a jagged edge that cut deeper into his pride. This can't be happening. Kachan? Ditto asked, concern etched on his face. Bakugo's eyes darted around the room, wild and unfocused, as if searching for an escape from the spiraling chaos within him. Are you okay? Ditto pressed, watching his friend with growing alarm. Bakugo's breath quickened further, his chest tightening. He could feel the walls closing in, the familiar sense of helplessness washing over him. The room felt too small, too suffocating, and the edges of his vision blurred as he fought to keep it together. Just then, All Might approached, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Don't worry, young Midoriya. I'll take young Todoroki and young Bakugo to the infirmary to meet up with your classmates. But, All Might leaned in closer, whispering, listen, young Midoriya, I know you're worried about young Bakugo, but I think you're the last person he wants to see right now. Bakugo shook his head, desperation creeping into his voice. I can't go like this. The panic surged, and he felt his breath hitch, his hands trembling. He was about to spiral into a full-blown panic attack. Ditto nodded, understanding the gravity of the situation, before he and the other Ditto clones exited the building. As they stepped outside, they encountered Mineta, who was bouncing with excitement. Hey, we won, he shouted, beaming with pride. The Ditto clones exchanged deadpan looks before bursting into laughter. Yeah, we won. We took on Bakugo and Todoroki. We got frozen and nearly exploded. Yeah, we won. That's hilarious, another Ditto said, rolling his eyes. You just stayed and played with your balls. A Ditto said. Anyways, Mineta, let's head back. Mineta frowned, his enthusiasm dampening. Fine. Wait, what about Todoroki and Bakugo? They're headed to the infirmary, one of the Dittos replied casually, picking his nose. Mineta gulped, his face paling. He sent both to the infirmary. The Dittos and Mineta began to stroll toward the monitor room, all the clones utterly exhausted. Their rubbery bodies sagged slightly with each step, and one Ditto let out a wide yawn, his pointed ears twitching. As he pushed open the door, they were immediately surrounded by the excited students of Class 1A. Dude, that was incredible, Kaminari exclaimed, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Those moves were awesome. You've clearly been trained by an excellent master. Ojiro added, nodding with approval. You weren't exactly dazzling, but Aoyama began dramatically, only to be cut off by Ishido, who practically bounced toward the group. You were incredible out there, Midori. I've never seen moves like that before. She gushed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I could barely keep up with what you were doing. That was so manly, Kirishima added, giving a hearty laugh and clapping a Ditto on the back. The alien stumbled forward slightly, his rubbery frame absorbing the force with a slight wobble. Taking on the two strongest students and holding them off was impressive, Shoji said with a respectful nod. Ditto blinked, his glowing green eyes wide with surprise. The sudden wave of compliments made his black and green markings pulse faintly, and the slight blush forming across his smooth face didn't go unnoticed by Ishido. A nearby Ditto scratched the back of his sleek head, clearly flustered by the attention. Ishido leaned in, a teasing grin playing on her lips. You guys were amazing, she said again, noticing how the alien's glow dimmed shyly under her gaze. Told you you'd be eating those words, Jiro said with a smirk, nudging Kaminari. Momo stood back for a moment, her gaze lingering on the alien form of Midoriya. As much as she had rooted for Todoroki during the game, she couldn't help but be impressed by how sharp Midoriya's tactics had been. He knew Bakugo would come for him and used it against him. On top of that, he predicted Bakugo wouldn't cooperate with Todoroki, she thought, biting her lip slightly. And he even managed to bait them both into fights that worked in his favor. Despite herself, a faint blush crept onto Momo's face as she shook her head, trying to dismiss the admiration building inside her. Even if the terrain worked against Todoroki a bit, that was still an incredible strategy. She couldn't help but feel a flutter in her chest, a conflicting emotion that she didn't fully understand. After a moment, she stepped closer to the nearest Ditto and offered him a polite, if slightly flustered, smile. Congratulations, Midoriya, Momo said softly. You were really impressive. I underestimated you. You executed your strategy perfectly. Ditto blinked at her with those bright, glowing eyes, visibly caught off guard. Thanks, he mumbled awkwardly, rubbing the back of his rubbery head with a clawed hand. Another Ditto glanced toward Ochako, his small fanged smile lighting up his childlike face. Guess you were right, I really did do it, he said, his tone a little bashful. Ochako's face immediately turned bright red, and she fumbled for words, waving her hands wildly. Don't worry about it, Dekiru. I knew you just needed a little confidence. You did amazing, she stammered, her voice rising an octave as she tried to keep her composure. Ditto tilted his head slightly, ears flicking in mild confusion. No, really, I thought about how much you believed in me the whole time, it helped a lot. He said earnestly, making Ochako's face heat up even more. She pulled her hands to her cheeks, clearly overwhelmed, and tried to hide behind them. And Jiro, thanks for believing in me, too, Ditto said with excitement, beaming at her. Jiro coughed awkwardly, her face turning pink as she glanced away. Why yeah, whatever, she muttered under her breath. As the adrenaline started to wear off, the Ditto's energy began to fade. Their glowing markings flickered softly, and the clones exchanged tired glances. All right, boys, looks like it's time to merge back, one Ditto said with a yawn, stretching his arms wide. The others nodded in agreement, their movements sluggish as they prepared to reunite. But just as they were about to fuse, Ashido and Ochako sprang into action, clinging tightly to two of the Dittos. "Nope," they chorused, grinning as they held onto the squirming aliens. What do you mean, no?" one Ditto stammered, his pointed ears twitching in surprise. "You're way too cute. Do you really expect us to let go of this much cuteness?" Ashido teased, tightening her grip around the struggling alien. "Yes, it's me. Let me go," one of the trapped Dittos protested, squirming like a cat trying to escape a bath. His ears flattened in frustration as he hissed under his breath. "Boys would kill to be hugged by cute girls," Ashido said with a mischievous grin, hugging the Ditto even tighter. "I'm not going through this again," Ditto wailed as he flailed in her grasp. Again, the entire class echoed in unison, their curiosity instantly piqued. When he transformed the first time, me and Kendo didn't want to let go of him. He was just so cute, Ochako explained, rubbing her cheek affectionately against one of the Dittos. The clone squirmed in her arms, his glowing green eyes narrowing in frustration as his sharp ears flicked irritably. His sleek, black and white body and soft, round face gave him the look of an annoyed kitten, only making him seem more irresistible. "Agreed, he's adorable," Suyu added sleepily, pinching the cheek of another clone. She was wrapped snugly in a large blanket Momo had made, looking half asleep as she lazily cuddled the struggling alien. "Not you too, Asui," Ditto protested, glaring up at her with the pout of a child forced to endure unwanted affection. "Call me Sue," she replied calmly, her blanket cocooning her like a tired frog about to hibernate. "Sue sounds pretty cute. Now, can you please let me go?" Ditto muttered, trying to pry himself free. His rubbery body gave a little bounce as he wiggled, but Suyu simply held him tighter, her wide-eyed expression unchanging. Another Ditto struggled in Ochako's grip, his movements reminiscent of a puppy trying to escape its owner's clutches, only to be squeezed even tighter. "Ah, man," he groaned, kicking his legs in frustration. Jiro leaned in, pinching one of the Dittos on the cheek. "Huh, don't you usually get all flustered around girls? I'm surprised you're not passing out," she teased. Ochako giggled. "Oh, when Dekiru turns into Ditto, he gets all childish. Instead of being a blushing mess, he just acts like a grumpy little boy trying to escape girl cooties." The Ditto in her arms hissed dramatically, his fang mouth open as his green ear twitched like an irritated cat's. "You sure you can't stay like this forever?" Ashido teased, still holding her Ditto close as he squirmed helplessly in her grasp. "For the millionth time, yes. Now let us go," Ditto shouted, his voice rising in frustration as he twisted, only for his flexible body to spring back like rubber. "Never," Ashido laughed, cuddling him tighter as he grunted in annoyance. Off to the side, Kaminari and Mineta watched in disbelief, their faces twisted in equal parts envy and rage. "That bastard is trying to start his own harem," Kaminari seethed, his fists clenching at his sides. "Using the power of cuteness. Such a devious plan," Mineta added, his wide eyes filled with burning jealousy. "Beep beep beep," Ditto sighed as the familiar warning of his transformations end blared from the Omnitrix. Saved by the beep, he muttered under his breath, a mix of relief and dread in his voice. The glowing Omnitrix symbol atop Ditto's head began to pulse with vibrant green. As the adrenaline of the moment wore off, the Ditto clones held tightly by the girls suddenly floated upward, leaving them momentarily stunned. Slowly, the duplicates drifted together, converging in midair toward the main Ditto trapped in Ashido's embrace. BWOOO. With a bright flash of green light, all the clones fused into one unified form. When the glow faded, Ashido realized she was now holding onto the real Izuku Midoriya, no longer soft and rubbery like Ditto. Instead, her arms wrapped around his actual body, toned and firm from all his training, a stark contrast to the squishy alien she had been squeezing moments ago. "PPP, please let me go," Midoriya stammered, his face turning crimson. His awkward, flustered demeanor had returned full force, and it took all his willpower not to pass out from the close contact. Ashido, sensing his embarrassment, couldn't help but grin mischievously. "Fine, but when this is over, I am going to feel all those muscles," she whispered in his ear with a playful glint in her eye, sending his blush into overdrive. Midoriya nearly melted on the spot. "Teasing me is so unfair," Ashido, he muttered weakly, his mind scrambling to stay coherent. Teasing you is fun, Midori. She laughed, ruffling his hair. He gave her a deadpan look but was too flustered to say anything further. As Midoriya tried to collect himself, he noticed Hagakure shivering in a corner, bundled tightly in a blanket Momo had made. Concerned, he walked over to her. Hagakure, are you okay? The invisible girl gave a shaky thumbs up, though it was barely visible. I'm okay, she said, though her trembling suggested otherwise. Todoroki's ice made the room colder than expected, but she should be fine now, Iida explained in his usual composed manner. Realizing she was still cold, Midoriya quickly shrugged off his hoodie, revealing a fitted black undershirt beneath. The snug shirt clung to his frame, showing off his surprisingly toned muscles. Several of the girls blushed, their eyes briefly lingering on his physique. Even Momo, usually calm and composed, felt her heart flutter as she tried to suppress the warm flush spreading across her cheeks. Midori has muscles, Mina whispered to herself, wide-eyed. Then, before she could stop herself, Ochako blurted out, you should see him shirtless. The room fell into a stunned silence. Every head turned toward her, and she froze in horror at what she'd just said. Realizing her mistake, Uraraka's entire face turned scarlet. I didn't mean, she stammered, waving her hands frantically. Trying to steer the conversation away from his growing embarrassment, Midoriya turned back to Hagakure and handed her his hoodie. Here, this should help keep you warm. Thanks, Hagakure stuttered, slipping the hoodie over her invisible form. Almost immediately, the warmth from the hoodie spread across her body, as if it were radiating heat. She hugged herself tightly, her shivers subsiding. Wow, Midori, I didn't know this was a self-warming hoodie. But when she glanced down, she realized something strange. Midoriya's hoodie had become completely invisible, blending perfectly with her. Only her boots and gloves were still visible to the others. Kaminari's jaw dropped. Hagakure, please tell me you can make stuff invisible. And no. She mumbled. I can't. Curious, she peeled off the hoodie and handed it back to Midoriya. As soon as it left her body, the garment became visible again. Momo, always intrigued by the unknown, reached out and slipped the hoodie on herself. The fabric effortlessly adjusted to her body, molding to her shape without tearing or stretching. The girls watched in fascination as the hoodie fit her perfectly, making her look surprisingly cozy despite the plain design. Everyone's gaze shifted back to Midoriya, who stood frozen under the weight of their stares. His face flushed as he started sweating bullets. The silence in the room grew heavier, thick with unspoken thoughts. Finally, with a nervous chuckle, Midoriya scratched the back of his neck. Ain't that something, huh? Bakugo and Todoroki walked side by side toward the infirmary to get their injuries treated. All Might had noticed the early signs of a panic attack in Bakugo and decided the boy needed a moment to regroup. The way Bakugo had reacted the previous day had been alarming, to say the least. Deku beat me, he beat me. Bakugo's thoughts spiraled as he replayed the loss over and over in his mind while walking with Todoroki and All Might. Todoroki, on the other hand, was feeling guilty despite his own defeat. I went overboard with my ice attack. He managed to break through, but I could have seriously hurt him. I need to apologize, Todoroki reflected. Then, another thought struck him. He's had training. I can tell by the way he used his quirk. Could he be like me? Either way, this just proves I need to train harder. I will defeat you, Midoriya. All Might, observing Todoroki, couldn't get a clear read on the boy. His stoic face gave little away, leaving All Might unsure of how he was processing things. Don't let this loss define you, young heroes. Heroes sometimes have to fall before they can fly. It's part of the journey. What matters is getting back up when you stumble. Todoroki listened closely, taking All Might's words to heart, while Bakugo remained lost in his own thoughts, still in a near catatonic state as he walked beside them. All Might glanced at the two boys. I should give them space to cool off. Those who are used to being at the top often take losses the hardest. For Todoroki, it seems he's handling it well enough. But my concern is Bakugo. One loss, and he's on the verge of a panic attack. With Midoriya improving at this rate, this could end up being very damaging for him, All Might thought as they finally reached Recovery Girl's office. Back with the class, Izuku Midoriya stood in the middle of the room, the silence heavy as everyone stared at him. He was sweating profusely, unsure how to handle the attention. Ain't that something, huh? He stammered, trying to lighten the mood. This only made the flood of questions worse. What the heck is going on? Izuku screamed internally. Where did you get that hoodie, bro? Who made it? This could revolutionize hero costumes. Imagine if they could adapt to any body type, regardless of quirks. Wait, are you secretly a billionaire? Midoriya felt overwhelmed, question after question coming at him like a barrage of punches. Before he could think of a response, a firm voice cut through the noise. Enough! Ida's authoritative voice snapped everyone to attention. The room fell silent as they turned to face him. We all have questions, but let's ask Midoriya one at a time. All Might is taking Bakugo and Todoroki to Recovery Girl, so we have a little time. Once All Might returns, though, we focus back on today's lesson. Understood. Everyone nodded in agreement. All right, Midoriya, would you mind answering a few questions? Iida asked, looking at him encouragingly. Well, it's just that, I had no idea it could do that, Midoriya said sheepishly, tugging at the hoodie. I'm just as surprised as you guys, honestly. Sorry. Everyone stared at him in disbelief, trying to process his words. Yaoyorozu, who was wearing a similar hoodie, spoke up, still amazed by how perfectly it fit her and how warm it kept her. Okay, but who made it? I don't recognize the material. The manufacturer must know more about this technology, Yaoyorozu said, inspecting her own hoodie. Yeah, seriously, why would someone give such an advanced hoodie to Midoriya? This thing looks like it could make someone super rich, Kaminari added, his curiosity growing. Midoriya scratched his head, blushing as he tried to explain. My mom told me, my dad made it. She said he worked himself to the bone designing it. It was supposed to be a gift for me once I got into UA. Everyone stared at him, wide-eyed. Whoa, your dad must have been some kind of genius. Ashido exclaimed. Wait, is your dad David Shield or something? Kirishima asked, half joking. I'd love to meet him. He sounds like an incredible guy, Zero added, clearly impressed. Midoriya's face fell slightly. That's not going to be possible. He passed away a while ago. The room grew quiet, the excitement replaced by a somber tone. Everyone suddenly felt guilty for prying. Oh, they murmured, their voices softer now, feeling the weight of the revelation. Midoriya quickly waved his hands in the air, trying to dispel the gloomy mood. It's okay, really, he passed 6 years ago. But if his work can help you in any way, I'd be more than happy to share. Besides, I'm kind of curious how the hoodie works myself. Everyone smiled warmly at him, appreciating his kindness. Just then, the door flew open with a bang, and a booming voice filled the room. We have returned from Recovery Girl, All Might announced as he strode in. Everyone turned to face the pro hero, and All Might's eyes landed on Yaoyorozu, who was still wearing Midoriya's hoodie. He raised an eyebrow in surprise but quickly shook off his confusion. Anyway, back to the lesson. Bakugo and Todoroki entered the room behind him, their injuries healed, though Bakugo's distant expression didn't go unnoticed. However, everyone tactfully chose to ignore it, gathering around All Might for the lesson. Before they could get too far, Yaoyorozu realized she still had Midoriya's hoodie on. Her heartbeat quickened for a moment as she politely pulled him aside. With a soft smile, she handed it back. Thank you, Midoriya, it's really comfortable. Midoriya, now holding the hoodie, was struck by a sudden realization. Girl W was W wearing my hoodie. He stammered, his face turning bright red. Then, an even more shocking thought hit him. Naked Girl WW was wearing my hoodie. His face flushed an even deeper shade of crimson as a blissful, dazed look overtook his expression. Young Midoriya, All Might's voice cut through the haze, bringing him back to reality. Midoriya snapped out of his thoughts, his face still burning with embarrassment. Sorry, he mumbled before quickly joining the group, desperately trying to hide his flustered state as they prepared to continue the lesson. Meanwhile, Yaoyorozu rejoined the others but still felt the lingering warmth of Midoriya's hoodie against her skin. It was just a faint sensation, but it made her feel oddly comforted. She glanced at him out of the corner of her eye, her heart fluttering just a little. All right, for this exercise, WHO can tell me the MVP. All Might's voice boomed across the room. The answer was obvious. Midoriya, came the collective voices of the class, causing Izuku to blush furiously. All Might nodded. Now, can anyone explain why it's young Midoriya? Momo raised her hand confidently, and All Might pointed towards her. Go right ahead, young Yaoyorozu. Let's start with the villain team. First, they had absolutely no teamwork, which Midoriya easily exploited. Momo began, her voice clear and steady. Everyone was listening intently. This was especially clear with Bakugo, who had a personal grudge against Midoriya. Midoriya took full advantage of that. At this, Bakugo's head jerked towards her, his eyes glaring daggers. He baited Bakugo into a one-on-one fight, which Bakugo fell for. In doing so, he completely abandoned his teammate, leaving him vulnerable. Even though Midoriya was alone, he anticipated the villains' moves and managed to outmaneuver them both. Momo continued, gaining more confidence as she went. Both teams allowed their emotions to cloud their judgment, which led to large-scale attacks indoors that ended up damaging the building. She shifted gears, focusing on Midoriya's side of the battle. On the other hand, the hero team, particularly Midoriya, adapted quickly to the situation. Mineta let his cowardice get the better of him, Momo pointed out, causing everyone to glance at Mineta with disappointment. Yeah, dude, the heck. Leaving your teammate like that, Kaminari muttered. For someone with literal balls for hair, you sure lack the ones that count, Jiro quipped, earning snickers from the class. Mineta's face turned bright red in embarrassment. Shut up, Flatty, he retorted, glaring at Jiro. Jiro's eyes shot open as her head jerked towards the imp. What did you just call me? She growled, ready to snap. Before things could escalate, All Might stepped in, placing a hand on Jiro's shoulder. Calm down, young Jiro. Let's stay focused, he said gently. Jiro huffed and crossed her arms, but her eyes shot daggers at Mineta. Young Yaoyorozu, please continue, All Might said, gesturing for Momo to go on. Momo nodded, refocusing. Midoriya adapted when Mineta abandoned him. He turned a disadvantage into an advantage, using the environment and his quick thinking to secure the win. Midoriya blinked, feeling a bit overwhelmed by her praise. He hadn't realized just how much Momo was paying attention to his strategies. He admired how composed and articulate she was as she spoke. As a hero, Midoriya caused no additional damage to the building and maintained full control of the situation, something the villain team failed to do. In the end, Midoriya formulated and executed a plan that resulted in minimal damage and successfully secured the bomb, Momo concluded, standing confidently. Whoa, she said all of that without stuttering, Midoriya thought, watching her with admiration. Well said, young Yaoyorozu, All Might praised. He then turned to Mineta, his expression becoming more serious. Mineta, let's address something important. It's true that not every quirk is suited for every situation, and in some cases, it's wise to let another hero take the lead. However, All Might paused, his voice growing firmer, you should never abandon your teammate. Mineta's shoulders slumped, and his head hung low. Yes, sir, he muttered, clearly feeling guilty. All Might softened his tone. There's no shame in recognizing a battle you can't win and retreating. But leaving a fellow hero behind, that is something you should never do. Always look for ways to support your team, even if it's just by providing backup or helping minimize damage. Mineta nodded, clearly reflecting on the lesson. Understood, he said quietly. Momo, curious, turned to Midoriya. Midoriya, out of curiosity, why didn't you use a form with enhanced speed, like Fast Track? Midoriya scratched his head. Oh, you mean Fast Track. Momo nodded. With your speed, you could have reached the bomb without needing to fight Bakugo or Todoroki. But that wouldn't have been manly at all. Hiroshima chimed in, grinning. A hero should take challenges head-on, every time. Yeah, I thought you'd go with Diamond Head or maybe Amphibian, Jiro said, twirling her jacks. They seem more suited for taking on Bakugo and Todoroki. Dekiru. Ditto wasn't the safest choice either, Uraraka added, tilting her head. Since all the clones share the same pain, one good explosion from Bakugo and you'd have been in serious trouble. The rest of the class widened their eyes in shock. Gee, they all feel the same pain. Kaminari and Shiro shouted in unison. Midoriya nodded sheepishly. Why yeah, they do. Seriously, that's a huge risk. If Bakugo had landed a solid hit, you'd have been down for the count. Ojiro exclaimed. Whoa, for real, I mean, that's like putting all your eggs in one basket. If one clone goes down, you all feel it. Mina added, her eyes wide with disbelief. Iida adjusted his glasses, his expression serious. Midoriya, you chose Ditto, knowing all the clones feel the same pain. That's a massive gamble. One solid hit from Bakugo and the villains could have won. It does seem impractical, Momo added, thinking it over. Considering your versatility, a more strategic form might have been better suited for the situation. Midoriya rubbed the back of his neck, looking embarrassed. Well, if we're being honest, the form I wanted to use was Ghost Freak. Ghost Freak. The class echoed in confusion. Yeah, he's got ghost powers, like invisibility and phasing through objects, Midoriya explained, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. Ghost powers. Toru's invisible eyes lit up with interest. Ghost Freak's phasing and invisibility would have been perfect, Iida pointed out. You could have avoided their attacks entirely and secured the bomb without engaging directly. I agree with Iida, Momo added. With Ghost Freak's abilities, you could have moved through walls, scouted their positions without being seen, and avoided damage altogether. It would have been a more efficient choice. Exactly, you could have just gone invisible, phased through the floor, and grabbed the bomb without anyone noticing, Toru said excitedly. That form would have been perfect. Midoriya chuckled nervously. Why yeah, that would have been ideal, but, he glanced down at the Omnitrix on his wrist with a sheepish smile. The Omnitrix doesn't always give me the form I want. The entire class stared at him in shock. Wait, you don't get to pick your form. Kaminari shouted, his jaw practically hitting the floor. Not all the time, Midoriya admitted, scratching the back of his head awkwardly. Sometimes, it just gives me what it wants. ... When I turn into the wrong alien, I find it better to just adapt to the situation instead of trying to go with the alien I wanted, Izuku explained. And, Ghost Freak has his own issues, he added, trailing off slightly. So I used what I had and turned it into an advantage. First, I realized that my quirk can boost strength and speed, which let Ditto's rubbery body bounce around more easily. Ooh, like Luffy's gear too. Mina piped up, her eyes sparkling. You were bouncing off the walls like crazy. Izuku blushed, scratching his cheek nervously. Why yeah, he stammered before clearing his throat. Anyway, I knew all I had to do was touch the bomb. So, I split myself into several clones, expecting Bakugo to come for me. When I finally ran into him, I let the rest of my clones know I'd found him. Momo's eyes widened in realization. So, when you first encountered Bakugo and he attacked, you let him hit you on purpose? She asked. Everyone stared at Izuku in shock. Bakugo snapped out of his stupor, replaying the opening moments in his head. Slowly, he came to the same realization. Izuku had played him. The moment Bakugo attacked me, Izuku continued, all my clones knew I was in combat and immediately went to look for the bomb. I think one decided to stick around and help out, though, he added with a chuckle. The class stared at him in awe. Taking a hit like that on purpose is so manly. Kirishima cried, tears streaming down his face. So, you provoked Bakugo to draw his attention while your clones scouted for the bomb? Momo asked, clearly impressed. Izuku nodded, causing Bakugo to growl in frustration. Damn it, Ponytail's right. I let Deku get in my head, and he played me like a fool. How could I be so stupid? Bakugo clenched his fists so hard his knuckles turned white. Now, young Midoriya, could you explain how exactly your clones were able to find Todoroki so quickly? All Might asked, drawing the class's attention back to Izuku. Oh, right, Shiro added, nodding. After Todoroki's opening move, your clones suddenly knew where the bomb was. What was that all about? Izuku smiled sheepishly. Actually, Todoroki's opening move gave me a massive advantage. The class looked confused. Wait, how does him freezing the entire building give you an advantage? Sato asked, scratching his head. Yeah, that ice attack was insane. Shiro added in disbelief. Super manly. Kirishima chimed in. Izuku shook his head. First off, Bakugo's quirk relies on sweat. The cold room slowed him down a lot, which helped me out. That's why he hates the rain, Izuku explained. Ah, I see, Momo mused, connecting the dots. When Todoroki froze the building, he actually handicapped his own teammate. She paused. Midoriya. He adapts to every situation, even when things don't go his way. He turns an obstacle into an opportunity, she thought, feeling a spark of admiration. The way he quickly analyzed the situation and turned a bad moment into a good one struck a chord with her. She didn't think she could think as fast as he could, not in the middle of chaos. Her gaze lingered on Izuku, her mind wandering, until she realized she'd been staring at him longer than she'd meant to. With a small blush, she quickly cleared her throat. But that still doesn't explain how your clones found Todoroki. Do you have telepathic contact? Momo asked, her usual elegance returning as she tried to hide her momentary fluster. Nope, no telepathy, Izuku said with a grin. But I do have cold powers too. Everyone blinked in surprise. Oh, Momo said, realization dawning on her. Yeah, one of my other forms, Big Chill, also has ice abilities. So, when Todoroki froze the building, I used my experience with cold-based powers to figure out where the freezing originated. It helped me narrow down where Todoroki was standing, Izuku explained. Momo couldn't help but feel even more impressed. He really does adapt to any situation, no matter how impossible it seems. He's thoughtful, quick on his feet, and never loses sight of the goal. She found herself smiling softly, her heart unexpectedly fluttering as her gaze lingered on Midoriya for just a moment longer than usual. ... Everyone nodded in surprise and awe as Momo continued. So you planned your first contact with Bakugo. You knew he would come after you, and when your clone found him, you let him blast you so all your clones would know he was in combat. The rest of your clones could then focus on finding the bomb and locating Todoroki. You aimed to distract them instead of winning the fight. When you found Todoroki, you sent a clone outside to climb the wall of the building. You waited for the perfect opportunity to touch the bomb while Todoroki had his guard down, but when he sent that massive glacier, you were forced to blast him through the floor. Everyone blinked in surprise at her analysis. Midoriya looked at her in awe, his thoughts racing. Wow, she really broke down my entire plan. Huh, she really dissected my strategy. I don't know if I should be impressed or jealous, he mused. Yeah, basically, Izuku replied, a bit sheepishly. Momo, feeling a mix of pride and fluster, kept her composure. Now, Midoriya, with your plan, you've earned MVP. Good work, she said, giving him a thumbs up. Izuku's smile widened, feeling a warm sense of accomplishment. Wow, praise from the #1 hero. Kirishima exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Luckily, Ochako chimed in, grabbing his shoulders and shaking him. Before you go on, though, Tokiyami interjected, his tone serious, you mentioned that your form, Ghost Freak, has issues. Izuku's expression shifted to discomfort. Yeah, Ghost Freak has somewhat, violent tendencies. He probably would have lost sight of the objective and gone after Kachan. The villain team, Izuku admitted, his voice trailing off. I see you also struggle with your abilities that could put others in danger, Tokiyami replied. I can relate to your struggle. We need to be careful not to let our emotions get in the way, or others will suffer the consequences. But we shouldn't let those feelings dictate our actions. Midoriya nodded, reflecting on Tokiyami's words. He glanced down at the Omnitrix, his mind racing. Yeah, but it's only when it comes to Kachan that I feel that murderous rage. Why do I suddenly get so angry when he's involved? He thought, unease settling in his stomach. The anger, the overwhelming desire to hurt him, to break him, to beat him until he was a bloody mess. Is it just the form? He pondered, not liking the way those thoughts made him feel. It's just the transformation. As the group congratulated Midoriya, Bakugo remained in an almost catatonic state, his usual fiery demeanor replaced by shock. All Might clapped his hands to gather everyone's attention. All right, everyone, now that we've wrapped up this exercise, let's move on to the next group. As the next set of students prepared for their turn, Momo caught herself glancing at Midoriya once more. There was something about his determination, his adaptability, that tugged at her heart. He really is incredible, she thought, feeling a warmth spread through her chest as she admired him from across the room. The next group was Team G, consisting of Ochako Uraraka and Tenya Iida as the villains, facing off against Team H, which included Tsuyu Asui and Fumikage Tokiyami as the heroes. Izuku stood between Momo and Kyoka, watching intently as the teams prepared. The atmosphere was charged with anticipation, and everyone began discussing their predictions for the match. This seems like a pretty balanced set of teams, Ojiro commented, leaning forward with interest. Iida scored the highest out of the four of them in the quirk apprehension test, Ashido added, her eyes sparkling with excitement. His speed is crazy. True, but from the entrance exams, he struggles with turning corners, Izuku pointed out. He has speed but lacks flexibility and maneuverability. On the other hand, Uraraka's quirk could be extremely useful against Asui. Tsuyu has incredible mobility, but she'll need to get in close to take down her opponent. If Ochako manages to touch her, Tsuyu's quirk essentially becomes useless. It's kind of like Spider Monkey. Wait, but Tsuyu could still shoot her tongue out, and the weightlessness could quickly become an advantage. Izuku continued to mutter, his thoughts racing, and everyone around him wore blank expressions. All Might observed with an amused smile. Like father, like son, he thought to himself. Bakugo's frustration bubbled over as he fumed. Not only had he lost, but now he had to listen to the damn nerd ramble on. Just as he opened his mouth to tell Izuku to shut up, Momo placed a hand on his shoulder, bringing him back to reality. "Oh, sorry," Midoriya said, catching himself. I was muttering again. "I'll try to stop." He glanced at Momo, who waved her arms dismissively. "No, it's just that we couldn't understand most of it," Momo replied, making Izuku look surprised. "Oh, I was just saying that the hero team has great mobility, and I can't really see a weakness in their strategy," Izuku clarified. "Well, Iida's speed can still get him close to Tokiyami. From the quirk apprehension test, he may not be physically built, so I doubt Tokiyami could withstand a hit from Iida," Momo pointed out, and Izuku's eyes widened in shock. "Oh yeah, that's a really good point," he said, pulling out a notebook to jot down her insight. Momo's eyes shot open in surprise. Where did that come from? She thought, taken aback by how quickly Izuku had switched to analytical mode. As the exercise began, they watched Iida, who seemed to laugh like a supervillain while Ochako giggled alongside him. Why is he laughing like some sort of supervillain? Jiro wondered, raising an eyebrow. Ironically, villains do actually laugh like that, Izuku replied, recalling the eccentric Dr. Onimo from their entrance exams. Suddenly, Tsuyu came through a window, pulling Tokiyami up with her long tongue. They quickly engaged the villains. Ochako negated the gravity of some boxes and other debris, and with swift kicks, Iida launched them toward the hero team. Tsuyu and Tokiyami dodged expertly, but in the chaos, Ochako managed to sneak away, wrapping capture tape around Tokiyami. "Tokiyami has been captured," All Might announced. Tsuyu was caught off guard by Ochako's quick thinking. Just then, Ochako pressed her fingertips together, and the remaining debris began to plummet back to the ground. Tsuyu, using her exceptional agility, dodged the falling boxes, leaping off them as she aimed for the bomb. But before she could reach it, Iida grabbed the bomb and ran away, while Ochako made herself weightless, before releasing her quirk as she dropped onto Tsuyu, surprising Tsuyu and wrapping capture tape around her too. "Tsuyu Asui has been captured," All Might declared. As the match ended, Ojiro commented, "That was a well-executed strategy by the hero team. I didn't expect them to turn the tables so quickly." Mina nodded enthusiastically. "Yeah, they really worked together seamlessly. Iida's speed was impressive, but Ochako's quirk really made the difference." Sato chimed in, "They all showed such great teamwork." Clenching his fist. "That was incredible," Izuku stated, his eyes wide with admiration. He pulled out another notebook. this one with the Omnitrix symbol, and quickly began scribbling notes. Momo glanced at him in confusion and curiosity. Where does he keep all those notebooks? She wondered. Tsuyu's mobility and reflexes are remarkable, Izuku muttered aloud, barely noticing Momo's gaze. We both have animal-like abilities. She and Spider-Monkey share a common attribute, sticking to walls, leaping prowess. Though Spider-Monkey has enhanced strength, I wonder if Tsuyu possesses the same. He suddenly cupped his mouth, realizing he was rambling. Momo chuckled softly at his enthusiasm, shaking her head. The teams were well balanced, but I think the villain team had the upper hand due to their position. They didn't need to search for the bomb like the heroes did. Izuku nodded, the wheels clearly turning in his head. And none of the heroes have sensory-type quirks, which made finding the bomb even harder. Exactly, Momo agreed, her eyes meeting his. That ended up taking a lot of time, and even though they weren't captured, they still would have lost by the time the clock ran out. Izuku leaned in slightly, his energy contagious. And with the extra time, Uraraka and Iida set up the battlefield exactly the way they wanted. Uraraka's zero gravity was crucial in slowing down the hero team, allowing them to secure the capture. Their conversation had a natural rhythm, and for a moment, they were lost in their shared analysis. All Might, watching the exchange, smiled with amusement but also a hint of pride. How about we wait for them to return before reviewing the hero team? He asked, snapping them both out of their thoughts. Izuku and Momo blinked, realizing how caught up they'd been, and blushed slightly, avoiding each other's gaze for a moment. Momo tucked her black strand behind her, feeling a weird feeling in her stomach to which she pushed down. As the class continued discussing the match, Izuku pulled out a notebook with an Omnitrix symbol on the cover. Bakugo scowled, remembering the green-haired boy's obsession with jotting things down. Hey, Midori, what's that notebook? Mina asked, leaning over his shoulder to peek at the pages. She caught a glimpse of a sketch combining a creature with a spider, though she couldn't make out the writing surrounding it. Izuku's face turned red, especially with her hand resting on his shoulder. Oh. He hesitated before showing the notebook to everyone. Though curious, none of them could make sense of the symbols scattered around the sketches. It's my alien notebook, Izuku explained as Momo, Toru, and Jiro leaned in closer. He flipped through the pages. I keep track of my forms, their abilities, powers, all of it. I've got about 19 forms now, so writing everything down helps me visualize my moves. Todoroki glanced over, intrigued, but paused when Momo spoke up. Midoriya, I can't read any of this. Izuku scratched the back of his head. Yeah, well, I've also listed each form's weaknesses. I try to come up with counters for them, but I haven't figured them all out yet. He pointed to a page featuring Diamond Head, with weakness scribbled underneath. Brainstorm actually told me that having all my weaknesses written down like this could come back to bite me, so it's, pretty encrypted. Momo squinted at the page, unable to decipher any of it. The writing looked like a bunch of gibberish. Kaminari sparked slightly, his brain straining as he tried to understand it. Momo's attention turned to the alien labeled, Brainstorm. Jiro's eye twitched when she noticed above the sketch, it simply read, I'm smarter than you. Uraraka was right. Brainstorm is a jerk, Jiro muttered. But didn't she also mention that you predicted the entrance exam? Izuku chuckled nervously. Why yeah, I used Brainstorm's intelligence to help me study for the mock exams, and, well, I accidentally predicted the entire thing. The whole thing, they all exclaimed. Momo's eyes widened in realization. Wait, you're the one who scored 100%. She leaned in closer, her excitement evident, which made Kaminari and Mineta visibly jealous. Izuku stuttered, his face flushing from how near Momo was. Why yeah, he managed to say, his heart racing. Momo smiled eagerly, clearly brimming with questions for him. Jiro noticed that same excited look on Momo's face that Izuku often had when asking people about their quirks. Kaminari and Mineta glared daggers at Izuku, frustrated at how the boy was getting cozy with Momo, who, in their eyes, was the sexiest girl in class, especially in her hero costume. Next up were Momo Yaoyorozu and Mezzo Shoji as the villain team versus Eijiro Kirishima and Masharao Ojiro on the hero's side. So, who do you think is going to win this one? Mina asked, glancing around. Izuku cupped his chin thoughtfully. Shoji has enhanced hearing, though I'm not sure what his exact range is. And Yaoyorozu's versatility is amazing. I really want to see her quirk in action. Mineta, however, was already drooling. Yeah, I really want to see her in action, he muttered, not hiding his excitement. Jiro's eye twitched. Without a word, she jabbed one of her earphone jacks into his ear, sending a small sonic blast that made him yelp in pain. I'm rooting for the villain team, Jiro said with a smirk, twirling her other jack around her finger. Izuku tilted his head, curious. Why's that? Ochako leaned in too. Yeah, what makes you think they'll win? Jiro shrugged. No offense, but Kirishima seems like the type to charge in headfirst without thinking. He probably wants to show off his manliness. She made air quotes around the word manliness. Suyu nodded, and Yaoyorozu seems like she can come up with a solid plan. When it comes to brains versus brawn, I'm betting on brains, Jiro said confidently. Especially when Shoji can scout while Yaoyorozu handles the strategy. Ochako gave it some thought. I dunno. Kirishima's super tough, and Ojiro's got some great combat sense. I think the heroes might pull through. Mina grinned. I'm with Jiro on this one. Yaoyorozu's quirk is crazy versatile, and Shoji's no slouch either. As the match unfolded, Jiro's prediction quickly came true. Kirishima charged ahead, with Ojiro trying to hold him back. The two barged into the building, only to trip one of Yaoyorozu's traps. Smoke bombs filled the room, forcing the heroes to retreat as their eyes became red and irritated. The hero team scrambled, following voices to a room downstairs, only to find a recording device. Another trap was triggered, setting off electrical trip wires that shocked both Kirishima and Ojiro, leaving them momentarily stunned. As they stumbled out, still twitching from the shock, Momo appeared at the end of the hallway, aiming a cannon. She fired a grenade-like device that exploded into expanding sticky foam, trapping the two heroes. They struggled, trying to free themselves, but before they could make any headway, Shoji dropped down from behind and swiftly wrapped the capture tape around them. The hero team has been captured. Villain team wins, All Might announced. Jiro smirked, nudging Izuku. Told you brains would win. ... Whoa, not even 6 minutes in, Izuku said in shock, eyes wide as he stared at the screen. See, brains versus brawn. Brains always win, Jiro said smugly, as Kirishima and Ojiro returned looking frustrated by their loss. The heroes reassembled for the review session, and All Might stepped forward. Now, who can tell me who the MVP was? He asked. Izuku raised his hand shakily. Yaoyorozu. He cleared his throat, feeling a bit nervous but determined to speak confidently. He tried to recall how Momo had presented herself earlier without stuttering. Yaoyorozu managed to take down the heroes quickly. She formulated a solid plan, neutralized the hero team without needing to engage directly, and they never even saw the bomb, Izuku explained. Bakugo scoffed. She didn't fight anyone. She just used cheap tricks, he growled, throwing a sharp glare in Momo's direction, still bitter about her comment the day before. Yeah, we didn't even see you guys. It was kinda unmanly, using sneak attacks, Kirishima said, folding his arms in frustration. A collective deadpan look spread across the class, making it clear they weren't buying the argument. Momo sighed, about to respond, but Izuku beat her to it. Sure, but why should she need to fight? Villains don't care about fighting fair, they'll do whatever it takes to win. Just because you want a head-to-head battle doesn't mean a villain will want the same. Bakugo glared at him. A hero always wins by beating the villain down. Izuku, without thinking, blurted out, yeah, well, she won her battle trial while you lost, so. The room went silent as everyone stared wide-eyed at Izuku. Moments later, the class erupted into snickers, struggling to hold back their laughter. Izuku flinched under Bakugo's icy glare. Midoriya is right, All Might interjected, offering a thumbs up. Fighting the villain isn't the goal. Ideally, a hero should aim for a situation where no punches are thrown. My best days are when I don't have to hit anyone. All Might continued with a more serious tone. When arriving at a scene, a hero's first thought should be, how can I ensure everyone is safe? Not, where are the villains? Villains won't share your sense of honor or morals, they'll do whatever it takes to meet their goals. The method you use to stop them doesn't matter as long as lives are protected. If you can manage that without throwing a punch, even better. The class applauded All Might's words, and Izuku felt a small sense of pride as Momo smiled gratefully at him. Momo found herself smiling at Izuku, feeling a warm sense of appreciation for how he had defended her, especially in front of Bakugo. It was clear to anyone that Izuku was usually terrified of him, or at least, that's what she had always thought. But after the battle trial, she wasn't so sure anymore. One thing she was sure of, however, was the blush creeping up her cheeks as she glanced at him. Next up was the hero team consisting of Kyokujiro and Denki Kaminari versus the villain team of Hantashiro and Toru Hagakure. Though no one could see Hagakure, Jiro's keen hearing allowed her to avoid detection. She sent Kaminari ahead as a distraction, though he tried to flirt with her one last time before she firmly told him to knock it off and focus. Kaminari complied, using his quirk to take out the lights under her instruction while Jiro used her ear jacks to sneak around, tracking Hagakure's movements as she approached. Eventually, Toru ran into Kaminari on the second floor. Seeing the faint outline of her shadow, Kaminari smirked before releasing a surge of electricity into the room. Ah! Toru screamed as a thud was heard, indicating she had hit the floor. Kaminari approached, unrolling the capture tape. Now, don't take this personally, but I need to tie you up. And, I can't see you, so I'll have to feel around for your body. This doesn't make me a pervert, I swear, he said with a perverted grin. The entire class watching the monitors had deadpanned expressions as they saw Kaminari's lecherous face. What a creep, several of the girls muttered. Back in the match, Toru, despite being invisible, glared at Kaminari. With surprising force, she delivered a swift kick to his groin. Get away from me, you pervert, she yelled. Kaminari doubled over in pain, clutching his groin. The boys watching winced in sympathy as they saw him fall to his knees. Even though Toru was invisible, it was clear she was choking him out before finally knocking him unconscious. Pervert, she muttered before wrapping him up in capture tape. Meanwhile, Jiro had managed to find the bomb, using a powerful sonic blast to disorient Zero, who was left clutching his ears in pain. With him incapacitated, Jiro swiftly ran up and touched the bomb. Hero team wins, All Might announced. As the two teams walked back, Kaminari coughed a bit but decided to shoot his shot. So, Hagakure, what do you like to eat? He asked, feeling the cold wave of a deadpan expression from her direction. You tried to grope me, Toru said bluntly. No. With that, she walked away from the blonde without another word. Beside him, Jiro shot Kaminari a look of disbelief. You tried to grope her. Zero only facepalmed while Jiro walked off with a disgusted expression, muttering under her breath. The rest of the girls gave Kaminari similar deadpanned and disgusted looks, collectively muttering, creep. Toru sighed, clearly disappointed by another loss. Izuku, noticing the slight slouch in her invisible figure, approached her cautiously. Hey, Izuku greeted gently. Hi, Toru replied, her voice sounding a little downcast. You know, you might have lost the match, but that was only because your teammate lost. You managed to take down the guy with one of the most powerful quirks in class, Izuku said, offering a smile despite not being able to see her. Though he couldn't see it, Toru felt a smile creep onto her face at his words. Thanks, she said softly, her tone noticeably brighter. The final match featured Team E, with Mina Ishido and Yuga Aoyama as the villains, against Team F, which consisted of Rikido Sato and Koji Koda as the heroes. Mina bounced on her feet, clearly excited and ready for the challenge. I think Team E's biggest advantage is versatility, Jiro commented thoughtfully. Yeah, Ishido scored pretty high in the quirk apprehension test, one of the fastest in class, Izuku added. And her acid can be used both offensively and defensively, while Aoyama can attack from a distance with his laser, Momo chimed in. Ochako looked a bit sympathetic. Yeah, they probably could take on the hero team, but she trailed off, glancing at the screen. On the monitor, Aoyama was too busy admiring his reflection in a window, completely ignoring Mina, who was clearly trying to get his attention to form a plan. Everyone watching had a similar thought. What a tool. Mina, visibly frustrated, slid around using her acid, sending a few droplets flying, one of which landed on Aoyama's cape. The boy immediately started whining and complaining about the damage to his cape, tears forming as he fussed over the fabric. Mina sighed in exasperation, forced to stay behind since her partner was too busy mourning his cape to scout ahead. Okay, but Mina's speed could still be their biggest asset, Izuku said, trying to remain optimistic. Does anyone know what Kota's quirk is? Everyone exchanged blank looks, shrugging in confusion. Juro crossed her arms. Doesn't matter. The match is about to start. The timer hit 0, and the building suddenly rumbled. What's that? Izuku asked, looking around. Juro quickly focused, her eyes widening in horror. No way, she muttered. Everyone in the room stared in shock as an army of rats swarmed into the building on the monitors. Inside the building, Mina felt the rumble and her eyes went wide when she saw the swarm of rats heading toward her. Screaming, she melted a hole in the wall with her acid, grabbed Aoyama, who was still sobbing about his cape, and fled the scene as fast as she could. Meanwhile, Kota stood calmly at the entrance, bowing respectfully to the rats as they cleared the way for him. He approached the bomb and placed his hand on it with no resistance. Hero team wins, All Might announced, still processing what just happened. The entire class sat in stunned silence, staring at the screen, horrified. Ochako shivered beside Izuku, who looked equally unsettled by what they had just witnessed. Kaminari gulped. I thought Todoroki was scary, but that was just terrifying. Juro nodded scared as she wrapped an earjack around Izuku's arm. They say it's the quiet one you gotta watch out for, Mineta said, also terrified. Momo even looked a bit scared, unblinking from the rats. Soon the team's return to Shido's shoulders were slumped dejected. First her teammate wouldn't cooperate with her, then she ran away from an army of rats. As All Might and everyone began to discuss what happened, Izuku, seeing Ashido's dejected look, snuck his way towards her. Aw man, Ashido said. Izuku blushed before swallowing his nerves. No, I think anyone facing an army of rats would probably be scared as well. Mina smiled. What, so if you were in my position you would have fought of those rats? She teased. Izuku shivered a little. I mean I don't like the idea of fighting so many rats, but I think that's pretty terrifying. Mina chuckled. Izuku blushed before pulling the nerves to ask her. So Ashido, I was kinda wondering if you could tell me more about your quirk and the acid part. Mina blushed, turning lilac. Sure, she softly said. The girls turned lilac, which to All Might began to realize. Oh no, why am I getting flashbacks to that war? He shivered in fear. Damn it, Hisashi, the boy inherited your luck with women. Relax All Might, it probably won't get as bad as. Shivers in fear of being traumatized by the whole ordeal. As everyone watched, All Might dashed across the training ground at super speed, eliciting a chorus of oohs and ahs from the students, along with a hint of envy. Whoa, how fast do you think he is? Kirishima exclaimed, eyes wide with admiration. Ah, man, I'm never going to be that fast, Ojiro sighed, deflated. Juro nudged Midoriya in the ribs, leaning in to whisper, I bet you're faster. Oh, I am, Midoriya replied confidently, which earned him a smirk and an eyebrow raise from Juro. Oh, you sound pretty sure of yourself, Green. Midoriya scratched the back of his head, a bit shy. Well, Fast Track doesn't have the crazy strength that All Might does. Just then, a new voice interrupted them. Hello, Class 1A. The entire class jumped, startled, and turned to see Principal Nezu smiling at them. Principal Nezu, they exclaimed in unison. Wait, our principal is a mouse? Ashido asked, incredulous. No, he's clearly a bear, Kaminari replied as if it were obvious. Guys, he's obviously a hamster, Sato chimed in. Nezu chuckled. One of the greatest mysteries. Am I a bear? A dog? A mouse? Who knows? Anyway, he's not even going to address it. The whole class thought, exchanging bewildered glances. Well, today my instincts told me to oversee the first year's training exercise, and when I spotted Midoriya in his hoodie, my interest was piqued. The class collectively gulped and turned to Midoriya. Now, I bet you all have questions, and I have all the answers. Nezu announced. But first, Yaoyorozu, can you tell me what material this is? With that, he tossed a green crystal to her, which Midoriya and Uraraka immediately recognized. Whoa, a diamond, Uraraka exclaimed. Yaoyorozu inspected it closely and created a magnifying glass, her expression shifting to confusion. This material doesn't exist. The class leaned in closer to examine the crystal. It looks like a diamond, but its properties are different. It's far more durable, Yaoyorozu observed. Midoriya, can you tell us what it is? Nezu asked, directing his attention back to him. Oh, that's my skin. Technically, Midoriya admitted, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. Now, my best explanation is that when you transform, your clothes are destroyed and rebuilt to fit your new form, which is why some of your forms still have clothing. Some. The class gasped in shock, concern washing over their faces. When you revert back, the clothes are somewhat reconstructed. This has led to an interesting reaction. Instead of your clothing transforming into some adaptable material, you get, well, this. He gestured to the crystal. Hope that clears things up. The class absorbed this information, nodding in understanding but not daring to ask any follow-up questions. But Midoriya, I would advise taking it to a professional. All Might is acquainted with David Shield. Perhaps he can assist you in making some suitable costumes for your female classmates. Excited smiles spread across the faces of some Class 1A girls at the prospect. Midoriya simply nodded, feeling a mix of pride and embarrassment at the attention. Nezu walked away, he sighed. Hopefully the hoodie won't bring too much attention. We can say it's because of Midoriya's quirk. The plumbers may throw a fit, but at least a few students will have protection in the costumes. As the school day came to a close, Midoriya quickly finished his notes from the last lesson, reflecting on the quirks of his classmates. Throughout the day, he had noticed a peculiar, almost lifeless look in his own eyes, but he pushed the thought aside as the school bell rang. Momo eagerly approached him as he stood to leave, taking the seat that Bakugo had just vacated. Her excitement was palpable as she looked up at him. Why Yaoyorozu? Izuku stammered, feeling a bit flustered. Did you need something? Well, when I completed the tests, I was told that I almost scored 100% on the written exam. Then I heard through the grapevine that someone actually scored 100%. I wasn't sure who, but I was told they would be in Class 1A, Momo explained, her eyes shining with curiosity. It turns out I wrote the wrong answer for a certain equation in the science section, she continued. I was hoping to meet with you to figure out what I did wrong. Science is usually my best subject, but I was stumped on this one and couldn't find the answer at home. If it's all right with you, could we discuss it? Izuku cupped his chin in thought. Sure, though I'm not some genius. Most of the answers I got were just because I used brainstorm to study and understand the subject better. That's fine, Momo replied with a smile. It was this problem here. She pulled out a piece of paper with the problem written on it and laid it on his desk. Oh, this was a tricky one. Brainstorm managed to figure it out and left some notes, Izuku said as he reached for a pen. At first, the wording makes you think you should solve it one way, but in actuality, you do it this way. He scribbled down the solution, circling the wording that indicated the correct approach. When I checked my answers, I noticed this too. I almost got it wrong. Brainstorm labeled it, foolish trick, which helped me remember. That makes so much sense. Thank you, Midoriya, Momo said, bowing her head gratefully as she began working on the problem. Not a problem, Izuku replied, but he was cut off. Midoriya. The monotone voice of Todoroki echoed across the classroom, drawing the attention of everyone present. All eyes turned to the two, intrigued by the sudden interaction. Midoriya turned to Todoroki, surprised to see the boy bowing slightly. I'm sorry for my attack. I let my emotions get the best of me. The move was excessive, to say the least. Izuku blinked in astonishment before waving his arms in a dismissive gesture. Oh, no problem. You really had me going, though. I had to keep moving so I wouldn't end up cold, he replied. Todoroki nodded, acknowledging Midoriya's words, before turning to leave. The other students exchanged glances, somewhat impressed that Todoroki had apologized after such an intense encounter. Guess he's a decent guy, Ojiro remarked, a sweat drop forming on his brow. Though I still think he's pretty terrifying. Unlike some people, who had to be forced into it, Mina snickered, prompting everyone to recall the chaotic Bakugo situation from the previous day. TCH, Bakugo grumbled as he stormed out, slamming the door behind him. He apologized. That barely ever happens when someone tries to hurt me. It's probably a bad thing, though, Izuku thought, surprised that he hadn't noticed Bakugo leaving. Just then, Kaminari and Uraraka returned, carrying a couple of books. Well, I like mochi. Oh, hey guys, Ochako exclaimed, spotting her friends and promptly forgetting about Kaminari. Jiro couldn't help but snicker at the situation, realizing that Ochako had unknowingly rejected Kaminari's earlier attempt to ask her out. She shook her head in disappointment. I think he's asked out every girl in class. But at least he's bold. I wish someone else was that bold, she said, glancing over at Midoriya with a faint blush before shaking her head. School is almost over, so do you guys want to walk to the station together? Ochako suggested. Wait, school is over already. Izuku looked around the classroom, realizing that only one person was missing. Then where's Kachan? He left a few moments ago. I think you can still catch up to him, Kirishima replied. Midoriya's eyes widened, and he began to run. Damn it, I need to apologize for what I said. I was just so angry. As he dashed out of the classroom, Ashido caught sight of him leaving. Midori, wait, she called out, wanting to thank him for saving her life and also hoping to ask for his phone number. Midoriya raced down the stairs, his thoughts consumed with regret. Damn it, I wanted to apologize for what I said, and explain that I wasn't hiding my quirk from him. But as he continued to run, his pace soon slowed to a jog. But the words of Kevin echoed in Midoriya's mind, a reminder of their conversations over the past 5 years. Why do you call him Kachan? He insults you and puts you down at every chance he gets. That's not someone to whom you owe your respect. As Midoriya's jog slowed to a walk, Kevin's words replayed like a haunting melody. Memories flooded back, each more painful than the last. How many times has he made you feel bad about yourself when you were only trying your best? Remember when you beat him in the finals, and your name was at the top? That jerk went ballistic, spouting insults like, no way a quirkless loser beat me, he must have cheated. He made it sound like your success was a fluke because you're quirkless. He thinks you're supposed to be an idiot. Izuku's heart tightened as he recalled all the times Bakugo had accused him of cheating whenever he outperformed him in class. Each time he received a good grade, especially when it was better than Bakugo's, had led to an explosion of rage directed at him. No way your worthless ass could have gotten a better score, Bakugo would shout, leaving Izuku to wonder if his efforts meant anything at all. Then he remembered yesterday, how Bakugo had called him a cheater in front of everyone, simply because he had beaten him in the entrance exam. The sting of those words still burned in his chest. The realization hit him hard. I don't owe him anything, Midoriya said to himself, clenching his fist in anger. The weight of Bakugo's toxic behavior settled heavily on his shoulders. He stopped, watching Bakugo walk out of the school gate, and frustration boiled within him. He took a deep breath, his heart heavy, and finally turned around. With a sigh, he made his way back to class, the truth of Kevin's words lingering in his mind. I earned my place. I didn't cheat, he muttered under his breath, a wave of resentment rising for the blonde ash boy. And I already told you, Kachan, I'm not going to be your punching bag anymore. With each step back to class, he felt a little stronger. In class, Uraraka pressed her face against the window alongside Tsuyu, Yaoyorozu, Jiro, and Ashido, all waiting in anticipation. I wonder what's taking Dekiru so long, Uraraka mused as she noticed Bakugo leaving the campus. I don't get why he needs to talk to that guy anyway, Jiro said, scowling. What do you mean? Uraraka asked, confused. The guy treats him like trash. Every time they interact, Bakugo accuses him of cheating, tells him he doesn't belong here, and when Dekiru beats him, he gets all pissy about it, Juro explained, crossing her arms. I thought they were friends at first, but I really doubt it, Hagakure added with a frown. Momo joined the conversation, her tone tinged with concern. If someone accuses you of cheating, it undermines everything you've accomplished. That kind of doubt can be really hurtful, she said, a hint of pain evident in her voice as she recalled her own experiences. She paused before adding, Midoriya doesn't owe him anything. When they realized Midoriya wasn't heading toward Bakugo, Mina suddenly bolted out of the classroom. Midori, she called, her voice echoing in the hallway. Huh, oh, Ashido, what's up? He replied, surprised to see her. Mina scratched the back of her head, her usual confidence wavering. Well, I was kind of hoping to catch you alone. I wanted to talk to you, but I never got the chance. Midoriya raised an eyebrow. Oh, what about? Mina took a deep breath, her nerves palpable. Remember a few months ago when we were at the mall? I got grabbed by that bird, and, Her voice trailed off, and she looked a bit embarrassed. Oh, why yeah, I remember. I wasn't sure it was you at first, and I didn't want to assume, he said, recalling the chaos. I never really got to thank you for saving my life, she said, her cheeks turning a light shade of lilac. And despite the fact you smelled like hot garbage. Midoriya slumped slightly, another reminder of how awful Stinkfly had smelled. But I really enjoyed flying with you, she continued, her face now a deeper shade of lilac. Midoriya smiled back at her. It was no problem. I just thought you could use some help, he replied. Mina grinned widely. Since we're heroes, us aliens should stick together, she declared, her smile infectious. Why yeah, you kind of remind me of that scary alien from the movies, the one with the acid. I mean, your quirk. I'm not saying you look like it, you're cute, and that alien was. Ashido's eyes lit up. You think I'm cute? Midoriya suddenly realized what he had said, his face turning bright red and resembling a ripe strawberry. Why yeah, you're pretty cute, he mumbled, almost too softly to hear. She looked down, her cheeks lilac as she coughed to clear her throat. I think you're pretty cute too. Midoriya felt like he might faint from embarrassment, but then Ashido's grin returned. Not as cute as Ditto, though. Still blushing, he chuckled as they began walking back to class. I don't think I can compete with him. Nope, but you were awesome in the battle trial. Your moves were so cool, and the way you dodged was impressive. Maybe we can train together sometime, Ashido suggested, her smile brightening even more. I guess that would be cool. You can show me some acid moves. Midoriya replied, matching her enthusiasm. Only if you show me yours. Deal. Oh, and by the way, Ashido suddenly moved closer, slipping an arm around Midoriya's shoulders in a side hug, causing him to blush profusely. So see close, he stammered, taken by surprise. She pulled out her phone and snapped a quick photo of them, giving a peace sign behind his head. My hero. Midoriya's face felt like it was on fire as she swiped his phone and took a selfie, continuing to type quickly. You have my number now, Ashido said with a shy smile. Now you can text me or whatever. I mean, if you don't want to, you're not obligated or anything, she added, avoiding eye contact and fidgeting with her hands. Why yeah, that would be fun, Midoriya replied as they started walking and chatting. Meanwhile, from the rooftop of a building miles away, a figure watched them intently. Well, Hisashi's son, he muttered, lowering his advanced binoculars. A sinister grin spread across his face. We'll meet soon, you bastard. Just then, Midoriya was hit with a sudden splitting headache, as if warning him of something approaching. He clutched his head, wincing at the pain. Midoriya, you okay? Came the concerned voice of Yaoyorozu, who had caught up with him. Why yeah, just a headache, he replied, trying to shake it off. He glanced in the direction of the pain but quickly dismissed it. It's nothing. Don't worry about it. Izuku walked back to class, chatting with Ashido, who was smiling at him. Her energy was contagious, and he couldn't help but smile back. So, What do you like to eat? Kaminari's voice cut through as he tried to flirt with a nearby girl. Izuku barely noticed as his face lit up upon seeing Kendo, who stood nearby, arms folded and foot tapping impatiently. She raised an eyebrow at him. Kendo, Izuku called, surprised. She turned around, a smile replacing her stern expression as she walked over. Hey, Midoriya, she greeted, quickly dismissing Kaminari. Thanks, Kaminari. Anyways, bye, she said, waving him off. Kendo glanced at the two girls standing behind him, Momo and Mina. Do you mind if I steal Midoriya for a bit? We need to catch up, she asked, scratching behind her head. Momo and Mina exchanged glances, surprised, but eventually nodded and moved aside, letting Kendo and Izuku walk off together. So, how was your first battle trial? Kendo asked, genuinely curious. Izuku put his hands behind his back, his smile fading slightly. I was up against Bakugo and Todoroki. Kendo's eyes widened. Wait, you were up against the guy who came second in the entrance exam and the son of the number 2 hero. That's kind of ironic now that I think about it, she remarked. Yeah, and my teammates ended up abandoning me during the trial, Izuku added with a chuckle, trying to downplay the memory. Kendo's eyes widened in shock. What, they ditched you, on your first battle trial? Her disbelief was obvious. Oh, I'm fine, Izuku quickly reassured her. Though, losing my first trial isn't so bad, he added with a grin. Kendo gave him a questioning look. Wait, who said you lost? Izuku smirked, a little more confidently. Kendo blinked in surprise. Hold up, you're telling me you were outnumbered, your teammate abandoned you, and you were up against two of the strongest students, and you won. He nodded with a small smile. Dude, that's awesome, Kendo exclaimed, giving him a friendly punch on the shoulder. Izuku rubbed the spot, a small blush creeping up on his cheeks as he looked at her. I couldn't have done it without you, Izuku admitted quietly. Kendo raised an eyebrow. I mean, the moves you taught me helped a lot. Kachan couldn't read my movements, and even Todoroki struggled. You taught me so much. I was thinking about that the whole time during the fight, and I just wanted to say thanks, Izuku explained, scratching his head nervously. I guess I owe you a lot. Kendo's face flushed red, a little taken aback by his words. Well, I should be thanking you too, she mumbled. Izuku tilted his head in confusion. Thanking me? Kendo took a step closer, her face inches from his. I couldn't have won my own battle trial either. I kept thinking about how you analyze quirks so thoroughly, and it helped me figure out my opponent's weaknesses. Her sudden proximity made Izuku blush even harder. Their eyes met, and for a moment, both were frozen, blushing furiously before looking away, Kendo rubbing her arm awkwardly. So, thanks, Kendo said, her voice a little quieter now. No problem, Izuku replied, equally shy. From a distance, Ochako watched the exchange. She felt a strange twinge in her chest, something tightening inside her as she blinked at the sight of the two talking. Kendo broke the brief silence, trying to change the subject. By the way, how come you didn't meet up with me and Uraraka on our first day? She asked, curious. Oh, Izuku's blush returned as he remembered the incident. He told her about how he accidentally groped Yaoyorozu, his face growing redder as he explained. Kendo burst out laughing. PFF'd. You're kidding me, right? She tried to hold back her laughter but failed miserably. Hey, it's not funny. Izuku protested, clearly embarrassed. She stifled her giggles. Oh, come on, you were probably like, I am sorry. Right, she teased, doing a surprisingly good impression of his stammering. Izuku's face burned even brighter. It's not funny, she got really mad at me, he muttered. Kendo shook her head, still smirking. You're lucky it wasn't me. I would have knocked you out cold, she said, playfully raising her fist, making him shiver slightly. He laughed nervously, still rubbing his shoulder where she had playfully punched him earlier. 1. The next morning, Midoriya got up early and headed to school, the excitement of seeing Kendo pushing him to step a little faster. They hadn't had much time together lately, so he nervously decided to ask her if she'd like to walk to school with him. When he did, a rosy blush crept onto her cheeks, but she agreed, sending a wave of relief and joy washing over him. As he walked, lost in thought about his day ahead, he suddenly felt a poke on his shoulder. He turned around, scanning the area, but saw no one. Just as he was about to dismiss it, he turned back and was met with the floating head of Setsuna Tokage. "Sup," she said, her sharp-toothed grin wide and mischievous. Midoriya's eyes widened in shock, his expression a mix of confusion and fear. Where? What? Am I?" he stammered, his voice barely a whisper. Setsuna burst into laughter, the sound ringing through the air. "PFF'd. Ha ha ha." Her head rolled playfully in the air, and from a corner, her body came running to catch up, plopping back down seamlessly. Wiping a tear of laughter from her eye, she continued, "Oh, man, you were like, where? Oh my gosh." She made a mocking impression of him, her laughter infectious. Midoriya clutched his head, overwhelmed. "I thought I was in a horror movie." With a finger to her chin, Setsuna teased, "And I'm the totally sexy serial killer on the loose." "More like the victim," Midoriya muttered, half smirking. Setsuna snorted and began skipping down the path. "Kendo and I were supposed to meet up, but she cancelled. Now I know why." She shot him a knowing smirk. Midoriya blushed fiercely and started walking alongside her toward Kendo. I don't know what you're talking about." "Really? You didn't make arrangements to walk with Kendo to school every day?" Setsuna asked, her tone teasing. Midoriya's face turned crimson. We don't see each other as much now that we're in different classes, so I thought we could walk together. That's all. Nothing more to it." "Keep telling yourself that, Casanova," Setsuna said, her voice light with mischief. "Don't worry, I won't interrupt you guys next time. But I can't say the same for Kodai. She seems really interested in you." "Really? We text a lot, but I don't think it means anything." "She just isn't much of a talker," Midoriya replied, scratching the back of his head. "Oh, you poor dense boy," Setsuna said, shaking her head as they approached Kendo. "Hey, Kendo," Setsuna called out, her cheerful tone cutting through the morning air. Kendo looked up from her phone, a smile spreading across her face when she saw Setsuna. But as she noticed Midoriya beside her, her expression softened, and a blush crept up her cheeks. She awkwardly waved, inwardly smacking herself for the sudden rush of feelings. "I bet that looked really awkward," she muttered to herself. "Hi, Kendo," Midoriya said, his heart racing a bit at the sight of her smile. "Hey, Midoriya," Kendo replied, trying to hide her fluster as they began walking together. "So, how was your first hero class?" Kendo asked, her curiosity piqued as they strolled. "We usually have hero class after you guys. You must have been so thrilled to have All Might as your teacher." Midoriya scratched the back of his head again, a shy smile forming. "Why yeah, honestly, it feels almost surreal. Yeah, it would be like having Yukio as a teacher." Setsuna chimed in, her eyes sparkling at the thought. Having her as a mentor would be a dream. "Yeah, but doesn't she usually have interns that are girls?" Kendo asked, raising an eyebrow. Midoriya shrugged. "Maybe it's just a coincidence. But she's an incredible hero, humble and responsible. Making it to the top 10 can't be easy. Plus, her quirk is super strong and transformation type. I wonder if I could learn a few things from her." "Well, if we're talking about strong female pros, it would have to be Miriko," Setsuna added, her excitement palpable. Midoriya shivered at the mention of the bunny girl. He recalled their first encounter, the way she had towered over him in her hero form. "Why yeah, but I really doubt she'd ever take the time to teach someone like me." Kendo slumped her shoulders. "Yeah, she doesn't even have sidekicks because they'd only slow her down." "Wait, then who does all her paperwork?" "She's number 6. The pile of paperwork must be massive," Midoriya exclaimed, his eyes wide with the realization. Setsuna rolled her eyes, chuckling. "Who knows? Maybe she has a secret intern hidden somewhere." Midoriya shook his head, trying to process the thought. Though meeting her in person is terrifying. Quote. Suddenly, Kendo grabbed Midoriya by the shoulder, her eyes wide with excitement. "Why didn't you tell me you met Miruko?" Ah, he was shaken back and forth, confusion swirling in his eyes. Kendo, stop it. She plopped him down, adjusted his tie, and cleared her throat. Sorry about that. Anyway, remember that fighting tournament I was in? Midoriya said, embarrassment creeping into his voice. Yeah, after I won, Maruko asked me to train with her. Kendo and Setsuna exchanged surprised glances. She asked you out? Well, I'm not really sure about that. I think she just wanted a new punching bag, but then when I turned back into me, she kinda got. I don't know how to say it. She thought my fights were cool and wanted to see how I'd do against her. Kendo sighed in relief. Speaking of which, you should probably clarify that 4 Arms is just a high school student. Midoriya tilted his head, confused, while Setsuna wore a teasing smile. What do you mean? Well, 4 Arms is, pretty impressive, and some pro heroes, mostly girls, find his fighting style and, physique kind of attractive. Midoriya's face turned bright red. Setsuna burst into laughter. What do you mean by that? Quote. Kendo shot him a knowing look, her expression saying it all. Oh, that's right, stud, seriously, you need to clear this up before people start making, some accusations, Setsuna said, still giggling. They continued walking and chatting when they suddenly noticed a horde of reporters gathered around, questioning their classmates. All Might is now a teacher here. Of course, the reporters are swarming. Setsuna said, his eyes widening. How are we going to get past them? Kendo asked, glancing nervously at the crowd. I've got an idea. Just follow my lead, Setsuna replied with a toothy grin. Kendo and Midoriya exchanged shrugs before following her as the reporters descended upon them, microphones thrust forward. You're a UA student. How does it feel to have All Might as your teacher? Can you give us insight into who he is beyond that smile? How does All Might feel about the student who broke his record? Setsuna cut through the noise. Oh my gosh, guys. It's reporters. Hi, I'm Setsuna Tokage, and we're from the business course. To their surprise, every reporter pulled back their microphones and cameras, shifting their attention elsewhere. I can't believe that actually worked, Setsuna said, a look of shock on her face. Though I feel bad for any of the business kids, Midoriya added, glancing back at the reporters. Looks like the support course is having it rough too. There's a pink-haired girl trying to catch their attention. I think she keeps saying something about babies, Kendo pointed out, watching the girl flit from reporter to reporter, showing them something in her notebook. Babies? That can't be right. You probably heard her wrong, Setsuna said as they entered the school premises. Midoriya suddenly stopped, feeling a familiar stab in his brain. It was like a sharp pressure directing him, though it wasn't painful. Turning away from the crowd of reporters, he spotted someone standing in the distance. He wore a long-sleeve black shirt, black pants, and striking red shoes. His bushy blue hair framed his face, but it was his intense red eyes that immediately caught Izuku's attention. Hey, Midoriya! Setsuna shouted, snapping him from his thoughts. Suddenly, the familiar sting returned, though this time it was less intense. It emanated from the crowd, and as he glanced around, he noticed that the reporters had fallen silent, their hungry gazes fixed on him like lions eyeing a gazelle. Izuku Midoriya, the top scorer of UA, who broke the record held by All Might for nearly 40 years. He beat All Might's record by 3 times the value? They say he has a quirk never seen before. He's also the manager of 4 Arms. Izuku gulped, the pressure building in his chest as he felt their scrutiny. Setsuna, now safely within the school premises, winced. Maybe I shouldn't have mentioned his name. I need to go. Izuku stammered, his instincts kicking in. Before he could think twice, he dashed inside, the reporters quickly shifting their focus and chasing after him like a pack of ravenous lions. How does it feel to achieve a score of 600 points? Are you being taught by All Might himself? You broke his record. Does he have animosity towards you? What's your quirk? Drawing on his full cowl, Izuku propelled himself forward, making a beeline for the iconic UA entrance. He pushed through the doors just in time, slamming them shut behind him and creating a barrier between him and the relentless swarm of reporters. Kendo and Setsuna waved goodbye to Midoriya as he entered his classroom. As they continued walking, Setsuna glanced sideways at Kendo, her eyes sparkling with mischief. So, when are you going to ask him out? Kendo nearly stumbled, her feet catching on the uneven pavement. If she had been drinking something, it would have surely ended up all over the ground. Her face flushed crimson as Setsuna crossed her arms, a teasing smirk spreading across her lips. What are you talking about? Kendo stuttered, her cheeks burning. She fidgeted with the hem of her shirt, trying to hide her embarrassment. She let out a resigned sigh, her shoulders slumping in defeat. Is it that obvious? Setsuna shrugged, a playful grin still on her face. Not to him, but to be fair, he's kind of a dense idiot. Kendo let out a small groan, dropping her gaze. He doesn't even like me that way. Oh, come on. He blushes and smiles whenever he's around you, Setsuna countered, nudging Kendo playfully with her elbow. Kendo shook her head, crossing her arms defensively. He blushes and smiles around every girl, she pointed out, her brow furrowed in frustration. Setsuna leaned in closer, lowering her voice conspiratorially. But you're one of the few girls he feels comfortable around. She raised an eyebrow, a knowing smile playing at her lips. Kendo hesitated, biting her lower lip. And I'm pretty sure he's into girly girls like Uraraka. I'm kind of a tomboy. Setsuna chuckled, leaning back with a teasing sparkle in her eyes. And he's kind of a softie. You would be perfect together, although, I'm pretty sure you'd be wearing the pants in that relationship. Kendo's blush deepened, and she huffed, turning on her heel as she rushed back toward her classroom. You know it's true, she called over her shoulder, her heart racing. Decent work on combat training yesterday, everyone. I reviewed the video feeds and analyzed each team's results, Aizawa began, his eyes scanning the students. He paused as his gaze lingered on Aoyama, Todoroki, Bakugo, and Mineta, holding their attention for a beat before continuing. For the most part, some of you showed solid potential, but several of you need to seriously check your egos and teamwork. There were pitiful performances yesterday, and you know exactly who you are. His voice hardened, and his eyes glowed red as they settled on Bakugo. There's a line between being confident and being reckless. He crossed his arms. And don't think because there was no audio during the matches that the faculty wasn't listening. We heard everything. Aizawa's glare intensified as he spoke, cutting through the silence. Bakugo. He barked suddenly, causing the room to tense. You nearly killed Midoriya. Do you understand what that means? From what I heard, that's grounds for attempted murder. The class froze, stunned. Bakugo muttered under his breath, the damn nerd dodged. Aizawa sighed, his frustration palpable. He closed his eyes briefly, recalling how Hisashi, one of the more level-headed teachers from his past, would handle difficult students. Hisashi always stressed getting to the root of the problem with blunt honesty, never sugarcoating things. Opening his eyes, Aizawa continued, channeling that approach. Whether Midoriya dodged or not is irrelevant. What matters are your intentions, and from what I've seen in these past 2 days, Bakugo, you're nothing but a violent, arrogant, self-centered child. You've given me no reason to believe otherwise. The room was utterly still as Aizawa delivered his judgment. Izuku's eyes widened in shock, while Bakugo stood rigid, disbelief flickering in his eyes. You've shown potential in combat, but that's not enough. You lack every quality it takes to be a hero, Aizawa continued coldly. I'll say what your teachers, and whatever sorry excuse for adults kissed your ass, didn't. You have no potential to be a hero. The weight of those words crashed down on Bakugo, like a blow he wasn't prepared to take. His fists clenched, but he didn't explode in anger. No one had ever told him this before. No one had ever dared. You may be strong, but being a hero is about more than that. You think the world revolves around you? It doesn't. I don't care what your problem with Midoriya is, or if it's some petty, pathetic grudge. What I do care about is that you grow up. Start acting like a decent human being. Then, and only then, might you make something close to a hero. For the first time, Bakugo's face showed restraint. His usual rage was burning low, simmering. Finally, after a long silence, he spoke. Won't happen again. Good. See that it doesn't, Aizawa replied sharply, because the next time you pull a stunt like that, you can forget ever stepping foot in another hero course again. He gave Bakugo a hard look. Attempt murder again, and the best you'll hope for is expulsion. The worst? Prison. With the villains you think you're above. Bakugo's eyes shot up, incredulous at the severity. But Aizawa didn't flinch. You'll serve detention for the next month, where you'll learn what not to do with excessive force. And you're banned from the UA facilities for that same period. Aizawa's gaze shifted to Todoroki, who had been quietly waiting. As for you, Todoroki, I was prepared to lecture you as well. But yesterday, you admitted your mistakes and recognized you were in the wrong. A level of maturity I don't see often. Especially from someone whose father is a top pro hero. Aizawa's tone softened slightly, though still firm. You'll share Bakugo's punishment, but yours will last 2 weeks. Todoroki nodded, accepting the decision without protest. Aizawa scanned the room one last time, his eyes a warning to anyone else who thought they could get away with recklessness. This is your only warning. Start acting like heroes, or you won't get another chance. Aizawa's eyes bore into Mineta with an icy intensity as he approached his desk. You've been nothing but a disgrace these past 2 days. Mineta visibly shrank, but Aizawa wasn't going to ease up. The first day, you couldn't stop ogling the girls. I didn't expel you then because I foolishly thought there might be some potential buried in you. But from what I've seen, you're not just a pervert. You're a coward. He paused, his tone darkening. During the battle trial, you didn't even try to face Bakugo or Todoroki. You gave up before the fight even started, decided they were too strong, and let Midoriya handle everything alone. Not because you couldn't help, but because you didn't want to risk it. You were more concerned with saving face than being a hero. Mineta's face drained of color, but Aizawa was relentless. And let's not forget your disgusting behavior during lessons. The sexual comments, the lewd remarks, none of it has gone unnoticed. Instead of focusing on how to be a hero, you're too busy making inappropriate jokes and staring at your classmates. That ends now. Aizawa leaned in closer, his voice as cold as steel. I don't care about your excuses. If I see one more sign of cowardice, or hear another disgusting comment from you, I will expel you without a second thought. You're not here to leer at your classmates or run when things get hard. You're here to become a hero. If you can't handle that, then get the hell out of my class. Mineta's whole body shook as he managed to squeak out, why yes, sir. Good, Aizawa snapped, standing straight again. Show me you deserve to be here, or you'll be gone faster than you can run away. And now that we've addressed the more egregious offenders, Aizawa continued, sweeping his gaze across the room, Kirishima, less brawn and more brain. You can't punch your way out of every situation. Midoriya, good job continuing the exercise despite your partner's cowardice. Tokiyami, focus on your surroundings, not just what's in front of you. Koda, impressive work. Aizawa took a moment before finishing. I can't go through each of you in detail, but overall, for your first hero exercise, you all did well. Not all of you won, and that's a good thing. It means there's room for improvement. Those of you who won, don't take this victory lightly. Work harder. Yes, sir. The class responded in unison. Aizawa's expression remained neutral as he addressed them again. Today, you'll be making a decision that will change the course of your school lives forever. The students immediately straightened up, the weight of his words settling in. Everyone's anticipation was palpable. Is it another quirk test? Many of them thought, bracing for something intense. You all need to pick a class representative, Aizawa announced with a heavy sigh. The entire class let out a collective breath, visibly relaxing in their seats. Oh, good. Just normal school stuff, they sighed, relieved. Before anyone could dwell on the relief, Kirishima shot up with excitement. Oh, I want to be class president. Pick me, he shouted, grinning from ear to ear, eager to prove himself as the manliest class representative. Aoyama, ever the dramatist, put a hand on his chest and declared, oh, you mean the position that's destined for me, with a dramatic wink, seemingly directed at no one. That's like a leadership role, right? I'll do it. Me. Mina yelled, bouncing on her toes to make herself more noticeable. Kyoka raised her hand with much less fanfare. I want to do it too, she said, quieter than the others. But then Mineta leapt onto his desk, arms raised high. My manifesto as president. All girls must expose 30 centimeters of thigh. Vote for me. Before he could revel in his audacity, Suyu's tongue snapped out and slapped him hard, knocking him straight off his desk and onto the floor, groaning in pain. I'm the only one with the spine to lead this class of extras. I'll do it, Bakugo growled, his voice booming as he glared at the others, clearly seeing himself as the only viable candidate. The class exploded into more chaos as the shouts and debates continued. Aizawa, as usual, seemed entirely uninterested in reining them in, already rolling himself back into his yellow sleeping bag to nap as the students sorted things out themselves. The class erupted into chaos as everyone argued over who should be the class representative. Everyone sure wants to be class rep, Izuku thought, feeling a little overwhelmed by the energy. It would definitely help in the long run, but I think someone more qualified should take the role. Silence. Everyone, please. Iida's authoritative voice cut through the noise, and the class immediately quieted, turning to see him standing with his hand raised. A class representative must lead others. It's not a responsibility that just anyone can take on, Iida declared, his voice shaking with a mix of determination and nerves. You must first have the trust of everyone in the classroom. Therefore, the most logical course of action is to choose our leader through democracy. We will hold an election. Most of the class exchanged skeptical glances, the thought running through their heads clear. It's pretty obvious you just want us to vote for you, dude. Aizawa-sensei, Iida continued, turning to the half-asleep teacher in his sleeping bag. Might we hold an election for the position? It's fine, Aizawa muttered without much interest. Just have the position filled by the end of class. He zipped his sleeping bag up again, clearly content to let them sort it out on their own. All right. Everyone, write down who you're voting for, Iida instructed, his voice regaining its usual energy. Juru raised a hand skeptically. Hey, glasses, wouldn't everybody just vote for themselves? Well, sure, Iida admitted, nodding in agreement. But that means whoever earns more votes is truly the right person for the job. Kaminari nodded along, finally getting it. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. With the process decided, the class got to work scribbling down their votes. Izuku paused, considering who would make the best representative. After some thought, he realized Iida might actually be the best choice. He was responsible and clearly cared about doing things properly. Soon, the ballots were collected, and Iida, as expected, roused Aizawa from his nap once again. Aizawa-sensei, we've gathered all the votes. Quiet down, Iida, Aizawa muttered as he slowly emerged from his sleeping bag. I'll tally the votes. Once he had tallied them, he called out the names of the two students who would lead the class. Midoriya 6 votes. Yaoyorozu 2 votes. Iida 1 vote, the rest 1 or 0. How the hell did I get 6 votes? Midoriya exclaimed, eyes wide in shock. All right. Which one of you dumbasses voted for him? Bakugo snarled, his glare instantly locking onto Uraraka, who whistled innocently and looked away. What, did you actually think anyone would vote for you? Shiro quipped with a smirk. Yeah, no one wants someone that unhinged leading them, Tsuyu added bluntly. What did you say? Bakugo shouted, his hands crackling with the start of an explosion Aizawa immediately neutralized with his quirk before it could go off. Yaoyorozu sighed softly, disappointed as she glanced at the tally. Being class representative had been one of her personal goals when she entered UA, but here she was, standing next to a nervous boy who had gotten more votes than her. Midoriya has gained the trust of 6 people who believe he can lead, she thought, casting a sideways glance at him. Meanwhile, I only got 2. Why do they have faith in him? She wondered. There was no question about his power. He was incredibly strong, and his analytical skills were impressive, nearly on par with her own. But he was also shy, nervous, and easily flustered. Qualities that didn't scream leadership material to her. Aizawa's voice broke through her thoughts. Your new class representative will be Izuku Midoriya with 6 votes, and your deputy representative will be Momo Yaoyorozu with 2 votes. Both of you, come up to the front of the class. Midoriya froze in place when he heard his name. Ah, man, he groaned quietly, clearly uncomfortable with the attention. Iida, on the other hand, looked stunned. I only got 1 vote? Yaoyorozu glanced at him. Wait, did you vote for someone else? Iida nodded, smiling. Of course. Someone trusts me enough to be class rep. Thank you, whoever you are. I'll do my best to live up to your ideals, even though I'm not class representative. The entire class sweat dropped. But if you just voted for yourself, you could have been the deputy rep, Sato pointed out. Iida's eyes widened with sudden realization. Gah, he exclaimed, slumping back into his seat in defeat. Huh. Guess Dekiru will be working with Yaoyorozu. The rich, smart, talented Yaoyorozu. And from their interaction yesterday, they get along pretty well. Ochako thought nervously, shaking in her seat. It's fine, I'm sure she doesn't like him just because he's awesome, super cool. She's into Todoroki. Yep. I don't need to worry. I mean, it's not like I like him or anything. Yep. I'm not jealous at all, she tried to convince herself, her unease growing by the second. Toru, sitting nearby, had her own thoughts. Huh? I didn't think that many people would vote for Midoriya. Guess I'm not the only one who thinks he can do it. A small blush crept. He's proven he can do it, so why not? Looks like Midoriya and Yaoyorozu will be working together a lot more. Jiro thought, glancing at the new class reps. Yaoyorozu, the girl with the biggest and hottest body in the class. She's also pretty smart. Why did it have to be her? If I'd voted for Iida, maybe Midoriya would have been with him instead. Now he's stuck working with the girl who's practically perfect. Damn it. A blush crossed her face. Okay, maybe I'm overreacting. Why the heck am I overreacting? Mina, meanwhile, was fuming internally. Dang it, I could have been president if I'd just gotten more votes. And being able to work with Midoriya would have been so much fun. I could have teased him more. We'd have had all that time to get to know each other better, she thought with a disappointed sigh. Tsuyu, more level-headed as always, had a calmer view. You know, I can get behind Midoriya being our representative, she thought. Ribbit. Though, I would have liked to be vice president. He's nervous, sure, but when he isn't, he's incredible. In the entrance exam, he made sure no one got hurt, and even yesterday, he saved Todoroki. Those are the qualities of a leader. Momo, however, was still bitter about losing. I may have to take charge during our tenure, she thought, her smile to Izuku a little strained. She hated feeling overshadowed, especially by someone so unsure of themselves. Izuku, oblivious to the tension, smiled back kindly. Momo's cheeks reddened slightly as she quickly cleared her throat to regain her composure, causing him to tilt his head in confusion. But he shrugged it off, too flustered to overthink it. Maybe I can give the position to Iida instead, Izuku thought, resting his head on the table. Just then, Kendo, Setsuna, Kodai, and Reiko Yanagi approached him, and to his surprise, Kendo was walking alongside. Ojiro? Midoriya asked, confusion evident in his voice. I can't believe you're actually here. Oh hey, Midoriya. Ojiro replied, the two engaging in conversation like old friends. Midoriya felt a familiar pang in his chest, a sensation he had experienced more times than he could count. Jealous. Why am I jealous? Oh, you two know each other? Kendo asked, wiping a tear of laughter from her eye. Yeah, we're in the same class. How, do you two know each other? Midoriya managed, still perplexed by the feeling stabbing at his heart. Oh, we used to be sparring partners way back, Ojiro said, a grin spreading across his face. Yeah, we're still tied. He's one of the only guys who gave it his all when fighting me, Kendo added, glancing at Ojiro with admiration. And she's the only person to really challenge me. She kicked my butt more times than I could count, Ojiro laughed. If I remember correctly, you kicked my ass too. But I'm really glad you've dropped that whole power of youth mantra you used to spout, Kendo teased, playfully punching his shoulder. Ojiro scratched the back of his head in embarrassment. Mind if I join you guys? Totally, dude, Kendo said with an enthusiastic smile. Midoriya forced a strained smile, reluctantly nodding in agreement. Setsuna, noticing the boy's jealousy, couldn't help but grin. She wanted to tease him about it but decided against calling attention to his discomfort. Congratulations on becoming class representative, Midoriya, Iida said, causing Kendo to look on in shock. Wait, hold up, you're class representative? Setsuna asked, surprised. I thought it would be Yaoyorozu? Momo, still miffed about losing, chimed in. No, but I am the class vice representative. I'm a bit disappointed since I always wanted the position, but I'm glad to be working with you, Midoriya. Oh, that's awesome. You and Kendo are both class reps, Setsuna said cheerfully. Kendo scratched the back of her head, a bit sheepish. Yeah, I don't really know how it happened, it just kind of did. She's our class big sis, Kodai whispered. Really? I'm sure you'll do great, Kendo. I know it, Midoriya replied before slumping back in his seat, making Kendo blush. Though I'm not sure if I'm qualified for the job. I didn't even vote for myself. Nonsense. You'll do fine. You will be great. Have a little confidence in yourself. Dude, came the immediate chorus of encouragement from Iida, Kendo, Jiru, and Uraraka. Midoriya blushed at the support. You're smart, a quick thinker, and you always help anyone who needs you, even if it puts you in a tough spot. Those are the qualities of a great rep, Kendo said encouragingly. Agreed. Your ability to think under stress will make you a great leader, Iida added. Your plan yesterday was well structured, and even though you were outnumbered, your quick thinking allowed you to win the match, Yaoyorozu chimed in. At least that's why I voted for you, Iida said with a nod. Wait, you were one of the 6 votes? Midoriya exclaimed. And judging by Uraraka's facial expression, she also voted for you, Kendo pointed out. Uraraka blushed and nodded in agreement. She isn't the only one, I voted for you too. I totally think you can do this. You just need a little more self-confidence, Jiru said, giving Izuku an encouraging nod. Before gaining a smirk. Though when you kill it I'm gonna say I told you so. Midoriya flushed at the unexpected support, feeling both honored and overwhelmed. I'll do my best, he stammered. So, you 3 were part of my votes. Who were the other 2? Oh, that was us. A familiar voice called out. He turned to see Mina Ishido, her black eyes sparkling with excitement. Ishido? Hey, Midori, Mina said, grinning widely, her enthusiasm infectious. And I'm here too. They all turned to see a floating food tray carrying clothes, maneuvered by Reiko Yanagi. Whoa, that's spooky, Yanagi commented, watching the floating clothes with intrigue. Can we sit here and eat with you guys? Mina asked, setting her own food tray down. Of course, Uraraka said, gesturing for them to join. So, you voted for green, huh? That makes 5 votes. Who did you vote for? Jiru leaned in, her curiosity piqued. Iida. Iida? Everyone exclaimed in surprise. You were my 1 vote, Midoriya? Iida asked, clearly taken aback. Well, compared to me, you don't stutter, and you're really good at speaking in front of the class. Honestly, I'm kind of jealous. I can see you're a hard worker, and when you make a mistake, you admit it and apologize. That's why I voted for you. Those are really admirable qualities, Izuku explained earnestly. Iida's expression brightened with pride. Thank you, I'll make sure to live up to the standards my brother has set for me. Midoriya winced slightly at the slip-up but kept eating, trying to hide his discomfort. Brother? Kendo exclaimed, realization dawning on her. You're Ingenium's little brother? Iida blinked, surprised. How did you know that? Iida, you have an engine quirk, and your family is pretty well known. It's not hard to figure out, Kendo replied, tilting her head. Honestly, I'm surprised you didn't catch on. Oh, Dekiru figured it out right away, Uraraka added playfully. Iida sighed, trying to hide his embarrassment, but a proud smile broke through. Yes, he is my brother. Really? That's so cool, Ishido said, her eyes gleaming with excitement. He's also my personal hero and the reason I want to be a hero in the first place. I hope to be just like him someday. I don't bring it up often because people think I'm bragging or showing off. Everyone looked at Iida in awe. That's amazing, Iida. I can relate. I come from a well-off family too, so I get why you'd be hesitant to share that, Momo said, giving him an understanding smile. Still, it's awesome that your brother is a pro hero. I don't think I've seen you smile so much before, Ochako added, her face lit up with admiration. What do you mean? I smile all the time. Iida replied, a look of confusion crossing his face at Ochako's remark. Wow, Iida is just like me. What his brother means to him is similar to what All Might means to me. Izuku smiled, but his thoughts were abruptly interrupted by a sharp pain in his head. What the heck? Noticing his distress, Yanagi calmly asked, Hey, Midoriya, are you okay? Izuku nodded, but he clutched his head in pain as concern spread across everyone's faces. Why yeah, I just have a feeling that something bad is going to happen. Suddenly, the announcement speaker blared, there has been a level 3 security breach. All students, please evacuate outdoors promptly. Everyone turned to Izuku, his expression shifting from confusion to worry. Yanagi's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Spooky. What's a level 3 security breach? Iida asked, looking around at those nearby for answers. It means that someone is trespassing on school grounds. Nothing like this has happened in the 3 years I've been here. The boy yelled, panic lacing his voice. Not in 3 years? Momo echoed, shock evident on her face. Run! Someone else shouted, igniting chaos among the students. In an instant, everyone surged toward the exits, bodies colliding and shoving as they desperately tried to escape. Izuku felt himself being crushed between two larger students. Oh ow! Excuse me. He strained to shout, forcing his way between them, only to be jostled again by the frantic crowd. Damn it! This panic is out of control. Hey, come on, move. Someone just touched my, oh, I thought you were a girl. Get over here, you grape gremlin. Suddenly, Izuku felt someone stumble against him, knocking him off balance. Sorry. He looked down to see Ochako right in front of him, her eyes wide. Ochako, are you all right? He shouted over the clamor, instinctively trying to shield her with his body. I'm fine, Dekiru, but before she could finish, the throng of students pushed them even closer together, forcing Ochako's chest to press firmly against his own. The softness of her body enveloped him, and Izuku's face flushed hot. BBB, he stammered, completely caught off guard by the sensation of her warmth against him. Ochako's cheeks flared with color as she looked up at him, clearly just as flustered. Sorry, I'll try to move. But they were trapped, the surrounding chaos keeping them locked together. Izuku could feel the rise and fall of her chest against his, each breath intensifying the heat flooding his face. He was acutely aware of the delicate curve of her body pressing against him, and his heart raced wildly in response. They couldn't catch a break as more burly students pushed through the crowd, forcing Izuku and Ochako to move to the side together. Izuku's back hit the wall, pinning him in place, while Ochako's body pressed even closer to him, her face just inches away. For a fleeting moment, they locked eyes, both cheeks flushed crimson. Then, instinctively, they turned their faces in opposite directions, the memory of their first kiss flooding back to them like a rushing river after a storm. Despite that moment, they still hadn't addressed it. Izuku wanted to talk about it, but every time he tried, Uraraka seemed to vanish into thin air. So, about the Izuku started, his voice barely above a whisper, but he faltered when he caught a glimpse of her bright red face. Do you really want to talk about this right now? Uraraka asked, disbelief coloring her tone. Her heart raced, and all she wanted was to escape the intensity of the moment. The kiss was an accident. Why can't I just tell him that? Why can't I say it didn't mean anything? But I can't imagine giving my first kiss to anyone but Dekiru. The thought made her wish she could float away, far from the boy whose mere presence sent her emotions into overdrive. I just wanted, Izuku began, but his words were cut off by the familiar sting in his head. He focused intently, listening carefully to the commotion around them, trying to ignore the overwhelming sensations swirling between them. Ow! Hey, that hurts. A strained voice called out, weak and pained. The sound drew Midoriya's attention to the floor. Help! Someone. He recognized the voice. It was Hagakure, though she was invisible as usual. Panic swelled within him as he looked around, unable to see her. Without hesitation, Midoriya reached for the Omnitrix on his wrist, dialing rapidly before slamming down on it. A green light flashed, catching the attention of a few students nearby, and in an instant, he had transformed into Spider Monkey. With a burst of speed, the blue alien leapt to the ceiling, clinging to it effortlessly with his spider-like legs. Hanging upside down from a web, his voice came out strong and urgent, far more commanding than anyone was used to hearing from Midoriya. Yaoyorozu, make me a megaphone, Spider Monkey barked. Momo, startled by the sharp change in his tone, blinked in surprise. She had never seen Midoriya like this. And now? She stammered. Now, Spider Monkey urged. Snapping out of her daze, Momo quickly created a small megaphone from her leg and tossed it into the air. Spider Monkey caught it in one of his forearms, still suspended from the ceiling by a web strand. Inhaling deeply, he shouted, "Everyone, calm down." The effect was immediate. Students who had been on the verge of panic froze, their attention locked on the strange blue alien above them. Your UA students, Spider Monkey continued, his voice echoing through the hall. Panicking won't help anyone, stay calm. We need to be focused and steady. Panic will only make things worse. His intense green eyes scanned the room, quickly spotting the problem. You, he yelled, pointing at a couple of second and third year students. You're stepping on my friend, get off her. The older students flinched, realizing in horror that they were standing on the invisible Hagakure. Guilt washed over their faces as they immediately moved away and helped her up. We're UA students, Spider Monkey said, his tone more controlled but still firm. Whatever's happening, the last thing we want is to hurt each other in the chaos. Let's move carefully. We don't leave anyone behind. Just then, Ida's voice cut through the silence. It's just the press. Let's all move slowly and quietly so no one else gets hurt. Thank you, Ida, Spider Monkey called back, relieved. Momo stood in awe, her heart fluttering as she watched him in action. Midoriya had always been shy and timid, but now, seeing him in control, commanding the room with confidence, she understood why he had earned so many votes from his classmates. A blush crept up her cheeks as she admired him in this new light. Spider Monkey swung down, gently lifting Hagakure into his arms. With a quick glance around, he shot another web and swung above the heads of his classmates, carrying her swiftly toward Recovery Girl. Hagakure, though still invisible, was blushing underneath her invisibility. In her mind, she couldn't help but feel like Mary Jane Watson in the arms of Spider-Man. Or in this case, Spider Monkey. The students began walking in an orderly fashion, with Kendo and Yaoyorozu exchanging glances, both slightly blushing as they recalled the earlier chaos. Meanwhile, as Toru was being patched up by Recovery Girl, a fluttering sensation took hold of her chest. The entire experience had shaken her, being nearly trampled and witnessing how Izuku managed to calm the sea of panicking students. Her heart raced, the pounding echoing in her ears. She'll be fine, don't worry, dearie, Recovery Girl reassured Izuku with a warm smile. You can head back to class. Izuku nodded, relief washing over him, but just as he was about to leave, he felt a gentle tug on his sleeve. Wait, Midori. Toru called out, her voice barely above a whisper. But when she looked into his emerald eyes, her breath caught in her throat, words escaping her. Hagakure? Izuku asked, confusion flickering across his face. Recovery Girl chuckled softly, nudging Toru to let go of his sleeve. Don't worry. She's still shaken up from the ordeal, Recovery Girl said, shooting a knowing glance at the blushing girl. Izuku nodded, his cheeks flushing as he turned to leave. Toru pulled the blanket up around her, feeling the heat radiating from her body. Why am I feeling this way? She thought, heart racing faster. When did he get so muscular? The image of him standing tall and composed amidst the chaos played in her mind, igniting a warmth in her chest that she had never experienced before. The way he had stepped in to help everyone, his determination and strength, it all captivated her. As she hid her face, she couldn't shake the feeling that perhaps this wasn't just gratitude she felt. Something deeper was beginning to blossom within her, something she couldn't quite understand yet but couldn't deny. At the front gate, a few minutes later, Cementos, Snipe, Midnight, and Principal Nezu were standing by the front gate. Not only had the barrier been destroyed, but it also looked like it had been completely disintegrated. This was no news reporter, said Midnight, her brow furrowed in concern. Who or what could have done this? Did any of the media capture this on film? Cementos asked, scanning the area for clues. Detective Tsukachi is already interviewing those involved, Nezu answered, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. He hasn't found anything yet. What I'm more concerned with is why someone would do this. No students were hurt, and as far as we can tell, nothing in the school was taken. Should we cancel the first year's USJ trips, then? Midnight asked, her voice laced with apprehension. Snipe leaned against the gate, arms crossed, his hat tilted back as he drawled, how about we combine the trips, partner? If trouble shows its face, having two of our best gunslingers, along with 13 and All Might, might just be enough to keep them students safe. Nezu stroked his chin thoughtfully, his small stature belying the sharp intellect within. Yes, I like that idea, he mused, his eyes lighting up with enthusiasm. It would also provide a valuable opportunity for the students to network beyond their own classes before they start forming cliques. All Might did wish to host large-scale battle trials between both classes, so this could serve as a perfect precursor. Back in class. Izuku headed back to class, stretching a bit to ease the tension in his muscles. As he walked, he noticed Momo standing nearby, her expression a mixture of concern and contemplation. He blinked in confusion when he saw her clutching her chest. Yaoyorozu? He called out, tilting his head. Oh. Midoriya. Momo responded shyly, her cheeks tinged with a soft blush. The sight of him made her heart flutter, but she quickly sighed in exasperation, trying to regain her composure. She stood in front of him, arms folded tightly across her chest as if to shield herself from the intensity of the moment. Midoriya, you wouldn't be planning to give your position off to Ida now, would you? She asked, a hint of urgency in her voice. Izuku's eyes widened, taken aback by her question. Yeah, I was thinking about it. I'm not much of a leader, he admitted sheepishly, scratching the back of his head nervously. How did you know? Momo's gaze softened as she studied him. You can't just hand it over like that, she insisted, stepping closer, her voice steadying as she spoke. Don't do it. What? Izuku replied, his confusion deepening. Momo let out a deep sigh, her expression serious. Listen, I've always wanted to be the class representative. I was the class representative 3 years straight in middle school. I assumed things would be the same here. She paused, her eyes glinting with determination. But I only received 1 vote while you received 6. 6 people think you would make a good leader. Izuku felt a wave of surprise wash over him, his heart racing at the thought. He scratched behind his head, unsure now, the weight of her words sinking in. But what if I mess it up? Momo stepped closer, her voice gentle yet firm. You won't know if you don't at least try. As they entered the classroom, the first thing they noticed was Mineta, sporting a black eye and a few bandages wrapped around his head. What happened to Mineta? Midoriya asked, concern etched across his face, which only caused Yaoyorozu to sigh in annoyance while Jiru struggled to hold back a laugh. During the panic, he tried to grope a female classmate, Yaoyorozu explained, her tone laced with exasperation. It was clear she was tired of dealing with Mineta's antics. Midoriya's face twisted into one of disappointment. That's just. Get this. He groped a dude instead. Jiru burst out, unable to contain her laughter any longer. Midoriya nodded, a mix of disbelief and amusement crossing his features. And his girlfriend didn't take kindly to him being groped, Yaoyorozu added, gesturing to Mineta, who was now sulking in the corner. So when she got the chance. Midoriya winced, the thought of it both humorous and pitiful. Honestly, I would feel bad for him, but it sounds like what he deserved. Agreed. Now, we should address the class. It's time for you to take charge. Class representative, let's begin, Momo said, her voice steady despite the chaos that had just unfolded. Midoriya nodded and stood next to her at the front of the class. Okay, so we need to figure out who the other class officers will be. But first, there's something I want to say. He inhaled deeply, feeling a mix of nerves and determination. I've thought a lot about this. I was considering giving up the position to someone else, he confessed, his voice sincere but wavering slightly. He looked at his classmates, gathering his thoughts. 6 of you trusted me to fill this position, and I feel like I would be wasting your vote, and I'm really sorry for that. You placed your trust in me, and I planned on wasting it. There was a brief silence as his words hung in the air, but then he straightened up, conviction washing over him. So I promise I'll give it my all as your class representative. I'll lead the class until I can truly become the class representative you deserve. And to the people who believed in me, thank you. To the 6 who voted for me. A warm smile spread across his face, making the girls who voted for him feel a light flutter in their hearts. Yeah. The way you got everyone under control was super manly, Kirishima exclaimed, his fist pumping the air in support. When did Midoriya get so inspirational? Zero chimed in. I'm glad Midoriya will act as our leader, Shoji added, nodding approvingly. Momo watched Izuku with admiration, a blush creeping onto her cheeks as she took in his passionate speech. Well said, Midoriya, she said, her smile genuine and warm. Now, shall we shakily continue on to business? Izuku cleared his throat, his heart racing from the encouragement. Of course, Yaoyorozu. Let's get started. Here's my stop. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Uraraka waved as she exited the train car, leaving Midoriya and Jiru sitting next to each other. The girl smirked, her tone teasing. Told you so. What? Midoriya blinked in confusion. I told you so. You thought you wouldn't make a good class rep, so I'm gonna be smug and say I told you so, she said, crossing her arms with a playful grin. Midoriya's cheeks flushed a light shade of pink. Why yeah, thanks for having faith in me. Can I ask you a question, Jiru? He ventured hesitantly. Jiru opened one eye and nodded, prompting him to continue. Do your jacks work like normal headphones when plugged into things? Yeah, I can plug them into any audio jack to listen to whatever's playing privately, she replied, her gaze shifting to him. As she glanced back, she noticed he was scribbling in a notebook, muttering to himself. Leaning over slightly, she caught a glimpse of a page labeled with her name, accompanied by a quick sketch. She raised an eyebrow, impressed by his drawing skills. Didn't know you could draw like that, Green, she said, her voice teasing. He yelped in surprise as she pulled him from his thoughts, making her laugh. Sorry for spooking you. Sorry, I just get lost in my own world pretty easily. I'm taking notes on our classmates, he admitted, his voice tinged with embarrassment. As he showed her a picture and notes about her quirk, Jiru felt her cheeks warm. So, you're taking notes on me, huh? She teased, a playful glint in her eyes. I mean, you just have an interesting quirk. I can't help myself, he replied, blushing deeper. She giggled, the sound light and genuine. It's cool. It just shows how passionate you are about our class. You don't think it's creepy that I'm taking notes on you? He asked, a hint of worry creeping into his voice as he rubbed the back of his neck. Nah, dude, it's not like you're a crazy supervillain or anything, she said with a shrug, a playful smile on her face. If you plug one of your jacks into something that plays audio and the other one into a speaker, can you play the audio through the speaker? He watched her brow furrow in thought. That's a good question. I've never tried it before. I'll have to test it out at home. Anything else? She asked, intrigued. Midoriya nodded, but then realized the train was coming to a stop. Oh, this is my stop. Bye, Jiru, he said, waving goodbye with a smile before stepping off the train. Next day. For today's hero basic training, we have 3 instructors. All Might, myself, and a surprise guest, Aizawa announced, leaving the class curious about who the 3rd instructor might be. Surprise guest. I wonder if it's something special, Izuku pondered. Excuse me, what exactly are we doing? Shiro asked, his eyes wide with curiosity. Aizawa held up a card with the word, Rescue, printed in bold blue letters. We're focusing on rescue operations today, disasters, shipwrecks, and everything in between. It's rescue training. Rescue. I'm not very good at that, Kaminari admitted, his shoulders slumping. Right? Mina chimed in, sharing his concern. Come on, that's part of being a hero. My arms are ready to rumble. Kirishima exclaimed, his excitement palpable. No one can outdo me in the water. Kiro, Tsuyu added confidently, looking forward to the training. Hold on. This time, you can choose whether to wear your costumes or not, Aizawa continued, using a remote to reveal the numbered boxes that held the students' outfits as they slid out of the wall. Some costumes may limit your abilities. The training will take place off campus, and we'll be taking a bus. That's all for now. Start getting ready. Midoriya raised his hand eagerly. Yes, Midoriya. Aizawa acknowledged him. You mentioned another pro hero besides All Might and 13. What does that mean? Izuku asked, curiosity shining in his eyes. Vlad King will be joining us, along with Class B, so make sure to be friendly. You might be collaborating with them in the future. Now get ready. With that, the students sprang from their chairs, bustling to prepare for rescue training. Rescue training. It's something I've always admired, Izuku thought, recalling the countless times he had watched All Might's debut video as a child. He clenched his right fist, determination surging through him. This is my chance to take another step toward becoming the greatest hero. I'll give it my all. Izuku stood with the rest of Class 1A when a condescending voice broke through the chatter. So, this is Class 1A? Everyone turned to see a blonde kid surrounded by students in hero costumes. That must be Class B, Shiro whispered. Mineta was already drooling as he eyed the girls. Oh man, Class B has some hot babes. I've got my eye on that girl in the red and white costume. The girl he was referring to was Kodai, who gave a small wave to Midoriya. He waved back, much to Minetta's frustration. Hey, why the hell is my future baby mama waving to you? She's his friend, you creep, Ashido shot back, rolling her eyes. Ha! As if any of us in Class B would be friends with you inferior lot, the blonde sneered, crossing his arms. I bet you $10 that's Monoma, Jiru whispered to Uraraka, who nodded in agreement. The boy scanned the class, his gaze landing on Bakugo. So you must be Midoriya, he said, smirking. Class 1A collectively wanted to facepalm. Midoriya raised his hand to clarify, but Kyoka lowered it. Shish. Let's see where this goes. Bakugo turned with a murderous glare. Huh? Clearly, you're the most arrogant, overconfident jerk here, thinking you're better than everyone else, Monoma continued, relishing the confrontation. I am the best. That's just a fact. I'm going to be number one. Bakugo retorted, his fists clenched in anger. Oh, you think just because you broke All Mights? I didn't. My name is Katsuki Bakugo, he interrupted, fire in his eyes. The guy who actually beat his score is that dumbass over there. He pointed to Midoriya, who gave an awkward wave. Monoma's expression darkened. He recognized Midoriya as the reason some of Class B thought Class 1A wasn't just a bunch of overconfident jerks. Especially after the incident yesterday. Either way, we'll show you who the superior class is today. You might want to take notes. It could help you in your pathetic training, he taunted. TCH, whatever, B Squad. You should probably let actual heroes handle the job, Bakugo retorted, his confidence unshaken. This drew glares from several Class B students. Midoriya quickly bowed in apology. I'm really sorry about him. Kachan is. Well, Kachan. Please forgive him. I hope you know we're not all like that. A student from Class B, Kendo, bowed in return. Sorry about Monoma. He can be a handful. I hope he didn't offend any of you. Don't apologize, Shota. He's the vermin who's been harassing our classmates, Monoma interjected, waving his hand dismissively. Wait, what? Midoriya asked, confusion etching his features. Don't think I don't see what you're doing. You've been trying to figure out our weaknesses. Gah! Monoma exclaimed before Kendo swiftly chopped him on the neck, knocking him out cold. Sorry about him, Kendo said, dragging the unconscious blonde toward the bus. She returned moments later, dusting off her hands. Soon, Class 1A began interacting with Class B. Kendo walked up to Midoriya and Ojiro. Midoriya. Ojiro. Itsuka waved at them as she approached. Nice costume you got there, Midoriya, and Ojiro. You went with your martial arts uniform? She deadpanned once she saw his outfit. I know it's a little boring. A little? Kendo replied, her expression flat. Okay, but it's a way of representing the dojo and the man who taught me. Even though I have a boring quirk, I can still be a hero, Ojiro said, determination shining through. Whoa, that's really honorable, Ojiro. Maybe I should use my GI, Izuku exclaimed excitedly. That's not happening, Kendo said, her expression still deadpan, making Izuku slump in disappointment. Just then, Midoriya felt a poke on his shoulder. He turned around to see Yui, her costume making him blush. Yui, do you need something? He stammered. She gestured to her outfit, a sly smile creeping onto her lips. How do you think I look? She asked in a whisper, her voice low. Midoriya's face exploded into a bright red blush, catching the attention of those nearby, particularly the girls who watched the interaction with keen interest. Gee, good. Really good, Midoriya said, instinctively covering his face. I like yours too, Yui replied, her expression softening for a moment. Kendo felt a twinge of envy before she stuttered, Kendo. Why, yours looks pretty cool too. Her face turned beet red as she grabbed Yui's arm. All right, Class B. Let's get back on the bus. Her heart raced, her face exploded into a blush. As the class was comedically shoved into the bus, Midoriya turned to Ojiro. Is she always like that? No, that's new to me. Midoriya just shrugged. Gather around, Class A, everyone. Use your student numbers to form neat lines so we can fill the bus in an orderly fashion. Iida commanded, catching everyone's attention with a whistle that seemed to come from nowhere. Looks like he's taking this class officer job to the extreme, Izuku thought, watching his friend's antics with a mix of amusement and admiration. Hey, Midoriya. Izuku snapped out of his thoughts when he noticed a pair of floating clothes hovering in front of him. Hagakure, is there something I can help you with? He stuttered. I just wanted to thank you for helping me out yesterday. When everyone started panicking, I nearly got trampled. But even though I'm invisible, you noticed me and calmed everyone down. You even got me to recovery girl. Sure. No problem. I'm sure anyone would have done. Shoo. Izuku froze as he felt a soft pair of lips press against his cheek. The kiss lasted only about 3 seconds, but his brain was already spiraling out of control. Thanks, Hagakure said brightly, her voice light as she floated away. Kendo watched the scene unfold, feeling her heart nearly break as she tried to shake off her feelings. Nearby, Juru, Ashido, Uraraka, and Yaoyorozu exchanged surprised glances. They understood that Hagakure was simply expressing her gratitude, but why'd I feel this way? The collective thought echoed in the minds of Juru, Ashido, and Uraraka. Yaoyorozu felt a flicker of annoyance at the sudden turn of events but brushed it off as she joined her classmates in lining up for the bus. Time skip. Everyone, I have been waiting for you. Izuku's eyes sparkled with excitement as he immediately slipped into fanboy mode upon seeing who it was. It's the space hero, 13. The gentlemanly hero who has rescued tons of people from disasters. Oh, I love 13. She's my idol, Ochako chimed in, her cheeks flushed with enthusiasm. The two of them couldn't contain their excitement as they geeked out over the iconic pro-hero. 13 stood tall in her striking costume, a sleek white spacesuit adorned with a few bright accents, complemented by a black helmet that sported expressive white eyes. The yellow boots added a vibrant touch, making her stand out even more. Let's go inside without delay, she exclaimed, turning on her heel with a sense of urgency and purpose, leading them towards the facility. Look forward to working with you. The students of Class 1A and 1B called out in unison as they made their way inside. As they entered, the students were instantly captivated by the expansive training ground before them. Different areas showcased various rescue scenarios, each one designed to challenge their skills. Wow, it looks like Universal Studios Japan, one student exclaimed, eyes wide with wonder. 13 beamed at their awe. A shipwreck, a landslide, a fire, a windstorm, this is the Unforeseen Simulation Joint, or USJ for short. It's a training ground I've created that simulates all kinds of accidents and disasters. It really is USJ, Class 1A and 1B thought in unison, the name resonating with the grandeur of what lay ahead. Now, let me see, before we begin, I have a few things to say, or 2, or 3, or 4, 5, 6, 7. The students exchanged glances, their sweat dropping as 13's list of points continued to grow. It's increasing, they thought in unison, trying to stifle their chuckles at the ever-expanding list. Everyone, I'm sure you are aware of my quirk, black hole. I can suck up anything and turn it to dust, 13 said, her tone shifting to something more serious as she explained her quirk. You've used that quirk to save people from all kinds of disasters, right? Izuku asked, admiration evident in his voice. Yes, but it's a power that can easily kill others, she replied, her expression sobering. Some of you also have quirks like that, right? Izuku's gaze fell to his hands, a heavy weight of responsibility settling on him. With the power of One for All and some of my aliens, I could easily destroy buildings and hurt people. So, in order for someone like me to become a hero, I must learn to control that power to save others. In a superhuman society, personal quirks have been certified and stringently regulated, so at first glance, it may not seem like a problem. However, do not forget that many quirks can lead to fatal outcomes with just one wrong step. With Aizawa's and Vlad's physical fitness tests, you discovered the potential of your own hidden powers, and through All Might's person-to-person combat training, you've experienced the dangers of using those powers against others. This class is a fresh start. You will learn to harness your quirks to save lives. Remember, you do not possess powers simply to harm others. I hope you leave here with the understanding that your powers exist to help those in need. That is all. Thank you for listening. 13 concluded her speech with a graceful bow, her sincerity shining through. Izuku smiled, clapping when a sting in his brain stung painfully. What's happening? Izuku thought his head felt like splitting. Ochako approached him cautiously. Dekiru. Now it was Aizawa's turn to address the students. All right then, first. But before he could finish his sentence, the lights flickered ominously, plunging the room into a brief darkness. An unsettling hush fell over the group. Suddenly, a purple portal materialized in the center of the USJ, swirling with a menacing energy. A being made of dark purple mist emerged, a figure wrapped in shadows, its form unsettling and chaotic. Surrounding its body were multiple hands, twitching and writhing as if alive. Aizawa's eyes widened in shock. Gather together and don't move. 13. Protect the students, Vlad. Yes, I know, I'll come with you, Vlad King said. What's that? Kirishima asked as it seemed like he had noticed something. Yes, I know, I'll come with you, Vlad King said, his voice steady but urgent. Kirishima suddenly tensed, his instincts kicking in. What's that? He asked, his gaze sharpening as he felt a disturbance in the air. From the portal, more figures emerged, each one twisted and unique, shaped by their ominous quirks. A palpable tension filled the air as their intentions became clear. Is this like the entrance exam, where the lesson has already started? Kirishima asked, confusion mingling with dread. Don't move, Aizawa barked, the weight of authority in his voice as he swiftly donned his yellow goggles, scanning the newcomers with a fierce intensity. Those are villains, Vlad King shouted, muscles coiling as he prepared to confront the impending threat. Aizawa shifted into a defensive stance, eyes narrowing at Midoriya. Midoriya snapped to attention, adrenaline surging through him. Why yes, sir. How fast is your form? Fast track. Aizawa's voice was taut, urgency crackling in the air. The students of Class 1A and 1B began to realize the gravity of the situation. At a minimum of 400 miles per hour, Midoriya replied, the words spilling out in a rush. But I think I can go faster. That's without one for all, he thought, feeling the weight of responsibility settle on his shoulders. A stunned silence fell over his classmates, eyes wide with disbelief. Holy shit, that's faster. One of them gasped. You need to run back to the main campus and bring the rest of the staff here immediately, Aizawa commanded, his voice cutting through the chaos. Midoriya nodded resolutely, fingers trembling slightly as he pressed the button on the Omnitrix. Found you. The ground suddenly erupted beneath Midoriya, shaking violently as cracks splintered across the surface. Gasps of shock erupted from the students as a monstrous, silver crab-like appendage shot up from the ground, mechanical and menacing, snatching Midoriya into the air with horrifying ease. 13 and Aizawa's eyes widened in terror, their hearts pounding. Izuku Midoriya. An unknown voice shouted. A cold, red cyborg eye fixed its gaze on Midoriya, sending a chill down his spine. He was stunned. How could this villain know his name? The rest of the class stood paralyzed, fear gripping them as the figure glared at Midoriya, its hatred palpable and suffocating. Do you know who I am? To be continued. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and make sure to like and subscribe to the channel. Now we will see you in the next video.